Also, there's some folks that are watching us clearly, but also there's some folks that will be participating virtually this morning. And so, again, welcome to our County Commission meeting. And we're going to start first with Pastor Lewis Murphy, Sr., who's a Mount Zion Progressive Missionary Baptist Church pastor. And normally I would say he's in the house, but he is coming to us via Zoom from on high, which is very appropriate. So, Pastor, you can come forward with the invocation, and then we'll be followed with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Justice. For those of you who can, please stand.
Thank you so very much for the invitation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, creator of the heavens and the earth, creator of all mankind, all praises is due to your holy and righteous name. Thank you for our laying down last night and our early rising this morning with new mercies. Great is thou faithfulness. Thank you for the privilege of prayer to approach your holy throne and offer our petitions. We thank you for the great county of Pinellas, its board of commissioners, administrators, staff that give oversight and governance to so many other agencies that impact all of our lives. This board has been elected to serve and the staff employed to carry out the day-to-day operations for its citizens. Give them the wisdom and insight to govern in accordance with your holy law. We are grateful for all the concerned citizens to utilize their gifts and talents to help our county be all that it can be. Help our hearts be humbled, our minds focused, and our hands joined in the spirit of unity to make decisions that will make life better for all the citizens of our county. Cover our first responders. Put a shield of protection around them and keep them safe as they execute their duties. You have instructed us to care for the widow, the orphan, the helpless, the homeless, the hungry, the sick, the imprisoned, the poor. Lord, you are a God of justice and righteousness. You see the good of our government, but you also see what is not good. Help us to see what you see. You see the disparities in our health system, education system, prison system, labor system, law enforcement. You see the disproportion of wealth. Help us to see what you see. Give us a governing board who will care for the disenfranchised, the despondent, the dejected, the downtrodden. We pray for the healing of our nation, spiritually, physically, emotionally, and socially. We pray for courage, unity, fairness, and truth. We pray for positive, effective change in our city, our county, our state, and nation. We pray for your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Murphy. We also got an invocation of sorts given to us by a resident in the community praying for us this morning, the residents, the staff, and commissioners as we start the meeting. So I guess there's folks out there that think we need a lot of prayers today, which we usually do. So it's good to have folks weighing in that way. I wanted to give everybody a sense who may be speaking this morning. We have several presentations and awards to do, and then we have what is anticipated to be 4 public hearings. So again, I get in trouble when I make estimates of time, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be at least a half hour, probably closer to 45 minutes before we actually get to the state of emergency and citizens to be heard. So I just wanted to give everybody a sense of the timing this morning and what we have ahead of us. So I'm going to go ahead and get up to the podium and start with a couple of proclamations. right, I think I have enough room up here. All right, our first proclamation is all about Earth Day and Arbor Day proclamation. We're going to kind of do them together, and you'll see as I speak through the proclamation, it's two separate days. But I'd like to ask James Stevenson, an extension specialist from Brooker Creek Preserve Environmental Education Center, Michael DePapa, section manager from Urban Forestry, and Martha Gruber, Environmental Specialist 3 from the Environmental Management Division. They'll be accepting the proclamation on behalf of the residents. I'm not going to read the entire proclamation. I will read parts of it. Hi there. Welcome. And then I'll turn it over to you all to make a few comments, if you don't mind. So our nation observes 2 days in April to recognize the significance of protecting the environment and planting trees for a greener tomorrow, Earth Day, and National Arbor Day. Earth Day and Arbor Day are now observed throughout the nation and the world, and in 2021 is the 51st anniversary of Earth Day and the 149th anniversary of Arbor Day. Pinellas County has a commitment to practice superior environmental stewardship through our strategic and comprehensive plans. Resource conservation, waste reduction, and environmental protection are imperative to a sustainable future. Urban trees provide a variety of economic, environmental, and human health benefits, including filtering pollutants from air and water, moderating temperature in urbanized areas, and reducing stress levels. And boy, we've needed that. Pinellas County Urban Forestry and Landscape Services will plant 250 trees to mark the year and gift more than 200 trees to county trees to county residents to celebrate this day. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that April 22nd be recognized as Earth Day, and that April 30th, 2021 be recognized as Arbor Day in Pinellas County, Florida, and urge all citizens to join us in supporting efforts to protect our urban trees, natural woodlands, water resources, and the sustainability and resiliency of our community through the support of our county's environmental resource management programs. And with that, I'm going to have you all stand here and we'll get a picture. And then I'll turn the microphone to you. So we'll let you hold this in the middle. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you guys very much for having us here today. We appreciate the support and the opportunity to come down and recognize both Earth Day and Arbor Day. We also like to thank the staff in Pinellas County that make this possible and make these programs successful. I want to put in a couple plugs for some events that we have this month celebrating Earth Day and Arbor Day. As mentioned, we have a community canopy giveaway. This is a completely online direct mail event through the Arbor Day Foundation. We will be giving away 230 trees. It will launch the week of April 26th and will conclude on April 30th on Arbor Day. Secondly, Pinellas County is going to have a virtual Arbor Day. This will be a Zoom webinar on Saturday, May 1st. We'll have partner presentations with the IFAS Extension, City of Tarpon Springs, Keep Pinellas Beautiful, and our own staff from Pinellas County. And lastly, we're doing a volunteer tree planting. It'll be on Friday, April 30th on Arbor Day. It'll be a partnership with Pinellas Park High and a class of students from there, and then Keep Pinellas Beautiful. So thank you guys very much for allowing us to do what we do.
I just would like to say very quickly, on behalf of Environmental Management Division, we would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for the recognition of this Earth Day and Arbor Day proclamation. This past year has taught us, as you mentioned, the stresses of being confined in a place. And having a green county has ensured that our well-being and connection to community is intact. Green spaces, and specifically trees, provide us with a sanctuary and a resilient and sustainable community. And our partnership with urban forestry and others have given us the opportunity to ensure that as a county, we continue to provide our residents with a green and healthy urban forest for us to enjoy. So thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you. On behalf of the UF IFAS Extension, I'm James Stevenson, working within the Parks Department. Thank you all very much for your acknowledgement of every day being Earth Day, and especially with this proclamation. And thank you for your ongoing support of our natural resources, our natural areas, and our ongoing natural resource conservation education through the preserves of Brooker Creek and Whedon Island. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your being here. Okay. Our second proclamation is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week Proclamation. And we'll let you know what telecommunicators are, because I wasn't sure myself when I first read it, but then it's pretty clear. And I'd like to ask Nicole McKeague, who's a telecommunicator 2, and Judith Wyszynski Price, who's the director, both from the Regional 911 Center, to come on up. Hi there. Welcome. And they'll be accepting the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week proclamation on behalf of the citizens of Pinellas County. Emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services. When an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. The safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent on the quality and accuracy of informed information obtained from first the citizens who telephone the Emergency Communications Center. Public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. Public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. They have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. Each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job, certainly in this past year. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that the week of April 11th through April 17th of 2021 be recognized as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Pinellas County. So we'll take a picture here. Hang on one second. Okay. Hold this. Thank you. And the microphone is yours.
Our telecommunicators are one of the most dedicated groups of professionals I've ever seen. They work very hard and are very successful in a difficult job. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your support and recognition of them, especially in this year which has been very difficult due to COVID. It has made their job that much more difficult. So thank you.
Did you want to say anything? No? Okay. Thank you. And you guys stay right here, okay? We also get a chance to recognize employees. And Judith Wyszynski and Nicole McKeague are going to stay right here because we're going to recognize them as employees that have gone above and beyond, like many of our employees do every day. They work behind the scenes every day. Our employees do to keep people safe, take care of our environment, strengthen our economy, and provide first-class services to our community. Our employee appreciation program what we're doing here this morning is one way of thanking our individuals or our teams, or both, for the outstanding work that they do. Today, we recognize the Pinellas County's 911 public safety telecommunicators. When you call 911, these are the people who answer. Their work literally saves lives 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so it just doesn't stop. And they're always there to take your call. So we're going to have a short video, and then I'm going to present an award to both of them.
Jessie Howard, and I have been a 911 telecommunicator for almost 2 years.
My name is Ocean Herveau, and I've been with Pinellas County 911 for about a year now.
My name is Shannon Molina Black, and I have been a 911 telecommunicator for 6 months. Communications.
137th Avenue, is that correct?
Pinellas County employs 123 telecommunicators, including all levels, such as our leadership staff. The telecommunicators' job is extremely important. They're integral to the public safety system here in Pinellas County. They have to be a jack of all trades and experts in all as well. They have 5 or 6 monitors in front of them. They have probably 10 to 12 softwares they have to be expert at. Plus, they have to be good communicators with our citizens and responders.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I enjoy being able to pick up the phone and talk with what I consider a neighbor of the community and being able to assist them in whatever problem that they have or help guide them towards that direction.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I think one of the biggest skills that they need, though, is the ability to help our callers when they're upset, scared, angry, and to be able not to react to that emotion and stay calm for our callers.
I'm very proud to be a 911 telecommunicator. I get to help with my community and to be a service to help others. I feel like that is very gratifying.
You talk to people on some of the worst days of their life, but you know you're also helping them in the long run, and being able to help someone in their time of need is something that's really rewarding.
I feel fulfilled with my job. I absolutely love my work environment. I love the people I work with and I work for. I could not imagine being anywhere else in my life and in my career.
They are the most dedicated, committed, highest performing bunch of people I've worked with in this career. They work overtime. They're here at work when people are evacuating for hurricanes. They truly put this job as a high priority in their lives and feel that their service to the citizens and the responders are one of the best things that they can provide. This job cannot be done by one single person alone. They have to interact with each other, support each other, and have each other's backs all the time to get this job done, and they do it at the highest level possible. They truly are people I'm proud to work with and be associated with.
Well, as I said, you know, they take input, get information from our residents, and pass it along to the folks that are doing the first responding out there in the community, and you do it with professionalism and calm. And you do it with a smile. I could see some of you there enjoying your work like you do. I mean, you've got to do that. So Judith and Nicole, on behalf of the county, I want to thank you and the entire staff of our 911 Public Safety Center and present you with the Pinellas County Appreciation Award. Thank you. If you want to make any other comments, you're welcome. Otherwise, we're fine. Great. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we have just a couple of presentations. Obviously, extremely important community partners that we have every year, And clearly, this past year, both, again, have stepped up. The first partner presentation is for the American Red Cross of Tampa Bay, and I'd like to have Eric Corliss come up. He's the executive director. He's here to highlight the work of the Red Cross in our community. He's going to focus on volunteers and what they do for our local military members and families, those who have been affected by disasters. He's also going to talk a little bit about some share several free resources, some upcoming events, and opportunities to partner in the future. Welcome and thank you both for being here this morning. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. And I'd like to introduce my Ella Landegger. She is our Vice Chair for the Board of Directors for the Tampa Bay chapter of the American Red Cross. I'm Eric Corliss. I'm the Regional CEO for Central Florida and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And thank you for this opportunity to provide a quick update on the American Red Cross. This really has been an extraordinary year for a lot of reasons. Particularly when you look at 2020, it was a year of $22 billion disasters across the United States of America, ranging from wildfires to a derecho, which the first time that occurred, I had to look it up. It's straight line winds instead of spinning in a circle like a hurricane. Sorry, disaster humor. And wildfires on the West Coast. But here we had, thank you for smiling a little bit. It's okay. All right. So, with that, we'll move on. But it's been one of those really busy years with things that have been unprecedented. Here in Central Florida, across basically the I-4 corridor, on average, more than 4 families every day lose their home to fire. And Ella's going to talk a little bit about that, but I want to highlight a couple of things. So first, just a reminder, here's the mission of the American Red Cross, and it's to alleviate human suffering through the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. So we are a nonprofit that is funded. We work closely with emergency management here in Pinellas County and across the country, and they are a critical partner. And during the last hurricane season, we had Eta that came through and caused some damage. It wasn't that bad unless it was your home that suffered damage. And then it was the worst day of their life. So when I look at, hit the wrong button. So here are our lines of service. And as was shared, we're going to focus in on our service to armed forces and disaster, but I want to mention briefly that we are the largest blood bank in the United States. The American Red Cross collects and distributes roughly 40% of the nation's blood supply. Here in Central Florida and in Pinellas County, we work with One Blood, and I donate to One Blood because it's a valuable, life-saving tool. And between One Blood and the American Red Cross, it represents a little more than 50% of the nation's blood supply, and we partner together. Here in St. Pete, we have one of our 5 national testing labs that tests blood from all over the country. It's a really critical piece, and it's an important part of our community. Here's a look at overall for our territory in the Central Florida region and the Virgin Islands, but I want to jump right into our service to armed forces. So I think watched a few people stand, and once you've been a soldier or an airman or a Marine or any service member, you have that stance, and for those that have served, thank you for your service. The American Red Cross serves as a vital link for families here to their loved one in the armed forces around the world. We verify emergencies, we provide different communication services to make sure that the families are cared for. What I really want to highlight out of this slide and the takeaway is not only has the last year been difficult, but when you look at the isolation that so many have had in our veterans, that it's challenging. So we have a training that is resiliency training. DOD came to us to ask us to offer this. I served in the Army, my brother served in the Army and served in Iraq and Afghanistan. My brother Sam came home, he was different. And he was different in a way that if you haven't served in combat, you don't understand. So we partnered, the Department of Defense came to us and asked us, could we offer training? So we have mental health volunteers that provide training for family members of how do you support your loved one who served. And we have training that's focused on the service member about how they're different and how they can focus on their integration and how do you deal with the stresses. And particularly, we're still offering, and it's online, it's a how do you deal with the isolation and the stress, focused on service members, focused on the caregivers and youth. And so it's we'll share that, and we got it in the last slide. We're promoting it, encouraging people to take in those. I took it myself and was really surprised the first time how much I took away from it. Even in my role as the Red Cross, I still took so much away from it. We have very compassionate professional volunteers. But now I'll turn it over to Ellen. She's going to talk about what do we do. And again, on average, 4 times a day, we're helping people that have lost their home to fire. So Ella.
Thank you, Eric.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to the commissioners for the work that you've been doing over the past year. I am a Pinellas resident here in unincorporated Clearwater, and right before the pandemic hit, I had the pleasure of meeting Commissioner Eggers. It is lovely to see you again. I hope to pick up where we left off, standing behind my car talking about what we're going to talk about today. And hi, Karen. She and I had the pleasure of presenting for the Junior League 2 years ago, I think it was now. The rest of you, hope to meet you one-on-one at some point in the future. I invite you to do that, in particular because I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Red Cross and the fact that we respond to disasters big and small across the country as well as locally and constantly. Every 8 minutes, there is a Red Cross responder going out for some kind of a call throughout the country. 7 people die in home fires every day. This is very significant. So with that in mind, I just want to ask you, have all of you done fire drills when you were in school? Back there?
Yeah, that's a few years
Right?
ago.
How many of you have ever done a fire drill at home? Not so many. This is really important. Right now, we're in a phase which we call Sound the Alarm. It runs right through Mother's Day weekend on May 8th. And I would like to actually, I'm going to go to the next slide because what was stated in the invocation really speaks to us because we are out there to help anyone and everyone. If you look at this apartment building, that was my home. And that's what it looked like on the inside after the fire. There's a reason I am a Red Cross volunteer. This is a tragedy that can hit anyone at any time. Doesn't matter if you live in an apartment building, in a trailer, in a huge mansion, it happens everywhere. This is something we really want to try to bring the attention to a lot of people that this is the time to sound the alarm. Please do a fire drill at home. Pick a meeting spot in front of your home so that you're not all running around looking for each other, but everyone can say to the firefighters, we're all here, or we're not, go find someone. You're not dressed to go in the building, they are. That's a major safety message. Do a fire drill. You've got to be out in less than 2 minutes. You can read the numbers yourselves. I know all the commissioners get all of these numbers as well. But if we go to the next slide, I had the pleasure of meeting Commissioner Eggers last year when we were working on a home fire campaign. We were installing smoke alarms in a park up in Safety Harbor. And we have made many, many homes safer. We've installed smoke alarms. Right now, we're doing it in a kind of a different way because we have to go virtual. The Red Cross adopted what we call the CDC policy, cover, distance, clean. Anytime we're doing anything, we're always covered in a mask. I took it off right now because I think I'm far enough away from everyone. We do keep our distance and we clean constantly. So everything we did this past year adapted to that model. In particular, we do a lot of community preparedness education. So, for example, we have booklets that we can give out for elderly. We also have been doing Be Red Cross Ready presentations on webinars. We're working with high schoolers across the state. We have high school clubs. We also present Prepare with Pedro, which is sort of a reading program like this, which we do for schools, and that's for kindergarten and second grade. And in particular, we also do what is known as the Pillowcase Project. And this one, any of these that you want to look at, redcross.org/prepareflorida. That's redcross.org/prepareflorida. And what's really neat is we get to go into classrooms and we give children a pillowcase. And in doing so, we give them the pillowcase and we talk about what would you put into your pillowcase in the event of an emergency. And we go through the exercise and we try to make it a lot of fun. We also give them a coping skill and we talk to them about hurricane preparedness. I hope that if you have a chance, you encourage any groups, any organizations that you work with to contact us to go into the classrooms. We do also Ready Rating, also readyrating.org, which means that any business, organization, company can look in and see whether they're prepared for emergencies, because a lot of small businesses obviously have suffered in the past year. You more than anyone are very well aware of this. But these are steps that every group can take, and that's actually on the next slide. And again, this is all available to you. The big one is you can reach us easily at the Prepare Florida one. But these are all different kinds of ways that you can reach us and the way that the Red Cross is doing it. 10 minutes does not give us time to give justice to all the different things we do. But we thank you for your time, because we need 10 minutes per line of work, quite frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry,
Thank you.
sorry we don't have more time.
I
for
understand
today.
that,
But it's
anytime.
it's so good to have you here so that you can kind of just reflect on the things that you've been doing, but also we're looking forward to the many challenges that we have this summer ahead, and where folks can really plug in to learn about how they can get help, but also how they can be a part of the team and perhaps help the community in some way. So I don't know if any of the other commissioners had any comments. Yes, Commissioner Flowers?
Good morning. Just want to say thank you all so very much. As a former corporate trainer with Gulf Coast Jewish Family Community Services, I used you all the time.
Thank you.
But I also appreciate the partnerships that you do with a number of organizations to make sure that staff are trained, but also in water safety, because for the summer months, you know, we unfortunately have so many children who still don't learn how to swim, or just a simple accident, but unfortunately they drown in bathtubs or pools. So I just want to say I don't get to work with you as much anymore, but thank you so very much, because my time with you has been pleasant on every occasion. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you both for being here again,
Thank
and
you.
look forward to seeing you again soon.
Likewise. Thank you.
Okay, our last presentation is to a group that has been extremely busy. They're busy all the time, but this past year they've really been busy. And many of us know of organizations around the county that have done their share of food pantry work. It's unbelievable the amount of meals that have been served and the people that have been helped. So Tom Metz, who's already at the podium, CEO, I'm assuming.
Yes,
and,
unless you know something different.
No. And I just wanted to say that we're trying to get one of our 501c3s to come every other month to tell us a little bit about what's going on. And we felt this was really an important group to have because of the work that they've done in our community. So without further ado, Tom, go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, and thanks for the time to address the commission today. We appreciate it. You all have graciously supported us with funding, and so I want to talk a little bit about that and make sure that we're accountable for what we do. But let me start at the top, which is Feeding Tampa Bay is the region's largest provider of food and other resources. We actually cover a 10-county area, population base of about 4 million folks, of which right now a little over 1 million people are considered food insecure. The best way to think about that is folks that don't know where their next meal might be coming from. So as an organization, first and foremost, we want to create a hunger-free Tampa Bay by 2025, and that includes Pinellas County. So our objective, we've studied other cities across the United States that have done that. Our objective is to make sure that really two things happen. One is that we want to make sure that people are healthy. And so food is a way of making sure that kids are able to learn, seniors stay out of doctors' offices, and families are capable. And so ultimately food is a way to create health in households and in communities. The other part of our work is around capability. How do we build personal and household capability such that when someone comes into our care, the need of a meal, we also take the time to understand what considerations are in their world and can we provide them with or connect them to other services. We have 4 strategies, which I won't go into today at depth, but just to talk about our ability to move food into the community, both evolve and energize, means how do we make sure that we're providing meals? Let me share one of the innovations we provided over here, which was going gangbusters before the pandemic, was we actually partnered with the bus system here in Tampa Bay, one of the first to do this in the United States, where we actually put food pantries at different bus stops. Because as we start to think about where folks are, part of our challenge is how do we make sure we break down barriers to access and resource. The good news is we have a lot of great partners, which I'll cover in a moment, but the challenge that we have is also to make sure that we develop new strategies and ways of getting to people. The other part on the other side is engage and empower. How do we have a conversation with the community about the number of folks every day who don't have enough to eat? How do we engage the community in a conversation to say this is a solvable problem, this is something that with enough resource we can fix? Let's talk about it, let's build capability, and then finally, how do we empower those that come into our care? And I talked about that a moment ago. I was about to say next slide, but I have power here. So let's talk a little bit about Pinellas County. So when you look at the population in Pinellas County, you're just shy of 1 million folks. When you look at the total number of folks who are food insecure or hungry in Pinellas County right now, of that million folks pre-pandemic, close to 135,000 folks every day were seeking some type of food assistance. Post-pandemic, it's closer to 175,000. But we also have the ALICE number up there. And if you're not familiar with the United Way's ALICE report, Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, the reality is most people that are seeking our services typically had jobs, homes, and were a part of our basic economy. So if you looked at the reality of the numbers we're struggling with as communities across our area, it's closer to 46% of the folks in our communities today do not make enough to manage their basic expenses. So they earn above the poverty level, but don't make enough wage in order to keep their families afloat. It's really a wage issue, not a political issue. And because we live in a tourist community and others, not all of our, and services industry, not all of our jobs are able to pay families what they need. Last year, or actually let me start with the current number of missing meals. The way we think about our work is how do we provide enough meals? A hunger-free Pinellas County would ultimately mean we provided 23 million meals, about 23 and a half. Last year, we provided 14.35 million meals to Pinellas County. I want to emphasize to this group that most of those meals came in from other parts of our region, other parts of our state, and other parts of our country. So part of what we provide as an organization is to make sure that we develop those resources for you and move those into the community. We do that, A, by delivering some food ourselves, but also if you look at the bottom bullet point, we work with about 60 other agencies here in Pinellas County that we make sure that they have the resources that they need. So oftentimes when you think about our work, we think about ourselves as the wholesaler, and these terrific partners that you see here on the list are kind of like our retail partners. And so we make sure that they have the resources in their particular communities to provide the food and other resources that they need. Specifically to the funding that you all provided to us, we want to report out that we've provided a little over 1.75 million meals to Pinellas County through the CARES Act funding. We worked hard to make sure that we understood how to build a process with you all. It was wonderful to work with the Pinellas Community Foundation. They were terrifically helpful in allowing us to build out a process to support the county. And ultimately, we were able to provide, as I said, about 1.77 million meals. And the way that we did that was, A, we pushed food into all those other partners that I mentioned, so we gave them greater resources, but we also took on a greater responsibility for distribution ourselves. So I think some of you are aware of and have served at our mega pantry that we have every Saturday at the Trop. We see about 900 families on average right now. At the beginning of the pandemic, it was obviously much worse. And we set that up because what we realized early on in the pandemic was that 68% of the people that were coming for food resource had never been to a food bank before. Right, so think about that. 68% of the people that came to see us in the early days, we'd call the early days the first 90 to 120 days of the pandemic, reported to us that they had never been to a food bank before in their lives. And so we created these very public partnerships and very public events to make sure that we drove awareness. In fact, we also took resources and created an awareness campaign where we paid for media across social and other channels so that we could create awareness, because we found the greatest challenge that we saw was people didn't know where to go. How do I find a meal? I'm struggling today. And I think if you look at the core of our work, and we heard this loud and clear in the invocation, at the core of our work is the fundamental belief that everybody needs a healthy meal on their table today. Once that happens, everything afterward can be built out. And so we're continuing to do those every Saturday. We'd encourage you to come down and volunteer if you haven't. It's been a terrific way to serve. I know some of you have already, but it's also a great way to meet a lot of folks in your constituency. As we look at the way we distribute food, as I mentioned, I want to just talk about a couple of these a little bit. I mentioned the mega distribution, but I also want to mention that we're working with a Meals to Go program. So one of the things that we created during the pandemic was folks didn't just need groceries, they needed prepared meals. So as an organization, we went from about 500 cooked or pre-prepared meals a day to, at certain points, 50,000 meals a week. Right now, we're doing 20,000 prepared meals a week, many of which are delivered out of our empowerment center that is in the Lealman area that we're setting up, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. But we're serving 300 families a week who are walking away with a bag of groceries as well as prepared meals. You'll note on there that the meals are made by Fresh Force, which is our jobs training program, right? So we're using those folks to help create meals. We also have a Groceries on the Go, which is a mobile grocery store that we funded in partnership with the Rays and a few others. So there are areas of our county, right, Pinellas, where there aren't grocery stores. Folks often talk about Tangerine Plaza and other places. Well, real estate's expensive. What's the better way to do that? We have literally a mobile grocery store where you can come and shop, right? We put about 1,000 different items on it, and folks can come get the items that they need. We also have a really innovative program that we're working here with Bay Pines VA and other partners, where we are working at distributing meals that are based on a healthcare diagnosis. So one of the things we know, particularly with seniors but others, is that when they come in for care, often the issue that they're having is the presentation issue, but the underlying problem is food insecurity. We're now sending those folks home with medically prescriptive meals, and USF is ultimately helping us study that to see the efficacy. And then finally, we've set up school pantries at different schools throughout the area. So backpack programs were an effective way to get food to kids on the weekend, but we found the better way was putting pantries inside of schools so when the family needs food, they can come and shop, because it's not only the kids that are hungry. And then finally, as we look to the future, I want to mention a couple of specific things we're working on. As I said, this summer we'll open our Pinellas Empowerment Center. So it will be our first real estate on the ground, and an empowerment center will provide food in the form of groceries. It'll also provide a place to come in and sit down and have meals together. It'll also have job training. It'll also have our partners there. So imagine one-stop shopping for folks who have particular needs. As mentioned there, it'll allow us to do job training, which is our Fresh Force expansion. It'll allow us to sign people up for benefits. I recall years ago, not that far, probably 4 or 5 years ago, we got a grant from Walmart, and the grant was to fund a person solely to sign people up for SNAP. And the people that were signing up for SNAP were seniors. The take rate in Pinellas County for senior usage of SNAP was somewhere around 17 or 18%. Now, SNAP is food stamps, and it often has political connotations, but what we would tell you is that it's a terrific way to make sure that families remain inside grocery stores and get the food items that they need. We were able to raise that from 17% to something like 30 or 40%, so that seniors had, and it was $100 to $150 a month. It's not a ton of money, but allowed seniors to stay in their community. And ultimately, as mentioned, grow out and grow forth our network of food into the community. If we're going to have hunger-free Pinellas County, we're going to have to build a greater network. And last but not least, we're in the process of expanding our facility or building a new facility that will, again, directly impact our ability to lift Pinellas County as we move forward. So I know we'll be meeting with some of you here in the not-too-distant future, but we wanted to make sure we got in front of you and said, hey, you gave us money. We want to make sure you feel good about what we did with it. But B, we're working hard to make sure that we take care of our neighbors, whom all of you represent, and I know for sure all of us care about. Thank you.
Oh. Before you leave up here, first of all, are the commissioners have any questions or comments that they'd like to make? Commissioner Justice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, just want to thank you for all that you do. You know, so many times in times of need, you see nonprofits kind of silo themselves and not want to partner, not want to share. And you all are showing that the opposite is the way to get it done. And appreciate your work with Habitat, with the Dream Center, and so many other our local groups. Just really outstanding. Didn't know if you wanted to share exactly where that Pinellas Empowerment, if you were ready to share the location on that yet, or.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask my colleague to look that up quickly on the address, because we're using a church that has excess capacity in it, and so she can get the specific address, but we chose Mid-County as our hub, so we'll get you that address before we're done. And I did want to mention that, because I probably should have mentioned it's a small, but it was a terrific program. We are partnering with Habitat, and every time someone moves into a house, we stock the fridge and we stock the pantry so that when they come in, we can make sure that that family has a chance to advance. And I just want to sing Mike Sutton's praises as a great leader and having done terrific work in this community. We're thrilled to be able to do something even as simple as that. Oh, I'm not going to be able to see that.
It's at Northwest Presbyterian Church on 54th Ave.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, well, anyway, I really wanted to thank you for being here this morning, but all the work that you and your organizations have done for this community, unbelievable.
Thank you.
I just can't imagine where we would be and where our residents would have been this past year without you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we just want to thank you for doing business in Pinellas County, so feeding Tampa Bay, for contributions to the economy and to the people and to the community of Pinellas County on this day, April 13th. 2021, so we'll grab a quick picture over here.
How nice is that? Thank you. Oh, terrific. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you so much.
Sir.
Keep up the great work.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, I knew I shouldn't have gotten into the estimating business about how much time things were going to take. We're now going to move into our public hearings, and we'll go ahead and get started with, we have 3 countywide plan authority items to discuss this morning, and then 1 as a commission, Pinellas County activity. So we'll go ahead and get started.
So, Mr. Chair, agenda item number 6 is case number CW 21-02. This is a proposal by the City of Tarpon Springs to amend the countywide plan map from residential low-medium to public semi-public regarding .58 acre, more or less, located at Anclote Boulevard and L&R Industrial Boulevard. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you, Kat. Anything from staff's perspective, Barry?
Rodney Chapman is here to answer any questions. Obviously, this is from the City of Tarpon Springs for their own use. It was recommended unanimously by Ford Pinellas on the Planners Advisory Council.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody here have any questions or any need for a presentation? Otherwise, I need a motion, please. A motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. This is a public hearing. I don't have any cards here for that. If anybody has come in, and I don't have a card for item 6. I don't see anybody, and we don't have anybody online for this item. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 7, please.
Agenda item number 7 is case number CW 21-05. This is a proposal by the City of Clearwater to amend the countywide plan map from residential medium and residential low medium to residential low medium regarding 9 acres more or less located at 1280 and 1298 Lakeview Road. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing and no correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you, Kat. Barry.
The owner plans to convert administrative offices at the mobile home park for a clubhouse. The Ford Pinellas and the Planners Advisory Committee each voted unanimously to approve the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I know that the applicant is here in the room. Brian, did you? Okay, you're good. Any questions from the commissioners, or do we need a presentation? Otherwise, I need a motion. I'm sorry. Commissioner Gerard on the motion. Second from Commissioner Long. And that was the only card I have. If there's anybody else who's come in that I don't since we started, no. Then all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8.
Mr. Chair, agenda item number 8 is case number CW 21-06. This is a proposal by the City of St. Petersburg to amend the countywide plan map from Employment and Target Employment Center to Multimodal Corridor and Target Employment Center regarding 29.11 acres more or less, located at 1501 72nd Street North. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 24 emails in support of and 1 phone call and 168 emails in opposition to the application have been received. 1 phone call, 1 letter, and 8 emails were received expressing comments and concerns regarding the proposal. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you, Kat. Barry?
Rodney Chapman from Fort Pinellas is here to answer any specific questions. The applicant, however, is here and has indicated a desire to have a request a continuance until May the 11th.
Good morning.
Good morning. Derek Kilborn with the City of St. Petersburg's Planning and Development Services Department. It is correct that in working with our local applicant, there is a request from the local applicant for this hearing to be continued. The initial request was to May 11th. There was a series of correspondence with the county's legal team this week to inquire about extending that continuance to June 8th. And the purpose for that continuance was to respond to some concerns that were expressed at the Ford Pinellas board meeting. In response to that, the local applicant had commissioned a economic impact study of their proposal compared to the existing uses that are allowed on the site. So this continuance will give time for that study to be completed and also for this commission to evaluate the results of that study. There has also been some indication that there might be some minor amendments to the development agreement that was attached to this application. So again, that continuance will provide sufficient time for both city staff and the local applicant and county staff to work through those changes. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay. I'm not, do we have a motion to continue? I've got some public comments, but I just want to get the motion on the table. Motion to continue, second from Commissioner Flowers. We do have a number of folks. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are we specifically to June 8th? Is that the motion?
Was that the date you requested?
June 8 is the request from the local applicant, so that is what we are asking for today, yes.
Okay.
All right. So date certain, June 8th would be another morning meeting like we're doing today. We do have a number of folks that have called in and some that are attending via Zoom. So I'm going to allow some discussion. I really would prefer that you address the continuance of the item. We'll get, in 2 months when we revisit this, you'll have another chance to speak, as you were planning to do this morning, to the item itself. So I prefer that you keep your discussion to the continuance, but if you have a couple of minor brief comments to make, otherwise we'll hear that as well. So we'll start here in the House first. We have 4 of those. Todd Johnson will be first up, and then Greg Holswart, followed by Brian Onks Jr. Those are in that order, please. So Todd Johnson, please, you're up first. And your time will be your name and address, and you'll be limited to 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Todd Johnson at 6916 Stones Throw Circle in St. Petersburg. Wanted to ask the County Commission that we should not delay the vote on this proposal. There's no need for further information. We have the reports that say the project that includes this Crystal Lagoon Water Park should be in our residential community on a contaminated site. The site is it's not suitable for the development standpoint. It doesn't conform to the standards of the county to merit workforce housing and the jobs required for such a project. We have the petitions of over 500 residents, soon to be over 1,000, I'm sure, in the coming weeks, month, that did not want this development in our residential community 300 to 500 feet from our homes. We have the traffic study that says there's 8,000 vehicles coming in that the roads cannot withstand, and we know that we can do much better by attracting high-tech medical light manufacturing, distribution, logistics businesses that will produce higher number of jobs, high-paying jobs, and we should be using this land as it is currently zoned to produce a much more efficient outcome for the community and the county and the city of St. Petersburg. I propose that the county commission finish this and follow the guidance of the planning commission and vote today in opposition of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Greg Holzwart, followed by Brian Ongst.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Holzwart. I live at 6801 14th Avenue North in St. Petersburg. My neighborhood is directly east of the property in question at today's hearing. As experienced developers, Mr. Porter and his associates certainly knew the history of this Raytheon property before they made this proposed plan. And they also knew that the property was zoned for light industrial. And both of these two factors were pretty obvious, and I would think that the city itself would have directed Mr. Porter to another area of the county or another area of the city that was more suitable to the type of development he actually has planned. There's other lands available that are not toxic. There are other lands available that are zoned correctly for the type of project that he's trying to spark here. We don't really have a need in our neighborhood or in the city for another sports tourism mecca. The city already provides everything that this project is offering free of charge through their recreation program. There is not one activity that they're offering that can't already be offered by the city of St. Petersburg. So we think that this property should remain zoned for light industry. Keeping it this way provides real jobs with a living wage, with benefits and long-term security. And this is what the city needs desperately, even more than housing. And what we don't need is another tourist attraction at this particular point. So we're also just looking at the recommendation of the county, the experts of the county's planning department, who with research and statistics just showed that this is not a feasible economic project for you to be considering. So I strongly urge you to listen to the advice of the experts, the professionals who already have instructed you on how you should vote on this property. Follow their advice and do not approve this project as it is being presented by the Porters. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Brian Ongst, followed by James Shatmar.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Brian Ongst, 625 Court Street, on behalf of the local applicant Porter Development, the contract purchaser for the former Raytheon site. I'm going to limit my comments to the request for continuance. As you know, this project has been in development collaboratively with all three of the neighborhood associations and the city since February of 2020. So for about 14, 15 months now, we've been at this collaboratively and deliberately developing this very unique project. And as part of that process, when we got to the Ford Pinellas hearing, we heard from some of the commissioners and also some of the other Ford Pinellas board members that they'd like to see some additional economic development data regarding the sports tourism impact, especially compared to the current allowed uses. We also received some initial indications that there may be some suggested amendments to the development agreement from the commissioners, and we'd like to explore those with you. And it's entirely possible, depending on whether or not there are significant amendments to the development agreement, for example, to allow additional industrial uses as part of this project or to require additional industrial uses as part of this project. We may have to go all the way back to the beginning and start back at the St. Petersburg CPPC. So that is the specific reason for the requested continuance, to provide you with additional economic development data and also to explore potential amendments to the development agreement that would meet the favor of the commissioners.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
James Shatman, and then we'll go to the folks that are with us, trying to communicate with us via Zoom.
Hello.
Hello there.
I'm James Shatman. I live at 6800 16th Avenue.
I'm the president of Crossroads Area Neighborhood Association. I have lived at my house since 1982. In order for Les Porter to purchase the 29.11 acre former Raytheon property and build 150,000 square foot sport complex, a 210,000 square foot water park lagoon, a 270-foot long container park of 16 refurbished shipping containers, and 3 apartment building complex containing 623 units of workforce and market rate, he must gain approval of this. He's already gained approval of 2 of the county hearings, or of the hearings, one city, one county, and he did not attain the Ford Pinellas hearing. They found that his CW 2106 did not meet the standard for the Pinellas for approval, and they voted against it 8-4. The question is, why now? At first, it was going to be a continuance of 1 month. Now it's going to be a continuance of 2 months. I don't see where that's going to make much of a difference because of what he's going to build and the number of people that he's going to employ. That what we should be looking for, as one gentleman said, got to find my page. Our preference is for a technologically advanced research and development employer with on-site production capabilities. Amongst them, computers, communication, hospital, medical, robotics, science, or government research contractors, actually not unlike Raytheon, but without the stigma of their pollution. Companies hiring highly educated and skilled workers and employees at a comparable high wage who could live comfortably in our nearby neighborhood communities. So we are against a continuance, certainly for 2 months. I don't think that's going to change the facts. So basically what we'd like to do is go ahead and have you gentlemen and ladies, you commissioners, all 7 of you, vote on this thing today. I thank you.
Thank you, James.
Good.
Okay, Kat, we had originally scheduled to have 4 folks online, so we'll go to you.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We do have 4 individuals who have pre-registered online by Zoom. The first individual to speak on this item is Ms. Melanie Goodman. Ms. Goodman, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application to be unmuted on this item. And there we go. Once you're unmuted, if you could please state and spell your name for the record, state your address. You will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Melanie Goodman, and I have been a resident and owner of Stone's Throw Building 9 since 2004. My building is the closest residential structure to the Raytheon property, and I am asking today that you do not grant the continuance. The developer keeps stating that they have the approval of the local associations. Stone's Throw and Crosswinds cannot come out in favor or against because they took settlement money from the original Raytheon lawsuit. The Jungle Terrace Civic Association will most likely not be affected or minimally affected by the proposed project. I have multiple concerns over the development of this project, from everything from the noise to developing a sports complex of this magnitude in a quiet residential area, to the estimated 8,000 additional vehicles per day, the low-wage jobs, the minimal jobs that will be created. We really do not need a development like this in our area. I am probably close to 50 to 100 feet from the proposed development, and I do not want to listen to kids screaming every day in a pool. I also have concerns about the toxic chemicals that are still in the ground. One of these chemicals in particular is airborne, and when they start unearthing the ground, it's going to cause neurologic symptoms to the local residents. It can remain airborne for up to 3 days. And this, these symptoms include nausea, dizziness, vomiting. I'm not really looking forward to developing a sports complex like this that is so close to my home, especially when they've stated that the police are going to have to deal with the noise complaints and any additional complaints that come with this. So I'm asking that you please vote no today for the continuance and go ahead and vote on this today because they really don't need more time to get numbers together. The numbers are what they are, and they have minimal jobs that are being created at low wage. I don't know how that's going to change. So please vote no. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Ms. Linda Bablin. Ms. Bablin, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phone to be unmuted on this item. And again, that's Ms. Linda Bablin. Again, raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that Ms. Bablin has joined us, so I'm going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ellen Peterson. Ms. Peterson, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phone. Thank you. Once you're unmuted, if you could please state and spell your name for the record, state your address. You will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to reiterate that we'd like to get this continuance rejected along with the proposal itself. Ellen Peterson, it's E-L-L-E-N, Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N. I live at 6908 Stones Throw Circle North. I'd like to reiterate that simply this project does not fit our community and it should be rejected for that purpose, or for that reason. The size and the density and the traffic and the security concerns are with us all. We don't see this as a viable jobs creation, economic development proposal. In fact, I'm so curious about why the developer would choose to site his recreational residential proposal on top of land that is still being environmentally reclaimed, that I wonder if he's just looking to flip it, rezone it, and then he can create any type of end use that he really wants on this rezoned industrial strip, which, as Melanie Goodman has stated, is still being remediated. There are chemicals in the soils, chemicals in the aquifers. I'm already pretty dismayed that since 2018 I've owned this property and lived at it, and now I find out I'm living next to a contamination zone. Finally, I would just say that the fact that neighborhood association irregularities have been uncovered in some very active social media groups that we have, where we're trying to spread knowledge of this proposal beyond the 500 or so signatures that have come online. But as you know, this is Florida. We've got a lot of elderly folks that aren't online. We're trying to spread awareness, and many people are coming forward fairly outraged that leaderships of some of the neighborhood associations whose letters have been provided by the developers, in fact, are unaware of this proposal and certainly do not back this proposal for all of the above reasons: size, density, urban density, security, traffic, the roads. All you do is get a smallish baseball game going on the next door Azalea Park, and it's loud. We just don't need a regional commercial sports facility in this particular neighborhood. So I'll close by asking that you just shut this continuance down and not drag this proposal further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, our last speaker is Ms. Judy Landon. Ms. Landon, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone to be unmuted on this item. And again, that's Ms. Judy Landon. If you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone to be unmuted. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that Ms. Landon has joined us today.
Okay, thank you, Kat, I appreciate it. Barry, did you have any other comments? No, nothing. Any other questions from the commission? There is a motion on the floor. I know that there was a lot of concerns expressed at the PPC about, the job aspect, and also there might be some flexibility to introduce other elements or change the elements of the development. I don't know that. I just heard from Brian here, Brian Ongst, just a minute ago. So and with that said, is there any comments or questions from the board? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with the continuance. I do think we need to hear, and I assume that will be part of the presentation. I have not met with the proponent or proposer of this yet. I think I have an appointment scheduled with them, but I do want to hear about their plans and what the status of the property, and I'm very familiar with the DEP work that's been done over the last 20 years in this site, so I am looking forward to hearing from that, and I'm fine giving them that opportunity to share that information.
Okay, well, I would agree with that statement. I'm ready to continue listening to them. And so without any further ado, all in favor of the continuance, say aye. Aye. Any opposed to the continuance? Motion carries unanimously. It will be continued to June 8th, 9:30 meeting that morning. Okay, moving on to item number 9.
Mr. Chair, agenda item number 9 is case number CW 21-07. This is a proposal by Pinellas County to amend the countywide plan map from retail and services, employment, office, public, semi-public, residential low-medium, recreation open space, and preservation to activity center and multimodal corridor regarding 140.46 acres more or less located in the Largo Tri-City Activity Center. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you. Barry?
This is the county's portion of the Tri-City area, the Largo Tri-City Activity Center. So you've already taken up the Largo piece. This would approve the unincorporated area.
Okay. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Peters on the motion, Commissioner Long on the second. And I don't have any cards here. Are there any other new cards that have come in? No, we're good. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Move on to item 10.
Mr. Chair, agenda item number 10 is a quasi-judicial petition to vacate. This petition was submitted by Daniel and Anna Matashanik to vacate a portion of a 7.5-foot wide public utilities and drainage easement located on Lot 9, Block 11, Oakhurst Acres, 3rd Edition. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all members of the public wishing to speak must be sworn in. So for those of you who are wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. And then do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, signify by saying, I do. All right, and the public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. Letters of no objection have been received from the appropriate parties, and all interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. We have not received any correspondence on this item, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? I'm assuming no presentations are needed here. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Peters on the motion, Commissioner Flowers on the second. And I have only, let's see, I do have the petitioner online, Anna, so if you could see if she would like to speak.
Yes, Ms. Anna, if you could just, when you're unmuted, spell your name. You will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. I'm just here to answer any questions if you guys have any. So looks like we're good, maybe?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. And if you don't mind, I'm always curious, how do you say your last name?
It's Matushanik.
Matushanik. Okay, thank you. So did you have any other comments, Anna?
No, we're just trying to put in a pool. That's all it is.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, no other comments? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we will now, we are finished with our public hearings, and we are going to move into our state of emergency. And before I turn it over to Barry, I just really wanted to say that just a couple of comments, if you don't mind. First of all, April 13th, 2021, which is obviously a year from when the state and this country was shut down, and we're markedly different from then to where we are today, thank goodness. We're markedly different than 9 months ago when there were large spikes in deaths and positive testing, and we have all kinds of treatments today that we didn't have available to us. And we were markedly different than just 4 months ago when we had another spike because we didn't have a vaccine. It wasn't in play as it is today. And we're going to hear from our medical team about where we are in that regard. I would say in over a year, our residents have been amazingly resilient, still being very careful, and the vast majority being respectful and caring for each other. Businesses are recovering. People are going back to work. Children more and more are going back to schools. All that said, I think, we're obviously in a much better place today than we were a year ago. And we're doing very proud of where we have gotten to in this state and certainly in Pinellas County. Today, we're going to have discussions regarding the current ordinance, and not that we will take action on that ordinance today, but we will be having the discussion and what plans that we may have going forward. First, we're going to hear from our staff and our medical folks. The commissioners will have some questions and perhaps a little discussion. But then we're going to be here to listen to our residents. And then finally, after the residents have weighed in, we'll have some additional policy discussion here and perhaps some direction for our staff. And then my last comment this morning would be that I want to encourage our commission, as they try to do, but to be as, to practice civility, not only obviously with each other, but with our residents. Also would ask our residents in turn to do the same. We're looking for your thoughtful input this morning. I know that there's a lot of emotions on this topic, so just harness them as best you can, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from each of you this morning before we take any policy discussion or policy decisions or direction. So with that said, just a few comments. I'll turn it over to Barry to give us the latest presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the local state of emergency, we are requesting that we extend the state of emergency until April the 23rd. Today, I'd like to break down our discussion into two pieces. First, I would ask Dr. Cho to come forward and provide some of the data and analytics in terms of where we're at in our response. Second, then, we'll turn to the report that we provided to you and discuss some of the different component pieces that go into some of our recommendations.
Okay.
Hello there, doctors. Welcome.
So let me start off with some of the trends, what the case counts and how they're trending currently. Unfortunately, we have seen over the last few weeks an increase in both our cases and our percent positivity. With our 7-day case count, we're, as of today, 259. And just to give you a point of reference, I think the last time presented here was the beginning of March at the last Board of County Commission meeting. That number was 169, so we have seen an increase in that time span. Currently, our 7-day percent positivity is at 6.8%, and about a month ago, it was at 4.5% when I was here last. So clearly, we have unfortunately seen some increases during that in the last few weeks. Our deaths are currently at 1,569 cumulatively. And let's not underscore the significance of the impact of COVID had in terms of especially the deaths and morbidity and mortality last year. The CDC did release information last week or a few weeks ago that COVID is now the third most common cause of death in the U.S. after heart disease and cancers for all of 2020. So it has had a huge impact. Moving on to the hospitalizations, while our availability are pretty good, we have also seen an increase in those hospitalized for COVID. As of this morning, that number is 193, and about a month ago, it was about 167. And I know that from our various calls with our hospital partners, they have seen that increase as well. One of the other things that we're monitoring closely is the variants. We have seen a proliferation of the variants over the last few weeks in the U.S. as well as in Florida. The UK variant is now one of the more dominant variants here in Florida. Some of the other variants do also demonstrate a decrease in vaccine efficacy, which is a concern, most notably the Brazilian and the South African strains, of which we do have some in both Florida as well as the Tampa Bay area, so something that we're monitoring closely. On a plus note, our vaccine efforts are going well, and I think that is due to all the collaborative efforts from our community partners, the pharmacies, Fire EMS, DOH, the Pinellas County staff, CHC, among so many other partners. To date, as of this morning, 364,990 individuals has received at least one dose of the vaccine, and what that translates is 36.8% of our total population. And with that particular metric, we're actually number one out of the top 10 populous counties in the state of Florida. So again, kudos to the partnership and the hard work and efforts that were really put in to distribute this vaccine. However, that is just that one dose. If you look at the completion piece of that for our total population, it's 22.5%. Part of it is a factor that first dose is that lag. It takes 3 weeks. But additionally, we have seen to some degree the people not returning for that second dose, some no-shows, and we have relayed some message on the importance of getting and completing that vaccine series. Now, if you look at the total population greater than 18, 43% of that population here in Pinellas have received at least one dose, but 27% have received the completed series. And one of the things that we're watching is what are some projected times as to when we can hit like 50% or 60%, 70%, right, to get that herd immunity. The higher that portion of the population, the better in terms of protection, stopping the transmission of the disease, and really protecting the community as a whole. So one of the things that we're monitoring initially is that 50% marker. And at the current vaccination rate, our total population to be completed is May 25th. And for those older than 18, it's May 12th. And obviously with these modelings, it changes from week to week based on access to the vaccine, the more access points, but also if there's a decrease in demand, all of these can really affect those types of models and projections. A little bit about the news that you've probably saw this morning. The FDA did put a temporary halt on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. What they found is that in 6 women in the U.S., they had a rare clotting disorder. It's called cerebral sinus vein thrombosis. So what the FDA has asked the state to do is hold temporarily that particular vaccine and to give them time to get their advisory group together, review some of the data, look at the correlation, and I think we'll have more information tomorrow when they do meet. But for the time being here in Pinellas, we are holding any Johnson & Johnson either outreaches, but keeping in mind our main community vaccination sites are more predominantly Pfizer. In terms of our distribution, our community vaccination sites are going strong, still offering over 20,000 first and second doses a week. The state site located at the Clearwater YMCA is also providing a drive-through sort of model with a Pfizer. Our pharmacy partners are still continuing to administer vaccines along with other partners, and I believe this week both Walgreens and Costco started here in Pinellas County as well. So a lot of options and opportunities for individuals to get vaccines here in Pinellas County. And then lastly, our health equity efforts are continuing with our planning group, working with the Foundation for Healthy St. Pete on their street teams navigators to get more people into navigating the system, getting that vaccine. And overall, in conjunction with state and regional teams, we have completed 24 to 25 missions to underserved areas in our community. So with that, let me stop there with this first piece for any questions.
So as you can see, let me just make some comments. As you can see, the vaccination effort is going well, but we're not there yet. We have all of our community partners engaged. As you know, there's that 3-week gap. We're just now seeing Walgreens, for instance, come online. And so the models that Dr. Cho's talking about is really trying to predict how much volume we're going to receive. Are they going to get additional doses? They get that directly from the state or federal government. It doesn't come through our distribution. So that's what we're trying to predict. But the question is, where are we going to get to that higher level to where people have that second dose? and we can begin to break the cycle that we see occurring, which right now is increasing. So, you know, we're well on our way. It looks like May. We think that that's a good time to have a more informed discussion. But we need to see this play out, and we'll see that play out over the next several weeks as we see all these private distribution centers coming online. Our firefighters, paramedics, our staff, they're tired. They're running all these sites. You know, I've got reports of one person that, and I'm sure others, that has worked every off day at these sites giving out vaccinations. So we really want to see these private vendors build out to their full capacity to help alleviate you know, some of the pressure of trying to get out the volume that we need. And we're seeing that ramp up, but we're just now seeing that ramped up. And so I think the message is we need a little more time. And we need to be able to get further along in our vaccination. Dr. Cho mentioned 50%. Well, you see the national studies say you should be at 70% for herd immunity. We probably aren't going to get there. There's, you know, we know, we see how people are taking it, and there's a lot of people that aren't. Hopefully that'll change over time, but that'll probably take longer time, or it may never occur. So we know it's not going to be at 70%, but we'd like to be at a higher rate than we certainly are today, and we'd like to see that second dose. Now, as part of the last meeting, you asked us to provide some information, and we can get into the report. But if maybe, Mr. Chairman, if we just take questions on that, then we can move to the report.
Yeah, Commissioner Peters.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Dr. Cho. I have a question. And never in the reports do you ever count the cases. So we're getting a vaccination to get the antibodies, but if you had COVID, you got the antibodies. And the CDC last report I saw said the antibodies last up to 9 months. So therefore, your body's making those T cells, those memory cells. So why are we not including that 75,000 people that had it in our total count of people with antibodies? You're just counting vaccinations, but we're really not counting the people that have antibodies. And wouldn't that now take us up to about 40% if you add in 75,000 people that had it? And then I have another question as well, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Right.
hold on.
Okay, so I think you're talking about natural immunity for those that previously infected and had the antibodies. The only issue sometimes with natural infections is that if you have a really mild exposure to the virus and got a really mild case, they may actually have less antibodies than a standard dose as introduced by the vaccine. That's one factor. Number two is that we don't do antibodies on everybody. I think if you look at some of the national models out there, some of the seroprevalence studies, you can estimate that maybe up to 20% or 15% have gotten some sort of either asymptomatic or symptomatic types of infection. So certainly you can factor that in terms of the 50%. But if the target if our local target is going to be 50%, then adding those may give you that added boost to get you even closer to that herd immunity, which experts are probably projecting somewhere in the range of 70 to 90% more so.
Okay. And the second question I have, and thank you for that, I really appreciate it, is you said a lot of people are only getting the one shot, and this is speculation, and I don't know if you have any insight into it, but there's been a couple news reports out that said some countries only did the one shot, and it gave people enough that they felt that was more important to get so many more people done. And so, you know, I'm speculating that maybe people feel the one shot is all they need. Maybe they had COVID, and there's been news reports that if you had COVID, one shot is all you need. You know, we're speculating on that, but I'm kind of going there. And I know we won't, I don't know that we would hit that 70% barrier. The survey said 25% won't take it. Only 70% of the people over 65 took it, so I think it's going to be more like a 30% or plus that won't take it. But, you know, I don't know if do you have any comments on why people are only getting one shot? That's kind of my thought, and I think it has to do with the news reports that have been coming out.
Well, how we're trying to alleviate that is we're trying to reschedule those, contacting some of the people that do need that rescheduling piece of it. But again, I think that's the education piece. I think at least in the U.S., and I know that's a model, what you're referring to is something that they used at the U.K., spacing it a little bit longer. But right now in the U.S., and according to the FDA, you don't want to space it out more than the 6 weeks between the shots. And they continue to recommend getting that second dose for both effectiveness long-term and longevity, I think.
Thank you.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the One, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Morning.
The May 25th date you mentioned, help me out remember what percentage you think we'll be vaccinated at that as our target date?
That was the date at 50%. So we were looking, and again, these models are very limited and can change from day to day. But if you look at our current vaccination rate as of yesterday, that's 50%. Over the age of 18 is May 12th, and total population 50%, 2 doses is May 25th.
Okay. And then, I don't know if this is for you or for Barry, in the attachment that you sent us last week that's on our report today, Pinellas, Palm Beach, Orange, Hillsborough, Duval, Broward all still currently have mask ordinance, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Pasco, they just removed theirs last week. The administrator removed it, right?
They did, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Cho, again, thank you for the tremendous work that you all have been doing in this regard. What impact, if any, do you think it will have on our positivity rate that has shown a marked increase is related to the variants? There's some information out there about the different variants that are coming and where they can be found most prudently. So does that have any impact based on your information as it relates to the increase in positivity rate, or would that certainly or should that play into our decision-making when looking at continuing the mask ordinance?
That's a good question. So the variants certainly are a concern, especially the UK variant. Again, that's probably now one of the predominant strains or variants here in the state of Florida. And then the characteristics about the UK variant in particular, that it is more transmissible and maybe even more transmissible to the young, which unfortunately with the vaccines and the approval as it is now is not approved for those under 16. So certainly I believe it's a factor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick one I forgot. The Commissioner Peters brought up an interesting point about those who had COVID before and the antibodies. But do we have any clue of how many people that are getting vaccinated would fall into that category that had COVID but are also getting vaccinated?
I don't have that data. I'm not sure if you can pull that up in the system, but I can look into it.
All right.
But obviously there's going to be both an overlap of those that had natural infection. In fact, the recommendation is even if you had an infection to continue to get that vaccine.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, I just had a couple questions. One was the one asking about the antibodies, those who have had COVID, and I think the last time you spoke to us, there was also another area that you were trying to get data from to add into our overall numbers, whether it was the VA or some other spots, so that we make sure that we have that number. It seems to me, again, that we should be using our population, the 16 and over. From what I understand, 16 to 18 are now eligible for the COVID test, and those are the numbers that really have significance. I mean, if you can't get the vaccine, why are we including that? So I really appreciate your telling us that May 12th, that was over 18 would be at 50, anticipated to be at 50%.
Right, and I'll be providing that report to Barry in the commission weekly.
Okay. The other thing you were mentioning today and the 30 days ago, and when you mentioned we're at deaths 1569 today, do you have the information of where we were 30 days ago on deaths? You had all the other information 30 days ago. I just wanted to make sure.
It has been an increase. I don't have it on hand. I could probably just go to my desk and find it. But what I also look at is the 2 weeks preceding it usually has a lag because the death certificates come a little bit later. But I can tell you for the last 4 weeks preceding that, we've been averaging about 10 to 26 deaths weekly.
Before the 30 days ago?
Well, about a week or two ago, because again, due to that lag.
10 to how many?
26.
And I don't think for our sakes here that the increase that you've seen over the last 30 days is a surprise. I think it was certainly anticipated given the nature of this area in March and April. I mean, I don't think, in fact, that's one of the things you were cautionary about, that we would have a lot more people here, whether they're young or not, or young or older, that would be getting some kind of symptoms when they get here and going and getting tested. The last question I had is just the folks that are getting tested. Is there a predominance of people that are getting tested showing symptoms now more so than before? So that, you would tend to see percent positives perhaps being higher than they would be normally. Normally is the wrong word. What we've been seeing the past year, where people go in and get tests because they've been around others that have it. Whatever reason, they've gone in. They haven't been symptomatic at all, but they've gone in to get testing. Are you seeing any kind of shift there to people that are getting testing being more symptomatic?
So what we do is, I think we still have the weekly testing calls. We ask our testing sites what they're seeing, and I believe the last call or two, they have seen a little bit more symptomatic. Keeping in mind, people that are the ones with the symptoms are the ones actually going to the test. We would only do the asymptomatic test. The people don't, unlike what we did in the beginning of the pandemic, they don't go if they're feeling well, only if they've been exposed as part of a contact investigation do they get tested, and we find those asymptomatics.
So it would be normal to be getting perhaps relatively speaking higher numbers because more people are getting tested are people that have had symptoms versus before. Yes, no?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Any other questions? I think we probably will come back and have more. Yes, Commissioner Peters.
And please don't roll your eyes on this one, but I'm curious about influenza. Does the COVID test just capture influenza so you can't separate it?
No, so I just want to be clear on that one. I think some of the speakers previously mentioned it. There's RNA and DNA. They're really specific. And if you're hospitalized with a respiratory illness, they usually do a panel, an array, where it actually captures, 10, 12 different types of viruses. They're very specific, that there is no cross reactions, that you can confuse a positive COVID test with having influenza. And to that point, the fact that we are seeing historically low influenza, both here in the U.S. and globally, is probably because of the same preventative measures that we're doing for COVID.
So the test, if someone just goes up to Tropicana Field, that test would differentiate whether it's influenza or
No,
COVID?
there's no flu test. It'll just tell you whether you're COVID or not. If it's positive, it's going to be COVID, as long as they're symptomatic, if they're using the antigen. But it won't cross-react with an influenza false.
Okay, because I'm confused, because I know the natural cold can have a COVID strain, and some flus have a COVID strain, so I help me understand that.
But they're completely different viruses. They belong to completely different families, even the common. So the influenza is completely different in terms of gene sequencing. It's completely different on how they do it. So what they do with an DNA test is they capture, PCR test, they capture the part of it, amplify it, and then it identifies it as flu. Similarly, the COVID does have a unique RNA that they capture, and it does differentiate from the four common seasonal coronaviruses out there. They can differentiate now. That technology was refined like earlier in the pandemic.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else right now, so we'll come back for conversation after we hear from our residents.
Did you want us to go over the report, Mr. Chairman?
I thought, okay, that's fine. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, I was kind of breaking down to look at the data. We provided a report for you. In the report, we kind of covered several items. One is the recommendations from both the CDC and World Health Organization. We also provided a report that was done by the Florida Department of Health and the CDC on the impact of masks in schools. But I wanted Dr. Cho and Dr. Jameson to really talk about this University of South Florida report, which is what we're really here talking about, is how do you come out of this? How do you, when do you remove mandates like masks and other things and transition? And so that report really spoke to the potential impact. And it was, it was a university report. It's very detailed and very complex. And so I think that's the most impactful for us because it's here and it's talking about us and the likely scenarios that would play out dependent upon some of these decisions. So I'd asked Dr. Cho to kind of cover that in a summary format to help us understand. And that's the reason we look at the 50% number, or we talk about 70%, or whatever we do, there's a cause and effect. And so we're trying to make the best decision based upon that information. And if Dr. Cho and Dr. Jameson could kind of summarize this for us, that would be helpful.
Dr. Cho, do you know offhand whether this report, or Barry, maybe you know, is this online for folks to get access to? Or
It was uploaded as part of the agenda, correct, Della?
So it's accessible to residents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So to answer the question, and I'm not going to go slide by slide, and if you want something further, I would recommend bringing in Drs. Michael and Yusuf. But basically, they're trying to answer the question of where we're going from projections. And, some of the, again, going back to those limitations on projections I mentioned earlier, I think is important to sort of note. So what USF has been doing really throughout the whole pandemic is looking at some various scenarios. When will the pandemic end? When can we relax certain measures? So in the report in front of you, they've developed a number of projections out there looking at various modeling, projections factoring social measures, vaccination efforts, if it were to increase, if it were to maintain at its current rate, as well as the impacts of the variants. I think Commissioner Flowers asked something on that as well. So you can take a look at it, and again, you can take it for what it's worth. It does have a lot of variables, a lot of assumptions with it, but really the key takeaway that I got from this, some of these, is that if we remove social measures a little too soon, that the rate of increase or the risk of surge does increase, and I think that was the key takeaway. They looked at if we were able to increase vaccines. Looked at the impact of the variants may not have as huge of impact because maybe it has already been a factor in some of those increases. But again, I think there was that one slide with the different 4 colors that does show if you were to take away some of the social measures a little too soon, it gives you dates as to potential areas of spike. And again, the sooner you remove them, the higher that risk. So let me stop there. I do want to, if you don't mind, then to comment on a few things from the county report that you also have as well. It's hard, and I just want to make it clear that there are some limitations. There wasn't a statistical analysis, but what it did ultimately show, they looked at counties with and without mask ordinance, and it does show similar case lines with some variation in the rates of increase and decrease. But again, it's not a study, no statistical analysis. It's a lot of confounding variables that didn't factor in, like county density, cases per population. Within that report, however, there was actually a significant study, looking at the school districts in the state of Florida. They compared the school districts with and without mask policies. So that's almost a study that I think this group was looking for to some degree, different setting. But what it ultimately showed, and they do this thing called the p-value, which does, the lower it is, the more statistically significant it is, and it was pretty low at 0.01. It essentially showed that non-mask district had 42% higher student rates than districts with mask policies. So I just want to point that out. And subsequently, and I think it was also in that report, that since the pandemic, there's been a number of studies that showed the efficacies of masks. And within the scientific and medical community, I think the overarching and overall majority do believe in the effectiveness of masks to prevent, as a preventative measure for COVID.
Anything else?
No, that was it. I think I just wanted to cover that separately because it's something that we didn't ask for this. This was done separately, but I think it was very pertinent to the point that we're trying to do is you're taking in a lot of information. You've got differing opinions and trying to make the right decision on when to, in this particular case, remove the mask ordinance. And those are the factors that really drive whether or not we should continue that or not. We're going to have a lot more information come May because we're going to see the ramp up in this vaccine. Even the model Dr. Cho gave me 2 weeks ago showed us into June before we got to that 50%. So we're seeing that ramp up quickly, and so we certainly hope that occurs. But again, we'll know that as it plays out.
Yeah, I think your point of the graphs not looking very different from counties to counties with and without masks is somewhat relevant in that you still see the 2 spikes. It wasn't like in the mask counties you didn't see the spikes. They're clearly there. I'd be interested to know more about, and we don't have to get into it today, about the kids. I mean, we're really focusing on, the 65 and over number, which I don't know if you gave us that number.
70%, at least with one dose. If you factor in what you mentioned with the vets, it goes up to at least 73%.
73%, okay. So the 65, we're doing, the target area were those folks at 65 and over and the folks that had some compromised health situations. And I'm assuming that, and not as much concern about the younger population. So we've actually done what we wanted to do as far as getting the 65 and over and the vulnerable folks vaccinated, and still working on it. I mean, some of them won't choose to do it, but some of them haven't had access for one reason or another. They've not been able to get the shot yet. So hopefully that number will continue to rise. But the study on the kids, I would like to hear more about that, because to me there's some, to the same argument that you were just making, it's a little different when you said it when it came to the kids in school. So I'm not quite sure I understand how that's so different from the normal the whole population.
Okay.
So maybe you could speak to that a little bit more in
Are you
depth.
referring to that MMR?
Yeah, whatever you just talked about. You
Okay.
were making some alarming conversation about school systems.
Okay, sure.
And, yeah.
So what the state did, they looked at, again, statewide, the school districts in the first semester, looking at various characteristics, size, when they went back to school, and when which of the school districts did have mask policies or not. So just focusing on that one piece with the mask district, what it showed is that school district with the mask mandates had student rates of 1,171 per 100,000. Versus 1,667 in the non-mask mandated counties, with a statistically significant p-value. So again, just one way to also to look at that data or relay that data is that the non-mask districts had 72% higher student rates than the mask districts. So again, going back to the efficacies of masks, I think that's more evidence.
And that was first semester school year, right?
Right.
Not since January.
Right.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Commissioner Peters.
I just have a comment about that, and I don't believe there's a study now, but I believe when this is over, there will be a study, because you're hearing how the mental health is spiking since COVID started, and I wonder how many kids might experience anxiety as a result of this, maybe not now, but at least in the first semester.
Right.
We know kids that had developmental disabilities were definitely having difficulties with it. I know my grandson has special needs, and it took him months before he could put it on without extreme anxiety. And I just think when this is all over, that a lot more things are going to come out, not just a study like that, what you say, but what's the impact as a result of restrictions, and how does that impact the emotional and the developmental state of children and other people who have those kind of anxieties. I mean, we watch people die when they shouldn't have been dying because they were too afraid to go to a hospital. And so the fear factor is something that's going to be a huge, when they finally study the fear factor, I think we're going to see something really quite interesting with those results. But, we did a lot of this stuff, all of this stuff we did to help the hospitals. And I don't disagree with the actions that we took to help the hospitals. And especially our seniors, but just commentary about, there is an impact when you do that to people when they're not used to doing that, and I'm interesting to see when that study comes out, the other impacts that are the results of this, and I do believe that there are some emotional anxiety things that were added to the restrictions that we put on with our citizens.
I agree with that statement. I think there is a lot of secondary consequences that we have seen both nationally and statewide, an increase in all-cause mortality. What was interesting, just another report from the CDC does show that 1 in 3 people infected with COVID actually developed either a psychiatric or neurologic disorder as well. The main thing of which was anxiety and other mood disorders. So there may be a trauma factor also for those that actually do acquire COVID as well.
Anything else, Commissioner? Yeah, Commissioner Flowers.
For the variant of B117, which seems to be the variant that's traveling more often in young people, which, we've just kind of expanded our age bracket for persons, but they're talking about even younger individuals. Is there any intent to maybe track how that spread or how the infection rate of the spread in Pinellas County schools or throughout any school district, since it seems to really attack younger persons, 18 and younger?
It's something that we're doing in terms of as part of the overall surveillance system, program that they have for the state. There's certain things that they look for, like if there's a breakthrough from the vaccine, to see if whether a variant was a breakthrough. So that's defined as an infection 14 days after either the second dose for the 2-shot vaccines or 14 days after the 1-shot. So we're doing that. They're doing spot surveillance. If there's clusters, I think they may be doing some of those tests as well. So something that we're monitoring, I think, as a community-wide. The thing with the B117, that's the UK variant, is it is more transmissible, possibly more to the kids. The only thing reassuring about that one in particular is that the vaccine still is pretty effective against it. What's more concerning to me is the P1, which is the Brazilian, and the B1351, which is South African. Which actually has decreased activity with the vaccine. And same with the Californian ones too. The B1427, 1429, they actually have potentially decreased activity with the vaccines as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and also just I think one of the things that Commissioner Peters just raised was the I guess the burden, if you will, of on our hospitals. And so I think it's going to be important to understand that what our normal hospital capacities are this time of the year. This March and April are typically higher. So I just want to make sure that as those, as that kind of frees up a little bit, and again, I'm throwing that out as a question mark, that maybe we'll have a little bit more, I'm talking about the normal time of the year that might be a little heavier. So I'd like to get some, not from you today, but just get some more of that information. Before we put a whole lot of effort. I want to make sure that I get a clear picture on how the hospitals are being affected incrementally by this. So Dr. Jameson.
Good morning. Thank you. I'd be happy to share a little bit of that, what's going on in the hospitals. So we are currently on what's known as system status management for the entire county. That's because we've experienced significant offload delays for ambulances at the hospitals. Although you can see that the bed availability on the reports is fairly good looking, the hospitals continue to struggle with staffing. And so that causes all sorts of delays in the entire system. So right now, we occasionally see times like that during our busy season in the spring, but we're certainly seeing more of that than in previous years. So overall, the hospital system seemed more stressed than in previous busy seasons.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, let's hear from our residents, and then we'll come back for, Barry, did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up? Okay. So we've got a number of people that are here, and we have a few people online, not many online, so most of the folks are here today. I'm going to try to mention 3 names at a time so that we can get folks ready to speak. And we'll again, we're going to have 3 minutes for your comments, and please again. Bring your thoughts, bring your concerns to the table today. And first up will be Julie and Brian Halifax, and then Kaylee Alonzo, and then David Ballard Geddes Jr. After those 3, there'll be Stacy Geyer, A.W. Simpson, and Virginia Frizzle. So those are the 3 that will follow these 3 that I just mentioned.
Good morning.
Hello there. Welcome.
Thank you for having us today.
You're
My
getting
name is
just-
Julie
thank you.
Halifax. I'm here as a mother of a 9-year-old child who is severely deaf and hard of hearing. His hearing loss is 55 to 60% hearing loss, and he relies heavily on reading lips. This past year plus has been very, very difficult for him as a student, understanding teachers and other children at school, even with face masks. It's impossible for him to hear clearly with what little hearing he has. Socially, it's affected him with peers, going to public places, field trips. We have to interpret for him. Being at theme parks, he's not able to listen to anything that's being taught. For example, if they're speaking about animals or safety, he's not able to understand that with the 6-foot plus having masks on both ends. So I urge you as a parent for my child and thousands of other children and elderly in Pinellas County to please consider removing the ordinance as soon as possible.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Julie. Yeah, and I have your comments on the back of the card as well, so it'll be part of the record. Kaylee Alonso, and then David Ballard Geddes Jr. Good morning.
Good morning. And my time has started. Hi, everybody. My name's Callie Alonso. I've been here before. I just wanted to make a few comments. I live here in Clearwater, and I've been fairly vocal just about this mask mandate issue. You know, I haven't worn a mask this entire time because I can't wear one. And as I've communicated before, everyone I pretty much know doesn't wear them either. No one's really been sick. We've all been fine. We go out about our business. The thing is, there's a lot of tension, as you probably know. And I watched the meeting, what was it, I think it was last week, and I know, Ms. Long, you had mentioned some comments that you're trying to have leadership here, and by putting these mandates and doing all these things and trying to do stuff that's in our best health. But the thing is, this is not in what we want. You know, you also had mentioned that this is kind of like seatbelts laws, that we just don't need any laws then if we can do whatever we want. But this is different. Putting something over one's face where you cannot breathe, and there are people who do have issues with it, that's not helping people. And people who want to do it, go for it. I'm not saying not to have it happen, but there's plenty of data saying the other side of things. We also have this doctor here who had his side of it, but why are we not hearing from the other side? Because you've mentioned, let's follow the science. There's plenty of science, and there's plenty of science who are saying what we're doing is not okay. There was a whole roundtable that was done with Governor DeSantis. I don't know if any of you guys watched that. There was Dr. Jay Bachara, Dr. Scott Atlas, Dr. Martin Kuldruff, Dr. Suneta Gupta. These are all world-renowned doctors. They say the complete opposite of what we're hearing today. So why are we not hearing both sides? I think it should be fair that we have, you know, one side of the coin, but we should hear the other side too. Just like you're allowing us to give our thoughts. I know that, you know, I'm not a medical doctor, so maybe you don't want to hear my opinion, but there are medical doctors who are saying that we don't need to do this. I mean, if it was really such an issue that it's so deadly and all this stuff, then why have no one that I know been sick? Not saying no one hasn't been sick. I have heard of, it's kind of like this type of thing. I've heard of people, but in my immediate circle, my family who are all over the country, it hasn't been happening. So we're calling this pandemic as if everyone's going to be dropping like flies if we don't wear a mask. But yet, I've been everywhere and we've been fine. So just please take that into account. You know, the people in this county, we want to be able to work together and we want to be able to support businesses and things, but being attacked and having these upsets that are going on, that division that's being created is being created. We didn't have this before this whole thing started, and now people are fighting each other, and it's not okay. So just want you to really take that into consideration, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. Next, David Ballard Geddes Jr., Stacy Geyer, A.W. Simpson, and Virginia Frizzle, followed by Greg Pound.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The Code resolution of 1868 was an attempt at impeaching President Johnson for the firing of then War Secretary Edward Stanton. finding no real impeachable offense, the impeaching of President Johnson did not pass in the Senate. My question, how does the co-vote resolution of 1868 and the COVID 2019 today relate to each other in the impeachment attempt of President Trump in the firing of your wartime liberties as based on Article 1, Section 10, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment Due Process Clause, as based on the reclaimed water variance, a variance as it relates to a cure, as seen in Federalist Paper number 10. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Stacy Geyer, A.W. Simpson, Virginia Frizzle, Greg Pound, and Julie Halifax. Let's see. Yeah, she's already spoken, so.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Stacy Geyer, and I live in Largo, Florida. And I'm here to ask that you please end these mandates today. I had a whole list of notes with me, and I'm going to pull them out, but I'm not sure if I'm even going to follow them. Because I listened to the work session last night and was really frustrated. Commissioner Peters, I thank you so much for looking at all of the data and not just one set of data and looking at it comprehensively. The CDC has put out conflicting information regarding the efficacy of masks. They suggest wearing masks, but then they have also stated on their website that this virus is so tiny that the particles actually can go through the mask. So the masks are not really helping. I have family members that have extreme anxiety. I'm even anxious being here speaking today, and I know how bad that wearing the masks has affected them. They're afraid to go anywhere. Also, the British Medical Journal listed harmful effects of mask wearing. It can give a false sense of security. Improper use of face masks, such as touching them, taking them up and down, pulling them off your counter, out of your pocket. These are not sterile masks that people are putting on their faces. And it actually can increase the risk of infections, other infections. And also, because you're breathing in that mask, you're creating a humid environment inside that mask. So you've touched that mask, and now you've created a humid area for the virus to grow and inhale further deeper into your lungs. Also, wearing a mask makes the exhaled air go into your eyes, so it causes people to constantly be touching their faces due to the uncomfortable feeling. And as you're touching your face, touching your eyes, adjusting your mask, you're creating more chances to infect yourself. Also, there is a group of doctors and businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that are suing their mayor and their health department regarding the mandate. Dr. James Meehan stated that well-known risks have been well studied and they're not being discussed in the risk analysis. I'm seeing patients that have facial rashes, fungal infections, bacterial infections, and reports coming from colleagues all over the world are suggesting that bacterial pneumonias are on the rise. Why might that be? Because untrained members of the public are wearing medical masks repeatedly in a non-sterile fashion. They're becoming contaminated. They're pulling them off their car seat. Thank you so much for your time. I ask that you please end this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. A.W. Simpson, followed by Virginia Frizzle, then Greg Pound. Julie's already spoken, and then Tammy Deloy. Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is A.W. Simpson. I'm a resident of unincorporated Largo. I just would like to make a few comments very quickly, possibly some rhetorical questions. not sure how many people are willing to come in here, stand up at this microphone, and say they support wearing masks. When I just came from a room full of people, everybody in there is saying it's time to lift this mandate. It's time to stop damaging businesses, stop damaging people psychologically and possibly medically. I have experience in personal protection equipment, federally certified train-the-trainer for HAZWOPER. I train people when wearing a mask could save your life. If you contact any mask manufacturer, they're going to tell you their masks won't stop a virus. They're not meant for that. There are masks out there that will, but they are much more advanced than what people are wearing, especially when it comes to these homemade things. So I think it's time for us to stop lying to ourselves. I would like to thank everybody for listening to me, and please, let's try to lift this mandate and get our county back open again.
Thank you, A.W. Okay, Virginia Frizzle, Greg Pound, Tammy Deloy, Cheryl Lockhart.
I'd like to hand something out to the commission, being I only have 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, or whatever I have, if I could hand this out. And I'd like to give this specific to the chair, if I may. Thank you very much. There might be extra there. I'm shaking. My name's Virginia Frizzle, 14956 Largo 33774. Please give me a minute to put my glasses on. I forgot. Thank you. Sorry. Apologies. Oh, thank you for your time. Today I just came here to remind the commission, attorney and administrator Barry Burton, excuse me, he's pronouncing your name right, who seems to be practicing medicine without a license, prescribing masks to be worn even outside, and threatening closure of businesses. About the June 23rd, 2020 meeting before the temporary ordinance of face coverings was voted in and exactly what was said. I'm going to play this right now so that there's no misunderstanding of how this temporary ordinance can be ended easier than when you now choose to make complicated. I'm just going to remind what was done.
Yeah, just a couple of questions before, just maybe a comment or two, but do we agree that we would have a sunset date on this, that we would kind of periodically review this? Will this be reviewed weekly with our executive board? I just was curious about that.
So the county attorney can certainly speak to it, but why don't you go ahead and speak to it, Joel?
The way this is currently written is that it will stay in effect for so long as there is a local state of emergency, unless you all take some sort of action to rescind it prior to that time.
So weekly, when we take a look at this and we take a look at numbers and see trending differently, we could keep the order going and just pull that out, perhaps. I mean, that piece.
Well, keep in mind, this is an ordinance. So you taking action each week on the local state of emergency is really independent of this. So,
but at that time, you could take an action to rescind that ordinance.
You would have to go through the emergency measure to, again, waive notice and do some of the things that you're doing here tonight. But the effective date and duration of the ordinance relies on the local state. But keep in mind, they're two separate actions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I ask that you call a motion, emergency waiver the rules out as you did in, and put the face coverings to the people as choice. May I also remind the commission that personal responsibility, individual decision-making, and the freedom to do whatever we want that is not against law is my civil right in the United States of America. Janet. And I find it almost laughable that the Commissioner Long does not think so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'd say more that you don't want a police department anymore as well.
Greg Pound, Tammy Deloy, Cheryl Lockhart, Christy Alvarez, in that order, and Christina, looks like Ornelas.
Do I have to state my name and address?
Your name?
Tammy Deloy.
Okay, Greg Pound was called next, is he not?
Oh.
I don't see Greg Pound, so you would be after him.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Tammy, sorry about
Okay.
that.
My name's Tammy. I do not live in Pinellas. However, I live in Pasco and have been fighting the mask mandate there ongoing for months. And as you know, we finally got that dropped. But I do work in Pinellas, and for the first time ever, I just started this job, and I am forced to wear a mask when I'm working with people who can't even understand what I'm saying because I'm with this face muzzle on my face. You can't hear other people when they're talking with a mask. I know that the group in Pinellas has been ongoing fighting this ridiculous mask mandate. I mean, the science is there, and like others have previously stated, you're not listening to that science. We're not getting equal, share here. And I just really would encourage you to drop the mask mandate, because I also work outside. So I don't want to be outside in the summer with this thing on my face. People can't hear me. I'm sweating and all this other stuff. So I encourage you to please drop the mask mandate. Enough is enough. There's been studies. The CDC just came out, 4 weeks ago, doing their own mask study, stating that it only reduced the risk or the spread by 1.8%, which is nothing. I mean, I've traveled all over unmasked. I'm not sick. I don't know anybody else that's been sick. I mean, the reason that people get so frustrated coming up here, I realized since this is my first Pinellas meeting, that you guys honestly should have public comment first, because inside listening to that room, listening to the health department guy over here, I was Mr. Show or whatever his name was, it's just ridiculous. It honestly is. So that's why people get so mad, because you're not listening to what the people want. Nobody wants to wear a face mask. And if they do, fine, let them. But I don't want to. I'm tired of it. I had to take my daughter out of school because of it. I mean, enough is enough, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Cheryl Lockhart, Christy Alvarez. Oh, all right. Greg Pound, come on up.
Thank you, Commissioners. Greg Pound. The room over there is just packed with people against this mask mandate that we have. I wanted to read something out of Psalms chapter 103, verse 2. It says, Blessed be Yahweh. Bless Yahweh, O my soul, and forget not his benefits, who forgiveth all thy iniquities and who healeth all thy diseases. Instead of, like Pastor Mac Johnson says that, our nation needs to repent. And we can just see this thing is really out of control. I mean, we see what our governor did. He brought in some of the top people in the world to show us that this thing is, we don't need to be wearing these masks. And he's lifted the mandate off the state. Now we have to deal with the counties. And you guys are going to keep this on us as long as you possibly can. And I try to, like they say, follow the money. I try to find out what's tied to this. But once again, there's on ban.video, where they ban videos that are being put out, Google will not allow them to be shown because they're exposing the corruption with this vaccination, with the mask, this whole thing. It's called Medical Doctor Exposes Mass Eugenics Extermination called COVID-19 Vaccination. And you can find it on ban.video. And so what happens, I don't know if you think everyone in Pinellas County is mentally retarded and you guys have to control their lives. And everyone I've known has done hours of research to find out what's going on. We don't need, we study, we want to protect ourselves, our families, our neighbors, and our country. And So as, the only people that I know that are dying from this whole thing are those who are getting vaccinated. And I think it's a real sad situation. We've appealed to you. Our governor is set to lead, and there's other states that they're just showing us this is a farce. Someone was showing me, if you've got a Lysol can that's 2 years old, you look on the back of it, it says kills COVID. I mean, it says right on the can of the Lysol cans. So, I mean, this is nothing new, but this has been something supered up in order to, like Bill Gates is involved in it, and they said through the vaccinations we can reduce the, 1/3 of the world's population. And so everyone has to get vaccinated, and or we're going to be choked to death out of this situation. So you've got a room over there just filled with people who citizens of Pinellas County, take their time off, take off work, take their day off to come out here and to tell you what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Cheryl Lockhart, and then Christy Alvarez, and then Christina Ornelas, and then Jill Gibbs. Morning, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little ill-prepared and not used to speaking in front of people, but I know that there was a lot of talk about whether this is emotional, and you're darn right it is. It's not only emotional, but I think it's wrong. And I think what we're doing, we're not looking at both sides. There are doctors who have said yes to this and no to that, and we're only hearing one narrative. And I think that's wrong. The mask mandate, I believe, is unconstitutional, and I don't think that anybody has a right to tell us what to do, when to do it, how to do it, because of fear propaganda. I think what is happening in this country is meant to divide us. It's meant to aggravate each side, so we have confliction. When I go into a grocery store and I want to shop, I shouldn't be ostracized by somebody who believes something different. I think that's wrong. I don't criticize other people for wearing their mask. If you want to wear it, knock yourself out, wear it. But don't tell me that I have to wear it. I don't have to wear it because I have anxiety. I have anxiety standing up here right now talking about this, and I can't believe we're even at this point in our lives that we have to do this. They're dividing us, and they're making us enemies against one another. And it's not just here, it's globally, and it's happening everywhere. Don't you see what is happening? They are trying to separate us, they are trying to divide us, and they're trying to conquer us at the same time, getting us aggravated and mad at one another. You think this is about a virus? It's not about a virus, it's about control. And I'm tired of being controlled. I am a free American, and I plan to stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Christy Alvarez, Christina Ornelas, Jill Gibbs, Arthur Macwell, and Yvette and Fernando Gao.
Hello, my name is Christy Alvarez. I live in Seminole, and I'm here on behalf of Pinellas Watch and other community groups that have formed in this past year. I did not come here today to talk to you about the mask mandate, so that's the good news for all of you. I came here to tell you that we see what you did. While we were protecting our families this past year, you closed non-essential businesses, but continued to pay yourselves. All people are essential, except maybe the board of this commission. Never again. While we were protecting our families, you closed our beaches and parks. While we were protecting our families, you were busy blocking us on Twitter, complaining about the tone of the peasants, and wondering why you're getting so much email. While we were protecting our families, you quietly raised taxes on every homeowner in Pinellas County. You chose to raise taxes in the midst of the worst financial catastrophe that some of us will ever experience. Yet you continued to pay yourselves. While we were protecting our families, you allocated over $200 million in CARES funds to special projects, including a $13 million slush fund that Barry Burton single-handedly was able to award to whatever mayors he wanted, without specific criteria other than his autonomous decision. While we were protecting our families, You voted to limit public participation in your meetings, reducing our time to communicate with you by 50% permanently. While we were protecting our families, you voted to abdicate your responsibilities and put a $200 million checkbook into the hands of an unelected county administrator, relinquishing your financial oversight to an unaccountable bureaucrat. You must have thought this gave you plausible deniability, but we did not forget. We're stuck with you for the short term, but on behalf of Pinellas Watch and many other very involved and active Pinellas County groups that have sprung up in this past year while we were protecting our families, and while you were operating in the swamp like business as usual, just know that we're here to stay. We have not forgotten what you've done, and we will continue to expose you for who you really are, and we most ultimately look forward to recapturing these seats with representatives that truly represent the people. Thank you.
Christina Ornelas, Jill Gibbs, Arthur Mackwell, Fernando or Yvette Gao, Tom Rask,
Good morning. My name is Christina Ornelas. I live at 13550 Oval Drive South, just right down the street. Thank you for allowing me to come here today, and thank you for allowing me to come here without a mask. Today, I just want to share with you my personal experience over the past year. On April 3rd, 2020, I had my third baby, and it was a very stressful experience. This was the thick of the pandemic. This was when everything was completely shut down. And my sister was supposed to fly from San Diego, California to help watch my two other children while I had a planned 4-day C-section at Morton Plant. She wanted me to ask my doctor if my doctor felt it was safe for her to fly. I asked my doctor, and my doctor said it would be more harmful if she did not come. Even though I communicated what that meant to my sister, the second she was supposed to get on the plane, she did not. All of the shutdowns and the mask mandates and everything was just caused so much fear in her and so much anxiety, she didn't come. The day that I did go to deliver my son was the first time I really wore a mask. And I remember putting the mask on, being wheeled in with the wheelchair, and being handed a form. I couldn't believe the effect immediately that wearing a mask had on me. For whatever reason, I felt like I couldn't hear what the lady was saying to me. I felt like the words that I was saying were not being communicated to her. I was trying to write down my form, and even something as simple as writing my name became very confusing. My senses were immediately dulled. I struggled to remember my birth date, and I couldn't believe how much just covering my face had an effect psychologically, emotionally on me. It's been a very hard year. My husband is an ICU COVID nurse at Morton Plant. Every day, with 3 children and a newborn, we have to make the decision, are we gonna hug daddy when he comes through that door? The answer is yes, we absolutely are, because it is more harmful to not hug him. It is more harmful that he not be a part of our family. It is more harmful that we not embrace our friends, our family members. I know that all of you probably have friends and family members who have had COVID or some awful experience like mine, but every day my husband is in the trenches working in the ICU COVID unit, not only at Morton Plant, he actually has even traveled to California, Riverside, California, where it's been super busy and they've had the most cases. And even then, my husband is texting me today to tell you all that he does not support a mask mandate. Not only is it ineffective, it's foolish, it does not stop the virus, and I think that there are more social, psychological, mental, emotional harms that having a mask mandate is causing that should be risked. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thanks, Christina. Jill Gibbs, Arthur Mackwell, Fernando or Yvette Gao, Tom Rask, Heidi Hilliard,
Hi again, I'm Jill. I live on Alameda Avenue in Clearwater. I should start by noting that I have never before been involved in anything even remotely political. Until last month, I didn't even know that speaking before the county commissioners was a thing. My family has always maintained to try to live a quiet and peaceable life. Politics and government have never interfered with that. But in 2020, our local governing body took it upon themselves to try to mandate our health. I'll admit that in the beginning days of COVID, we really didn't know what this virus was capable of. I didn't mind the push for social distancing and limiting numbers of people inside of a building. And then a bit later, however, you guys mandated that we all wear masks in order to go into a store or a building. As I mentioned last month, I'm unable to wear a mask, and the hostile community this is breeding in our county is so very unfortunate. While I do wish that this was able to be a conversation between us, instead of just me speaking to you, I do just want to share a few of my concerns. If our county's health is truly at the heart of your mandate, I'm concerned that many of you are misinformed. We now have a year of research and endless data to prove that unmasked communities do not have any more cases or death than masked communities. In fact, many unmasked communities are posting much lower numbers. Also, if our county's health is truly at the heart of this mandate, why are you not insisting that every household is taking their daily protocol of vitamin D? Irrefutable evidence from over a year of research is showing that without question, sufficient vitamin D levels are key in the recovery from COVID. A couple of you remarked in the last meeting that you feel safer because of the masks, and thus we should keep mandating that we all wear them. With all due respect, I do ask, does that go both ways? If I feel safer by maintaining a healthy lifestyle of exercise and implementing my daily vitamins and vitamin D, will you mandate that as well? It's been a year since we've watched Fauci say that, quote, we should not be wearing masks in the middle of a pandemic, end quote. It's been 8 months since the CDC that masks can't protect us from smoke particles, which are at least 4 times larger than a respiratory virus particle. My concern is that the voice of the people and the integrity of the science is being lost. We're making the effort to come and to share our hearts and to let our voices be heard, but week after week, we're being disregarded. It's disheartening to have such a huge disconnect when these decisions are being made on behalf of my family's health. I'm simply asking this: let those who feel safer with a mask on continue to wear their mask. Let us who can't either wear one or feel it's not healthy choose not to. Let's set the example to the people of Pinellas County that each person can be trusted to make the right decision for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Arthur Mackwell, Fernando or Yvette Gao, Tom Rask, Heidi Hilliard, Steve Roberts.
Hi, my name is Yvette Gaw. I'm the president of Well Life Health, and we facilitate testing throughout the country, genetic testing. So I'm very familiar with working with labs because we work with several. So I know this might be a little difficult for you guys, but we did not vote you in. We did not vote you in to manage our health or dictate what we do with our bodies and what we put on our bodies or what we put in our bodies. So what I'd like to encourage you to do is take off your blue hat, take off your red hat, and put on your critical thinking hat. And that goes for Dr. Cho, because I am appalled as someone who works in the health field and has worked out my entire life that you are telling me to put a face covering over my face to protect my health. That is such a misguidance. Okay, so there's so many places I could go with this. The problems with PCR testing. So why public officials like you guys should not base your restrictions on PCR tests. So Dr. Cho, I really want you to go back to that table and check this out. There's a massive worldwide COVID testing campaign underway, costing countries billions of dollars. But more and more experts are coming forward finally, claiming that the misuse of the PCR testing, the most common test for COVID, is resulting in a vast number of false positives. False positives, just for some of you guys who don't know. So what we're doing is we're spinning the DNA, right? We're spinning it really, really fast, and we're coming up with all these false positives. So by the time that you get to 33 cycles, 80% of them are false positives. With a CT above 35, the chance of receiving a false positive result is 97% higher. Testing is designed to substantiate clinical observation per the WHO. A PCR test is a diagnostic aid that must be looked at in conjunction with multiple other factors. We are testing healthy people. It makes no sense. Yet this appears to be the first time in history that a pandemic is being measured and managed through testing alone to justify the administration of a test. So if you truly care about tracking, tracing, and accuracy of results, then you should care about this information. So the WHO came out on the 20th. So here's the other thing that we need to know. So Dr. Cho, did you know that in 2019 and 2020, there were no more deaths in 2020 than in 2019? Did you know that we had 100,000 suicides? 100% increase. Did you know that we had a 30% increase in drug overdoses? Who are you guys kidding? So we have 3 lanes of doctors, and Dr. Cho, you're in the left lane. The middle lane, so the left lane are those doctors who are scared to speak out because they could lose their job. The middle lane are those doctors that aren't speaking out, they know the truth, and then you've got those on the right who are putting their families at risk, they're putting their medical license on the line. So this is who we're dealing with, and that's why when Governor DeSantis' roundtable got taken off, those were the doctors that were running in the right lane. So please, Dr. Cho, move to the right lane.
Thank you, Yvette. Arthur Mackwell, Tom Rask, Heidi Hilliard, Steve Roberts, and Audra Christian.
I didn't think I was next, but then that lady told me I was. I'm
What?
Heidi Hilliard Nicole.
Well, you weren't next, but I don't know, is Arthur Mackwell or Tom Rask here? They were mentioned before you, you're third. It's okay. Go ahead. Why don't you go ahead, go ahead, Heidi.
Okay. Do I need to pull this down or?
Yeah, please, so we can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Hello, I'm Heidi Hilliard Natoli, Pinellas County resident and member of Pinellas Watch. I'm here today to speak against the mask mandate. I am medically exempt, but I didn't know that in the beginning. As far as I'm aware, educating the public and businesses on the medical exemption has not been done. There are some businesses that are even no longer honoring medical exemptions. Last year, my brother got married. I was forced to wear a mask. My hands and feet were sweating, and I had sweat pouring down my back. I couldn't wait for the ceremony to be over. When we got outside, my mom removed her mask and said she felt dizzy and said there was something wrong with her vision. She said it was as if she was looking through a tunnel. Her vision finally returned to normal 1.5 hours later. Sometime last year, I had 2 customers come at me in the produce department at Publix. One of them looked at her friend and told her to stay away from me. Then the other one said, "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" I turned and walked away. At Aldi, I had the employee at the door following me around the store, even though I told her I was medically exempt. She kept her distance, but kept following me around, looking down the aisles at me. A couple weeks ago, the deli guy at Publix told me, "You know you have to wear a mask." I told him that I am medically exempt, and I am so tired of saying that. And that is where I'm at. I'm so tired of being harassed and scared about a possible confrontation with somebody because I'm not wearing a mask. Another thing I'm tired of is seeing pictures of politicians out without a mask. I don't understand how a politician could be in favor of the mask mandate but then not follow it themselves. Back in June, I'm sure you thought you were making the best decision for people when you mandated masks, but now we know more than we did in the beginning. Many areas of our country no longer have mask mandates, and research has shown that there's no statistically significant benefit to wearing a mask to protect you from a virus. I'm also not sure why we followed what China was doing. China knows nothing about human rights. The Chinese government is putting their citizens in concentration camps and committing unspeakable crimes to them solely based on their religion. The mask debate has divided so many families and friends. Even the medical professionals can't all agree on the mask mandate. The one-size-fits-all approach is not working. All people should be able to decide for themselves if they want to wear a mask or not. After all, this is what makes us human, free will. We are not lab rats. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Arthur Mackwell and Tom Rask, Steve Roberts, Audra Christian, and Seamus Ornelas.
Good day. Tom Rask, unincorporated Pinellas County. The agenda item is continuation of the state of local emergency. Attached to the agenda item was an item number 2 called mask report. And I want to come at this from the point of view, what's the quality of the decision making or what's the quality of material? And if you look at that mask report, it says COVID-19, a review of mask. Mask, singular. I don't even know what that means. I think they meant a review of masks. Throughout the COVID-19 crisis, mask guidance has varied by state, county, expert, blah, blah, blah. Mask guidance. Is it guidance or is it mandate? And I hear everyone here refer to it as a mask mandate. It's not a mask mandate. Look at your ordinance, Pinellas County Ordinance 20-14. You mandate face coverings. Then you can look at how you define face coverings, and it could be pretty much anything. It could be mesh. So I don't think the quality of the thinking is very good here by staff. They had a free-for-all, a badly run lottery involving the vaccine before they went to an invite system. And before I forget, I want to mention that you seem to think that about 25% of seniors don't want a vaccine. That's not true. There's somebody who's 83 who is not invited to get a vaccine. You all know her. If someone of staff want to contact me, I don't want to mention her name here. I got her an appointment. But there are people falling between the cracks who are not getting invited to appointments. You acknowledged yourselves last time that the mask mandate, as you call it, is irrelevant because it's being ignored. Yes, it is. The criteria for ending this mask mandate, one of them was mentioned here by Commissioner Flower. She talked about she wanted, quote, comorbidity rates, end quote, to come down. I'd like to make a public records request for what documents, what records she has. What are her criteria? I expect there will be no records responsive to my request. It's just make it up as you go along. When the rates come down, what rates? Which specific rates? Well, I'll decide that, and I'll make up my mind at that time. This reminds me, I actually traveled to the Eastern Bloc when it was still communist. And this is a book from 1972. It says, look, comrade, the people are laughing. And in the back it says they're laughing at us. Now, I'm sure none of you here think of yourselves as communists, but one thing you have in common here with the jokes, that's what this book was about. It was a bunch of jokes that people told behind the Iron Curtain. And it said that the communist leaders wanted to be the parents of the people. And that is true. They wanted to supplant the family. You want to be our parents? Our greatest wish is that you let us be orphans. Let us be orphans. We don't want you as our parents. Thank you.
Arthur Mackwell, Steve Roberts, Audra Christian, and Seamus Ornelas. Hello. Audra?
Hello.
Hello, Audra.
Hi, I'm here to tell you guys some really great news. In case you guys didn't know this, the citizens have decided the mandate's over. We're not participating anymore at all. It's done, okay? So you're actually unnecessary to that. I just want to let you guys know that, okay? The second thing is, Dr. Cho, where are you? Where's Dr. Cho? Sir, the entire time you spoke, you had a tag hanging out from your pants. It was called a price tag. You've been bought, boy. You've been bought and paid for. You know, you spent a lot of time.
Ma'am, if you want to talk medical issues,
I
I'm
am.
good. No. You made another comment about being bought.
He is bought.
State of the medical stuff, please, and all your opinions
He
on
was
that.
bought by medical money. That's a fact. As was the
Please.
board.
Please.
You know, if you guys spent as much time following the finances of certain campaigns like Rat Gerard's husband and hers and Janet Long's, you would understand that it was bought. You should spend more time following campaign funds than you do COVID. For real, it'd be more productive. Probably a better use of your math skills. As for Janet Long and Pat Gerard, sorry, what people are calling you guys behind your backs. This is public comments, and this is about the state of emergency. Janet, right? People are calling Janet Long and Gerard, they're calling them the Pinellas hyenas. Have you guys heard that yet? The Pinellas hyenas. When you guys talk and you make comments, you actually laugh like hyenas. That's actually what people are calling you behind your backs. I just thought you should know that. This is in regard to the state of emergency. It is. It's totally in regard to the state of emergency.
Speak to the items and not personal.
Okay, so the mask mandate, you have to, well, actually, you don't have to. We repealed it. It's done, okay? We don't need your little check box. We don't need that. We've already done it. We're just letting you know that we've done it, okay? And also, people are saying that you get sexual pleasure from the masks and gagging people. That's another thing they're saying on the street. Where are you going? Where are you going, Janet? Are you leaving? Do you not like being talked to this way?
Hey,
you don't like that?
Audra.
No, I have 38 more seconds.
No. Audra, please.
She's old. Maybe she has to go to the bathroom.
That's enough.
I'm just saying.
Please, thank you.
Oh, you're what? No, I got 30 seconds.
No, I know, you're
29, 28.
No, ma'am.
Shall I play them laughing at people like hyenas? I can do that. No, you don't like this?
No, I asked you to speak to the issues.
That is the issue.
No, it's not.
The issue is an overstep of boundaries, just like I'm doing right now. Do you like it? It's an overstep. That's what you guys are doing to us, a constant overstep of your boundaries. It's an old game.
Arthur Mackwell, Steve Roberts, and Seamus Ornelas.
Hello, everybody. I'm Seamus Ornelas. I didn't prepare anything today, so forgive my ineloquence. My wife called me last minute and said, you should come and speak. I'm an ICU nurse. I've been an ICU nurse for the last 7 years. As far as the mask mandate is concerned, it's foolishness. I've worked with COVID patients now for the last year firsthand, and a mask, as far as the masks that are required to be worn, do absolutely nothing in regards to keeping the spread of virus and bacteria down. They only keep it from going forward. It still goes out the side of the masks. So it's madness. In fact, the only thing that I can think that the masks are good for is for the pharmaceutical companies that benefit from the hysteria. The thing that I experienced basically 7 years ago when Baycare changed their policy from no mask wearing to mask wearing for those of us who would refuse the flu vaccination, the only thing that changed from the year before was that it became tied to money. Medicare, Medicaid mandated that 90% of all employees in healthcare facilities be vaccinated, otherwise they would be penalized by a 1% deduction of reimbursement. And that was the only thing that changed the year from before, where 40% of the whole of Baycare got vaccinated, to the next year when they were mandated to either wear a mask, which nobody wanted to do, so they got a vaccination instead. That was the only difference from the year before and after. And it was proclaimed that it was patient safety, but it was not patient safety. It was solely the 1%, which I understand it's a $6 billion, $6 billion plus industry a year, that 1% is a big deal in that $6 billion. So I understand it's a hard physical decision to make, but the mask does nothing. I've been with the sickest people in our circumstance and in California actually just recently, and the masks do nothing, literally nothing. So, but besides that, I guess one more thing is we're Americans. Ultimately, we should be free to decide how we conduct ourselves and responsible. good hygiene is important, which most of the sickest people that I do deal with don't have good hygiene and don't have good health. So those should be other things that we should address. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus. Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell, Jeffrey Caputo, Audra, no, she's spoken, Gary LaFleur, Aiden Barnes. Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell, no. Okay, Jeff Caputo, Gary LaFleur, Aiden Barnes, and Jackie LaFleur. Hi.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Great. I have hard copies reproduced of what's stated here with references from the legitimate sources. Let me know when I time out how I can go about getting these documents to you.
She can give those to her, and she'll
All right, great.
hand those out for
Okay,
you.
the threshold metric of
Your name,
3% for ending the
excuse
mask
me.
mandate is...
Hold on. Start over, please.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's okay. Just your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeff Caputo, Tyrone Boulevard, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. The threshold metric of 3% for ending the mask mandate is unrealistic. PCR testing can yield up to 90% misleading positives because the cycle threshold scans, or CT scans, are at high amplifications of 37 to 40 cycles, which detect dead genetic fragments of a non-contagious virus, then recorded as case positives. Patients with CT scans above 33 to 34 are not contagious, and 37 to 40 CT is at over 1 trillion times the amplification necessary. Also, rapid antigen testing has been demonstrated to yield false positives that sometimes second tests are even needed. Over the 4 months of October through January, Pinellas average case positivity skyrocketed up 72%, while case hospitalization rates dropped 50% and case fatality rates dropped 32% over the same 4-month time frame prior to the vaccine rollout, prior to the vaccine. If this 4-month 72% case positive spike was of those truly infected with a contagious virus, then it's logical to conclude that there would also be dramatic spikes in hospitalizations and deaths, since there was no mass vaccination program for those 4 months. This suggests that PCR testing at CT scans above 34 or other testing methods are generating the misleading positives on a majority, as already stated. Remedies could be CT scans below 34, or stop testing people that aren't sick and require a second test from different manufacturers to confirm positives, or use case hospitalization rates as the threshold. Johns Hopkins University has demonstrated that higher population density is not linked with higher COVID numbers. Manatee lifted their mask mandate October 2020, and the 7-day case positivity over the past 7 months has averaged under 1% higher than that of Pinellas, under 1%. It has taken masked Pinellas 7 months to finally catch down to and get to a slightly lower case hospitalization rate than no mask Manatee. This makes it evident that the Pinellas mask policy is of no effect when comparing the stats with that of Manatee. The mask mandate should therefore end because Pinellas residents' quality of life is being infringed upon with an ineffective intervention. This now proven ineffective policy causes businesses and schools to, in turn, cause impairments to students and employees' major life events and major bodily functions as outlined in the American Disabilities Act. These include eating, walking, speaking, breathing, learning, concentrating, communicating, working, and functions of the immune system, neurological, brain, and respiratory functions. Dr. Cho talked about how there was a policy associated with lower COVID numbers. What about when the COVID numbers upturn? You know, and I'm seeing there's a Carnegie Mellon database that shows mask compliance. And so there's been 90% mask compliance across the board, across the county for a while. And we see them going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell, Gary LaFleur, Aiden Barnes, and Jackie LaFleur. Hello there, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Gary LaFleur. I've been a resident of Pinellas County for over 58 years, and I'm very thankful to the Commission for all the good work they've done over all those years. I'm very proud to be a resident. Thank you for receiving our perspectives today on this topic of great community importance. I will be sharing an edited version of the thoughts of a member of the Pinellas Watch leadership. I've come to realize that other than Mrs. Peters and Mr. Eggers, you have become callous regarding the impact of your arbitrary decisions. I want to thank Mrs. Peters for actually listening and caring about the concerns of her constituents. She is actually researching the numbers and facts herself. While some seem to be committed to Main Street media propaganda, ignoring the numbers and the science in your own county. You have set your standard as the goal positivity rate, which is a deeply flawed method, considering that the PCR test is now only used on symptomatic people and even picks up dead viruses that are non-infectious. When you compare our county with other counties nationwide that are unmasked, the infection rates and hospitalization rates are not higher, including counties just as densely populated as ours. We are deeply disturbed by Janet Long's patronizing dismissal of citizens across Pinellas County, saying their emails are laughable, and then laughing. You are severely out of touch with your informed constituents, and we will not comply with your overreach. We have a network of Facebook friends with over 80,000 local members, along with influencers, some of whom have over 1 million followers. We will continue to publicize the businesses and elected officials that do not respect the health exemption provision and the discretion of parents over their children as provided by your own ordinance. If you wait to lift this mandate, we all know that the school board will follow your lead. Dr. Cho advises both of them. Regarding school-aged children, have you considered that most parents are having to make their schooling decisions for next year right now? If you persist at kicking the can down the road, again, those parents can't make a decision to send their kids back to school knowing that their kids will be force masked again in the fall. They will pull their kids out of school by default, and we will encourage them to do so. You will be looking at even higher unenrollment rates than current. Most parents cannot imagine their kids again being muzzled in the fall. They all know that how to homeschool now. You need to make the decision now. You can sit up the position with callous overlords. Thank you for your time. Please be authentic and transparent.
Thank you, Gary.
Good afternoon, Jackie LaFleur of Pinellas Watch. I just want to respond to some of the comments I heard from your April 8th meeting. Commissioner Peters, thank you so much for supporting the removal of the ordinance. The people really appreciate your support. Commissioner Justice, you seem to have reduced the issue down to 145 emails you don't like. If you were listening to the voice of the people, you would know many resent being required to wear masks, and a number of them are experiencing headaches, nosebleeds, dizziness, and oral health issues. The report you are waiting for won't address these problems. Commissioner Long, most people agree that safety studies have long established that seatbelts and DUI laws do save lives. However, there's a wide disagreement on the effect of masks on transmission of a virus. The extremely high recovery rate of this virus does not support masking healthy people, and especially not children. Please stop using the case positivity rate as a benchmark. Less mandatory testing means fewer healthy people are being tested. The positivity rate will go up. And as a side note, it's rather career limiting to announce to the public that their concerns over personal freedoms are laughable. Commissioner Gerard, you believe that you are doing local restaurants a favor. I've talked to some of the restaurant managers who would like to be left alone to run their businesses without the meddling of this board. They would prefer to not have overzealous customers making complaints when they see another patron walking to a restroom without a mask, a situation they have no control over with or without an ordinance in place. What you are doing is helping to create friction and animosity between restaurant owners, their employees, and their customers. Removal of this ordinance would take away the perceived self-appointed right of some of our citizens to police an ordinance they incorrectly view as the law. Commissioner Flowers, you like facts. The overall recovery rate of the virus is over 99%, and those in the highest risk group were the first offered the vaccine. It sounds like you are willing for this ordinance to go on until everyone has been coerced into receiving the vaccine, or there are no more viruses floating around the county. I think we can protect the 1% without infringing on the rights of the 99%. Commissioner Eggers, it's time to start that pivot from mandating. There is significant science and empirical evidence against the use of masks for anything other than hospital environments. The WHO has said that masks are not required for children. This should be an option and not a mandate for healthy people. Good thoughts on educating the public on nutrition and exercise. These are the best measures for maintaining a strong defense against illness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie. Go ahead. Hi.
Hi, my name is Aiden Barnes. I've been a resident of Pinellas County my whole life. I was born and raised here, and the only time I was never in Pinellas County is when I was an Army wife living overseas. And it was a great experience. I lived in Germany, traveled all over Europe. But when I got home, I kissed the ground. I love this country. And we have freedoms here like we have no place on earth. And it's because of our Constitution. And Attorney General Barr said something, and it's just stuck with me. He said, the Constitution is not suspended, even in times of crisis. Now, we've had a lot of crises, I don't know how to put that plural, throughout our nation's history. Our founding fathers, when they designed the Bill of Rights, they knew there would be plagues. They knew there would be sicknesses, devastation. But nowhere in our constitutional rights does it say that they can be suspended arbitrarily. It's just not the case. And the only thing separating us from the rest of the world is our Constitution. So that's what's under fire here. And as a patriot myself, this is what got me fired up last summer. I've never been involved in local politics. I was just a normal stay-at-home mom of 4 kids, living my life. And then I hear that there's going to be a mask mandate. And what had already happened before then was my kids had been forced to stay home from school, and the parks were shut down. And I felt terrible for these underprivileged children living in apartments. What were these kids supposed to do? There's no school. They can't get exercise. My kids were privileged enough to have a backyard. So I said, I need to start standing up for the people of this community. And then after that, our beaches were shut down. I go to Indian Rocks Beach, and they are blocked off. I mean, boards covering the boardwalks. I see residents trying to peer over at the sunset, and they can't see it, but there's tourists littering the beaches because they have enough money to stay at resorts. So you see, everything that's happened so far, it's affected the people in this county who don't have the money. The people in this county who are working hard at their jobs, like my neighbor who works in manufacturing. He's working 10-hour days for the past year with a neck gaiter on. There's men he works with that are getting him sick because they don't change them out. These are the people I'm standing up for, not for me. I have an exemption. I can go to my stores just fine. I'm standing up for my children. They go to Pinellas County schools, 3 of them. And my daughter in high school, she has to wear a mask to sing in chorus. She's wearing masks all day, 7 hours straight, no breaks. And my daughter, thank God they don't make her play soccer in a mask, but in schools across Pinellas County, that's happening too. Basketball, football, masked. What does this have to do with you? It does, because until you end the mask mandate, the schools are not going to end their mask mandate. That's the facts. I don't want to be here. I want to get back to my life. Please, end the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell, Megan Panic, Denise Lewis, Kathy Swigert.
Hi. My name is Megan Panic. I live in Clearwater, and I have for almost 20 years. I'll start by saying that COVID actually has run its course through my family, so I'm not one of the people who has not experienced this. My father had it, and my aunt has had it. They both were hospitalized. But they both wear a mask all the time. I'm from Northern California. My father's been under very strict COVID rules in Northern California, and he still got it. The mask didn't work. He still stands by that. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say here. This all started like 390 days ago with 15 days to stop the spread. And here we are a year later, and the 15 days didn't work, and it hasn't worked in 390 days, and COVID's not going anywhere. It's going to stay here. Some people are really scared, and it's clear that you're some of them. But now the vaccine's available to every adult who wants it in Florida, and every scared person can go and do something to protect themselves. The masks are ineffective at best, and I really mean at best. I sent you all a letter this week that was obtained through a FOIA request from the CDC asking what basis and what studies they've done to show that the masks are effective and working. And their answer basically was, we don't really have any studies, but what we do have is an assumption that it kind of helps. So we're just going to say that everybody should do this. You're following science, you say, but really, you're following the science that you want to hear, and you're ignoring all the science you don't want to hear. When you look at the number of COVID cases in Texas since they removed their mask mandates, you'll see that they dropped. The masks didn't make a positive difference whatsoever. I have a graph here enlarged so you can see how Texas has changed since the ending of the masks. It hasn't changed. It went down, and you'll see that actually, on Inauguration Day, it dramatically dropped because they changed the cycle count on the tests. It had nothing to do with the masks. It has everything to do with the cycle counts on the tests. When forcing an entire civilization to make a medical choice because you're in fear, you need to thoroughly consider the future consequences that you may be creating on these people. For instance, my great-grandfather died of an asthma attack. My grandfather died of emphysema. And until recently, we didn't know why our family members continued to die from lung issues. 2 years ago, my cousin was admitted to the hospital for lung issues, and she's a physically fit police officer. While in the hospital, they discovered that she has a genetic abnormality called alpha-1, which apparently runs in our family and affects the lungs. I may have it, my kids may have it, my sister may have it, my father may have it. Half of this room may have it, and none of you would even know it until it's too late. How does breathing carbon dioxide for years on end affect one's health? Do you know? No, you probably don't, because no one has ever done a study. This is unheard of. This is going to be like Splenda and e-cigs. Are we going to learn in a year that excessive masks were causing lung cancer or something and nobody knew? Are you insured to cover the health effects that you're creating on this future?
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Denise Lewis, Kathy Swigert, Bruce Feldman, Linda Skimpris. Hi, welcome.
Greetings. My name is Denise Lewis. I live in Tarpon Springs. I'm addressing you on the state of emergency in Pinellas County. It's time to rescind the order. In fact, it never should have been created in the first place. It's unnecessary, it's unlawful, it's unconscionable. I'd like to address two of you individually first, and then the group as a whole. Kathleen Peters, you are a breath of fresh air. I bow to you. I appreciate you. The rest of us appreciate you and your voice of reason. Dave Eggers, I met you at a Republican meeting last month, and I told you there, it's time to end this. You said that they have science, they're bringing science on both sides. There's science on both sides. That's true, there is science on both sides. And you know why? Because the scientists make it say what they want it to say, and that's perfectly, like, we saw that today with Dr. Cho. He makes it say what he wants it to say. There's plenty of science on both sides, so let's use the voice of reason. There is no emergency. There is no emergency in Pinellas County or in the state of Florida. There is no emergency. You know how I know that? Because you don't go to Disney World. when there's a state of emergency, with or without a mask. You don't trust a little flimsy piece of cloth or paper to protect you from a virus that's deadly in a state of emergency. You don't go out to lunch with your friends and greet each other with the little mask on and then take it down and sit down. Oh, that Rona, she's pretty tricky, isn't she? She gets you when you're standing up, but not when you're sitting down. She gets you in the school, but not on the schoolyard. Oh, but wait, she doesn't get you in private schools, only in public schools. She gets you on the airplane if you're sitting side by side, but not if you're 6 feet apart. She's tricky that way, isn't she? There's no state of emergency if you go to Hobby Lobby for craft supplies. Some of you have your little things on. Are you scared? Then stay home. Does that make you feel safer? Then wear it. That's fine, but don't tell the rest of us what we need to do in order to stay safe. Safety, health is taking care of your body. That's what the true emergency is. There is an emergency. There is a state of crisis within our country, and it's not the COVID virus. It's our response to the COVID virus. It's the fact that depression is up, anxiety is up, suicide is up. Those are the things that are up. Our children are in crisis. They're in crisis, but not because of the virus. They're in crisis because of the state of our country and the way that we're acting. Domestic violence is up. Do you want to answer to that? You should answer to that. Domestic violence is up. Not because of the pandemic. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, there never was a curve. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Kathy Swigert, Bruce Feldman, Linda Skimpris, Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell.
Hello, my name is Kathy Swigert and I live in Pinellas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have notes, but there are also some other things I want to bring up. One of the advantages of having the coronavirus affect me is I've had a chance to study. And I've done a lot of research on the vaccine. I've done research on the mask. I've done research on whatever has been going on. I even studied and looked up all the words to the Bill of Rights to understand that. One of the problems that we have is for every doctor who speaks in favor, as Dr. Cho did, there is another doctor or dozens who speak in opposition to that. There's a lot of conflict on the ideas of what they feel is proper on the masks, vaccines, everything else. I was actually surprised you brought up so much information about the vaccines because I thought the main subject was going to be the masks. We need to end the emergency order and mask mandates. Grant us our intelligence, please. Our intelligence to decide whether we should wear a mask or not wear a mask. Masking the children is harmful to them. The body exudes carbon dioxide, and that carbon dioxide is a cleansing system for the body to maintain health. 7 long-term side effects of wearing face masks: shortness of breath and lightheadedness. Activities that result in the expulsion of air, such as talking, yelling, singing, and exercising, can result in the accumulation of carbon dioxide between the face and the mask. Dr. Barsky. Headaches. Long-term wearing of masks can result in prolonged and repeated episodes of headaches. Dr. Bayakoti. Acne. Rewearing unwashed, reusable masks can create acne. Dr. Barsky. Development of chronic dermatitis. Dr. Coriolis. A weakened immune system. There are studies indicating that low oxygen levels in the tissues, called hypoxia, can suppress some aspects of the immune response, says Dr. Esteban Kosak. Scientific investigations have proven that a prolonged denial of enough oxygen in the body can cripple the ability of our immune system to tackle infections, which is even worse with older and younger people. Those are kids. I am a grandmother. I take my grandkids to the park. They run around. Almost nobody wears a mask, not the kids, not the parents. I don't get sick. That's a small park. There's another large park in Largo. Same thing. We were there 2 weekends ago. You see one family here, one family there, a couple of small kids wearing masks. Everybody else doesn't. Does that mean I'm over?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Bruce Feldman, Linda Skempris, Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Feldman from Dunedin. I thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. I'm here to oppose the extension of the mask mandate. I would prefer a rescission immediately. This virus has never been as deadly as it's been portrayed. Last year, the models, Dr. Cho mentioned today about models, but he kept stumbling and mumbling about all the reasons why models can be wrong. So the models have been false. Last year, they said 2 to 5 million people could die from this thing, and that was false. That started the fear machine. Fear blocks logic. And I don't have a spirit of fear, but a power of love and a sound mind. The PCR tests, which have been talked about today already, that have been calibrated falsely. Too high of cycles of the amplification cycles. The results, therefore, are suspect and unreliable. Even Carrie Mullis, the inventor of the PCR tests, said in multiple interviews that the PCR test was never intended to diagnose infectious disease. This also is 100% treatable, and we have known over the past year that treatments have been blocked for false reasons. So we could sit here and argue the science all day. But, in my mind, I kind of believe that the decision has already been made. And my problem is not so much with the science, even though that's a big problem. It's about my freedom and liberty. I don't want to be sick until proven healthy. So again, I am not sick until proven healthy. There's no reason for me to be able to have to be muzzled. It's my personal health sovereignty is what I'm looking to keep. Even though the mask mandate recently was moved in Pasco County, guess what? People still wear masks. We're capable, intelligent beings of making our own decisions concerning our health. I'm not anti-mask. I'm anti-being forced to wear one. And I'll close out with this. Like I did last time, is the Declaration of Independence. The governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and there's a very large growing contingent of the electorate here in Pinellas County who do not consent to this mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sir, I think you dropped something right by the...
Linda Skempris, Steve Roberts, Arthur Mackwell. Those are the last three I have that are here. So come on up, ma'am. Right up here. Yeah.
Hello.
Lower that microphone. So there we go. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Linda Skempris. I live on 8043 Causeway Boulevard South, St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm asking you to please drop the mask mandate or face coverings, whatever they choose to call it. I have been following this issue since day one. I think this mandate has lasted long enough. People have lost their small businesses because of these government edicts. The governor has lifted this mandate, but the county commission has kept voting this in. This is a flu like any other flu. People die of the flu, especially the elderly. In the past, we've never seen any behavior like this for a flu. Children are being forced to wear masks in school, having to breathe in their own air all day. They can't socialize, and they are being restricted. What this is doing is psychological and criminal. People who work in stores also breathing in their own air, causing sinus infections and other lung problems. We need more faith and less fear. I could give statistics, but whose statistics? Do your own research. Thank you for letting me speak. Also, I cannot believe that this is America. I mean, never seen anything like this in my 77 years. Please drop the mask mandate. And thank you for letting me speak, and thank you, Commissioner Peters. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I've called on Steve Roberts and Arthur Mackwell, and I have not gotten them to come, so that's all I have for folks that are here. Am I seeing anybody else? Because I don't have anybody else that's in the room. We do have a couple that are, yeah, online. Yeah, we're going to go to that now. I just want to make sure we had everybody here. Kat, we'll go on. We have it looks like about 7 people that have asked to speak online through Zoom, so we'll start with those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have 8 individuals. There was one individual who
that's right. Yep.
was added.
Excuse me.
For those of you who are online, I'm just going to we lowered everybody's hands here. Thank you for your patience. I know many were raising their hands throughout this process. As I call each of your names, if you could spell your name, state your address, and you will have 3 minutes. So the first person on my list is Ms. Elizabeth Weinstein. If you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone to speak on this item. Again, Ms. Elizabeth Weinstein. If you could raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone to speak on this item. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that Ms. Weinstein has joined us. Again, I'm going to lower people's hands. I do have an order that I'm going to call. I promise that I will get to everybody very soon. The next person who I have who pre-registered to speak is Ms. Karen Mullins. Ms. Mullins, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone so we can unmute you to speak on this item. Once you're unmuted, please spell your name for the record, state your address. You will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Karen Mullins, Mullins, Dunedin, Florida. I'm here today to support the local state of emergency, at least up until May 25th. We have seen a decline in flu infection spreads in our population, along with fewer colds. The masks do work. However, this discussion is only on the local state of emergency. I thank you all for listening to me today, and I relinquish back to Commissioner Eggers. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next person who pre-registered to speak on this agenda item is Dixie Ross. Ms. Ross, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone to speak on this item. Again, that's Ms. Dixie Ross. If you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 to speak on this item. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that Ms. Ross has joined us, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker I have on my list is Ms. Shannon Harrison. Ms. Harrison, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone to speak on this item. Once you're unmuted, if you could state and spell your name for the record, state your address, you will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Shannon Harrison from Largo. Good afternoon. Just a friendly reminder that we are now on day 393 of 15 days to slow the spread and day 292 of Pinellas County Mask Ordinance, 73 short days until we reach the 1-year anniversary. You keep talking about the need to lower the case positivity rate before you feel comfortable with lifting the mask ordinance. But a positive case doesn't really say much. We know the majority of cases, not only in Pinellas, but worldwide, are mild. From the Pinellas County COVID dashboard, system capacity is key to ensuring that local hospitals are able to treat patients requiring hospitalization safely without resorting to crisis standards of care. We've not yet been in a state where the hospitals were overwhelmingly occupied with COVID patients, and we still aren't there. And if we wait 2 more weeks, we probably still won't be there. But yet we continue to wait. As of yesterday, the COVID occupied beds was 4%, or roughly 193 patients. In a population of roughly 1 million citizens, that is approximately 0.0193%, not 0.193% or 1.93% or 19.3%, but 0.0193%. While it is unfortunate that anyone is hospitalized, this is a very low number considering the number of people in this county that have had to seek hospitalization for treatment, some of which is not available in an outpatient setting. You don't seem too concerned about the larger number of our citizens, approximately 3652 or 0.3652%, not 3.652% or 36.52% that are hospitalized for other issues. Just 0.3652% of these are hospitalized. Some of you say that you're sick of the mask and you're sick of hearing from some of your citizens, but it doesn't really appear to us that you're truly sick of this issue, or else you'd be working towards resolution to rescind this ordinance. You know that there are plenty of people that are still fearful of this virus based on what they hear on the news, social media, etc., and they will still comply somehow thinking this mask will save their lives, when you know full well that the majority of those wearing masks are not wearing them correctly, but they are doing so out of fear of the virus or fear of being harassed by fellow citizens or business owners. You mentioned that the ordinance is not being enforced and some of us are non-compliant. If that's the case, then why do you continue dragging your heels and deeper to continue this nonsense? We're sick of hearing, let's wait and see what might happen. We've been doing that for the past year with all the fear mongering, and yet the real world results never match the models and predictions. I truly believe you don't want to see an end to this. According to the county website, Pinellas County commissioners value volunteers who take their time to participate in their government. Based on the video from last week's work session, it seems that maybe you should revise the above statement to better state how many of you truly feel about the citizens of this county speaking up and expressing concern with how you're handling some of your responsibilities. It is very apparent that you are annoyed and some of you even angered that we are taking time out of our busy lives to pay attention and speak up when we feel there is an issue, especially if we have a differing opinion than the narrative.
Hey, Shannon.
We hear about.
Shannon,
Yes.
Shannon, try to wrap it up. You're about 20 seconds over.
Okay. If you haven't already, I implore every citizen to watch the last week's meeting to see for yourself. And if you agree with the commissioners on this topic, wait until you don't agree with them and see what happens. I do want to commend Commissioner Peters for standing up for us and continuing to speak with a common sense perspective and doing your research. We ask that all other commissioners do their research and listen to other perspectives other than their own.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Mr. Chris Steiner. Mr. Steiner, it looks like you have already raised your hand in the Zoom application. Once you're unmuted, if you could state and spell your name for the record, state your address, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, Miranda versus Arizona, 1966, quote, where rights are secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rulemaking or legislation which would abrogate them, end quote. That's the U.S. Supreme Court precedent. The Constitution has no escape clause. There are 11 other precedents that reinforce this. You can do a web search of the claim and exercise of a constitutional right cannot be thus converted into a crime. That's a quote from Miller v. U.S. Federal Case 1956, the second district. Commissioners, in crushing local businesses, do not betray your constituents to the one world order of near uniformity of agendas. Run by multinational corporations is this new world order with no allegiance to any country. Stop us from depending on the likes of Amazon, from whom we are economically compelled to buy and be employed, and the big box stores, of course. I recommend 2 great sources with monumental myths and neglected news continually reporting, found over the years to be very credible. The Robert Scott Bell Show at robertscottbell.com and The High Wire with Del Bigtree at thehighwire.com. On the Pinellas County government Facebook page, under the latest vaccine post of 3 or 4 hours ago, I commented with a long list of organizations worldwide who have as members thousands of credentialed, degreed, and accomplished scientists, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare practitioners questioning the various government's responses to COVID-19, including mask mandates, or as Tom Rath explains, cloth mandates. Thank you, nanny government. So that long list, again, is on the Pinellas County government Facebook page under the latest vaccine post is that comment with a long list. Mandating one to wear a piece of cloth, just a personal Petri dish diaper promoting pucker putrefaction, it's all risk and no benefit. No thanks. Those with a permanent lung damage, as we covered earlier, they shouldn't obstruct their breathing. It's well known. And of course, can cause further organ and lung damage and damage to other organs. Today, while we're in wholesome celebration of our environment, our beautiful purity of our air and water, in recognition of champions of air quality and water quality, in 2012, Charlie Justice and Janet Long were campaigning for this office, their mutual main plank being to bring water fluoridation to a vote and restart it. Janet Long, April 18th, 2017, on WMNF's Midpoint Show, wrongly claimed she voted with the will of the people on water fluoridation. It's a complete lie. A massive supermajority in opposition to water fluoridation appeared that day, November 27th, 2012, the day of the vote. An abundance of information was offered to be considered, yet the vote was rushed and the meeting abruptly ended, incurring quite a bit of outrage. The phosphate fertilizer industry and environmental overview, and a great article at fluoridealert.org that outlines how this water fluoridation is really just the addition of
Chris, you have to bring it to a close.
waste.
Hey, Chris, yeah,
Industrial
you're about 20
discharge.
seconds over, so please bring it to a close.
All right, considering the ongoing radiological disaster at Piney Point, do you repudiate your respective votes having funded the massively environment-destroying phosphate mining industry by buying their industrial waste, aka industrial discharge from fertilizer factories, as the county's annual consumer confidence report on water quality?
Okay, Chris, I'm going to have to,
our water supply?
I'm going to have to wrap it up. Sorry about that.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next three individuals are coming in from the phone line. So the first person I have is Mr. Isaiah Neal. Mr. Neal, if you could press star 9 on your telephone to speak on this item. And again, Mr. Isaiah Neal, if you've joined us today, if you could press star 9 on your telephone to speak on this item. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that Mr. Neal has joined us, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I have a Ms. Dawn Lechner. Ms. Lechner, if you could press star 9, on your telephone to speak on this item. Again, Ms. Dawn Lechner, if you could press star 9. All right. And then you are going to be asked to unmute. You'll have to press star 6 to unmute. Once you're unmuted, if you could state and spell your name for the record, state your address, you will have 3 minutes. And again, you may need to press star 6 to unmute, ma'am. Ma'am, again, you'll have to press star 6 to unmute. All right, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with getting her on the phone line. I'm going to move on to the next person, then call her back again. So the next person that I have who's listed is Mary M. There's no last name, just the letter M. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. Again, that's Mary M. Again, press star 9 on your telephone. All right, it does not appear that Mary has joined us today. I'm going to try to get Ms. Lechner on again.
And Kat, while you're continuing to do that, we've got 3 people that were here for public comment and they're citizens to be heard that they're here to talk about the mask ordinance. So they're here locally.
Sure.
We also have some people that were attending online Zoom under item 12 that have to do with state of emergency and masks as well. So
Great.
I'm going to try to pick those up So have you gotten Dawn back yet?
It does not appear that she is able to unmute on her end, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hear her speak. We did have another phone caller who did raise their hand, who may be this Mary M. or Isaiah
Okay,
Neal,
go
who I
ahead.
previously called. It's a phone number ending in 3438. Again, if you could press *6 to unmute, state and spell your name.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could state and spell your name for the record.
Thank you very much. Mary McCarthy, MCCARTHY, Largo, Florida. 1 second.
And then you'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, are you still there?
Safety is your job. Using a law that actually works, a seatbelt law as an example. First, I would like to state mandate is not law, but you knew that already, even if most of the public did not. Keeping this information directly from the public means you're participating in fraud. Even if you cannot be legally charged, there is a deeper moral law.
Is that Mary, or is that?
Good. You have also
coming from her phone line.
participated in the type of fraud regarding mask wearing. There are many studies that refer to masks as not only being ineffective, but harmful to the mask wearer. Examples are, number one, Dr. Russell Baylock, MD, states, face masks pose a serious risk to the healthy. If you are not sick, you should not wear a mask. Studies are shown proving that cloth masks do not have any effect on transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Therefore, any recommendations must be based on influenza. There is no conclusive evidence of their efficacy in controlling flu virus transmission. Blood oxygen levels were measured on 43 different doctors using an oximeter. Masks were found to reduce blood oxygen levels significantly. Another term used for a drop in oxygen is called hypoxia. Hypoxia has been shown to inhibit the type of main immune cell inhibitors that keep us from being able to breathe proper air. Also, hypoxia is also directly related to causing harm and encouraging cancer cells to grow. We are asking you, okay, especially for the children, you have to stop this madness. This has now become a mental health issue. So you need to shift from the incessant mask wearing, thinking that this is going to save your life. It's a lie, and we know this. I can tell you from personal experience, I have spent 19 years at All Children's Hospital. It was only until COVID hit that people had to wear a mask. And they see chronic diseases from all around the world. So why, with a virus that has a 99% success rate and a cure, hydroxychloroquine, why are we still doing this?
Thank you, Mary.
So please,
Thank you for
unmask the kids.
Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Yes. Is there anybody else that you've picked up?
And Mr. Chair, just the one phone number that ends in 5195. I'm just going to apologize. Unfortunately, we're not able to get her unmuted so that she can speak
Okay.
today. It may be a technical issue on her end.
Okay. I have three people who were under citizens to be heard that want to talk on the mask mandates, and then we also have we have 4 of those, and then we also have 3 that are calling in on Zoom for 12, but they really want to talk about mask mandates. So we're going to open that up in just a minute, but I want to do the ones that are here in the room. So we'll have Rosie Purdon, Susan Bucci, Maura Sweeney, Hi, welcome.
Good morning. I was almost forgotten, but thank you for
Sorry
having me.
about that.
It's okay. I won't take it personally. Just thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rosie Purd, and I live on Orangeview in Clearwater, Florida. I appreciate the stress and the pressure that is on the commissioners to make a decision in regards to the state of emergency. There's obviously a lot of viewpoints on this topic. But one area that I'd like to bring up, which most of us have been bringing up, is the mask ordinance. I understand that it can be rescinded whether the state of emergency is in place or not. And with that being said, and after more than a year of this ordinance being in place, I don't understand why it's still in place. Why haven't the commissioners rescinded this? Why? I'm not going to go into all the facts and statistics or the science because it's already been presented. We all know about it by now. But we should all know by now what we have to do to prevent illness from spreading. In fact, I think everyone knows about it by now. The choice as to whether we wear a mask or not and where we wear a mask should be up to each of us. We don't need an ordinance in place to force us to wear a mask. Of note is that Pasco County, as many of you know, has rescinded theirs, and the city of Sarasota, and I believe Manatee County. You've heard from tons of citizens speaking out and asking for the ordinance to be removed. You've heard the stories of the families being shamed for not wearing a mask, which I find appalling. It's dividing us, along with many other stories. And if our government is here to represent the people and to serve the people, why isn't our county government listening to us? I urge you to listen to what us citizens are saying and rescind the mask ordinance. We should be allowed the freedom to make our own decisions along this line. And as a final note, even with removing social measures, and even if cases go up, we have treatments. And we know that the virus isn't as scary as we originally thought. And people do survive it. I think we all know that. And of course, many can still wear a mask if they choose. And just one final note to touch on what Commissioner Peters had said earlier. Children are experiencing anxiety. People are experiencing anxiety. I've observed this with my child even, who's she doesn't have any issues, but she's had trouble sleeping at night. She's had questions. She doesn't get what's going on. She's had fears that have popped up that I've never noticed before, and it's just with her. So I couldn't imagine all the other children that are experiencing this. It's alarming, and the rules, the lack of social contact, it's just sad to bring up our children in this environment. So I urge you to rescind the mask ordinance, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rosie.
Okay.
Susan Bucci, and then no, I have Laura Sweeney.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. So there's no reason to be walking around
Excuse me,
with
ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Susan Bucci.
Yeah, thank you.
20 years, Pinellas County. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask, remarked Fauci during an interview on March 8, 2020. He later said he was trying to protect the frontline workers with what he believed was a lie. But if you loosely, he uttered those words. We are being manipulated, and so are you, with so many other aspects of this pandemic. How do I know this? My scientist friends have told me how they can control the outcomes of their data to deliver a favorable result to those funding their projects because they want to keep their grant money rolling in. I know this because I know people who have worked in the PR industry cleaning up the lies told by pharmaceutical companies and also how they devised campaigns that took 10 years before unveiling certain products to the public. They would visit the movie industry, TV shows, songwriters, journalists, and plant a word here and there. It becomes a sentence, then a paragraph, and then an entire article or show. The manipulation was painstakingly methodical. I am saying the virus wasn't real. I'm not saying the virus isn't real. I had it myself. It's real, but the perceptions surrounding it have been engineered. I believe you will make the right decision if you allow yourselves to explore outside-the-box thinking. There is much information contrary to what we've been led to believe through mainstream. Pharmaceutical companies spend billions in TV ads annually. What are they getting for their money? As I described earlier, they get to change our mindset. Let that sink in. They actually get to change how we think about things. In the case of COVID-19, they massively influenced all of us through fear. They led to believe that the only way we can get back to normal is by getting a vaccine. We have now learned to hyper-focus on viruses so that we will never feel safe again unless we listen to the authorities and do exactly as they tell us. Are you even asking yourself why they haven't discussed the best way to build our immune systems to fight this virus and those to come? What's in it for them? Their narrative, their science, has been changing all along depending on how we were reacting. There is so much behind the scenes we don't know. Most of my information comes from thehighwire.com. Del Bigtree, the host, is a medical investigative journalist who has produced the daytime show The Doctors. His facts have to be sound on the show, or the show wouldn't have had any credibility. Del's team brings us top scientists, immunologists, virologists, doctors, and researchers from around the globe who are unafraid to speak against mainstream. There is another side that does not include fear-mongering, and you can find it on this show that is growing in leaps and bounds. Some of these brave professionals are putting their careers on the line, and some have lost their grants by speaking out. The pharmaceutical industry is very powerful, but these people have a conscience, and I'm truly grateful to anyone appearing on the show. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Susan. Maura Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Welcome.
I think I'm pulling up the caboose. Is that right? And
Well,
you're all
no,
probably
we've got-
saying it's got to be time for lunch.
Yeah, just about. There's a few others, but go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. In fact, this is quite a surreal day for me. I'd never thought that on my 63rd birthday, I'd find myself in a place I'd never been before. And yet something told me I needed to be here. I didn't prepare really anything. I'm not a statistics person. But I did need to share something. Given my age, 63, I have to tell you that I could remember vividly growing up under the JFK administration. I was so taken up with the sense of freedom and expansiveness and citizen engagement and involvement and participation. What shocks me today, which is why it feels like quite the surreal moment, I would say almost like a Twilight Zone moment, is I would have never imagined growing up before JFK was shot, or even 5 years ago or 2 years ago, that I would actually be standing here on my birthday in front of a group of Pinellas County commissioners where I live and asking why we are still engaging in not just the option to wear masks, but why we are even discussing the mandate to wear masks, and something that appears not to be static, but something that appears to be ongoing, with even the conversation now about things like vaccines. I won't make this long, and not that I can. We have 3 minutes, and you all want to eat, and I think my husband's been trying to find out what happened to his wife. But here's what I just want to say to all of you to cap all of this off. I don't know anybody in the other room, never met them. I was surprised to see them all there, but I was also very gratified. Please, all of you, can you keep in mind that you have a tremendous amount of responsibility? Your votes speak for so many lives, people whose faces you will see and those you will never see. But I want you to know this. Your votes will be forever recorded. And I would encourage you, when you decide to do things for the right reasons, I'm all fine with people wearing masks, but when we get to the place that we are mandating things and people in the future will be judging us, we really need to take stock of how we will be viewed in history. And I have to tell you, not only am I sharing that with you, but I feel the same way with myself. I haven't been to a thing like this in 25 years. Something told me I need to be here on a day to speak not just for myself, but I need to speak for so many other people that don't have a voice, that go out every day and do what they're told and don't agree with it, don't feel good about it, and are also suffering underneath it. So with that said, shall I say enjoy your lunch? And also please use your best judgment, use your integrity of heart, and remember, it's your signature, it's your name, it's your vote. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you, Maura.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I have 3 folks that were under item 12 that wanted to speak to the masks. It was Sherry Fiorenzo, Jessica Carroll, and Susan Tauber.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I also have a Heidi Hillard-Natole who's at the bottom for the in-person folks. Is that?
Yeah, but I think she spoke.
Did she? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
She spoke on the mask, and she's saying that it's about the mask.
Wonderful. So I will move on to those three individuals on Zoom. So the first individual who did register under agenda item number 12 but wanted to talk about the mask mandate was Ms. Sherry Fiorenzo. Ms. Fiorenzo, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone to speak on this item. Again, that's Ms. Sherry Fiorenzo. And Mr. Chair, it does not appear that she has joined us today, so I'm going to move on to the next individual. The next person who did pre-register to speak on agenda item number 12 but would like to discuss masks is Ms. Jessica Carroll. Ms. Carroll, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And then once you're unmuted, if you could state and spell your name for the record, state your address, you will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Jessica Carroll. I live in the city of Seminole. So I had a whole thing written out, but I'm just going to kind of riff off what I had. I just want to express, and I hope everybody who showed up in person today does hear how much love I have for my fellow citizens today, because it is amazing to hear them. And I would really like to echo a lot of the things that they expressed, but continuing, we are told to trust the experts, but which experts do you trust when they don't even agree? And I would like to direct you to the roundtable that our very own governor had recently, because I watched all 2 hours of it. It was very informative. And the majority of the panel of experts that the governor sat with argue that almost every draconian measure taken during this pandemic was unnecessary and detrimental to the economy, our children, and our health. And perhaps no aspect of the COVID conversation is more fraught with confusion than the mask. And there have been so many audacious and ridiculous claims about their effectiveness, it's been almost impossible to separate fact from the fiction. But this is what happens when something as simple as a cloth mask becomes a talisman for a cause. And we've moved beyond science and into fanaticism. Real-time data has shown that masks are not an effective measure in controlling the spread of COVID. And you've heard a lot of data. I'm not going to go over it, but it's out there, and I highly recommend that everyone go and look it up for yourselves. But one thing I wanted to point out is Norway studied the effectiveness of mask mandates to slow the spread of COVID. And when it learned it would require forcibly masking 200,000 of its citizens to stop just one infection, the country determined it was pointless to ask anyone other than the symptomatic to wear them. And in Florida, it assessed how counties that didn't have mask mandates performed versus those that did. And it found that there's essentially no difference in population-adjusted cases between masked and unmasked counties. Further, of the 20 counties that implemented a mask mandate after May 1st, only 3 had a reduction in average daily cases. And also notice Super Bowl 55 was supposed to be a super spreader event, and despite all the doomsday prophecies about maskless fans flooding the streets, more than 14 days later, new cases continued a steep downward slide in Hillsborough County. And I also just wanted to point out that essentially we've come to the conclusion that this virus is going to virus, and no amount of lockdown, social distancing, and masking will stop it. We cannot destroy ourselves with the lie of perfect control, and these sorts of false choices represent childlike thinking. Adults understand that complex problems require nuanced solutions, and we can protect those that are most vulnerable and still maintain our way of life without causing a Depression-era crisis. So I'm asking today, rescind the mask mandates, rescind the distance mandates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Susan Tauber, I guess, is the next person, right?
That is correct, and she's already raised her hand, so if you could state and spell your name for the record once you're unmuted, you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Susan Tauber, Tauber. I'm in North Reddington. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for registering under the wrong agenda item. Thanks for letting me speak. I do want to ask for some clarification on how we're making decisions regarding this mask mandate. A while back, the commission voted to continue the mandate based on a regional approach. At last week's work session, a commissioner stated Pinellas isn't Pasco or Manatee. So are we following a regional approach or not? Only one of you consistently come prepared with statistics, or question statistics that are presented. Thank you, Mrs. Peters. Also, there seem to be quite a few pictures floating around the clouds showing elected officials barefaced, in public, while not socially distancing. One of these elected officials sits on this board, with pictures as far back as July of last year and as recently as 6 or 7 days ago. Please think long and hard about how you vote and what you say. Social media is a very powerful platform, and many of us have seen this commissioner's rules for thee, not for me behavior. The whole thing is becoming a joke. As recorded in the agenda, 22 emails recorded for the mask mandate and nearly 300 emails asking you to rescind this mandate. Isn't it time to stop wasting time on this? Think of all the time we could have been working on mental health, drug addiction, the homeless, our veterans. But enough about masks, let's talk about money. July 7th of last year, the board approved a plan to distribute the remaining $170 million in CARES Act funding. Can you tell us the total amount, including that $170 million that passed through the county commission in CARES money? The list you made available last fall does not account for every dollar allocated, itemized, and specific. At the same time, the county's public health response was to receive $55.9 million for testing, contact tracing, and the purchase of masks for healthcare providers. Has Dr. Cho provided an itemized list of how CARES monies received from Pinellas County was spent and any residual balances? How much CARES Act money does the county still have in the bank? It was left to Mr. Burton to distribute an additional $13 million to local governments. Who got how much? And how did we get an itemized list of what they spent that money on? What was the criteria used to determine who got what? How come this board isn't asking these questions after relinquishing financial oversight to the county administrator? Florida Sunshine Law would require transparency on these issues. And we really need to get complete, detailed, itemized financials for each one of these questions. And lastly, will Pinellas match the state of Florida bill moving through the legislature, HB 945, and codify language that a state of emergency in Pinellas County going forward can be for a maximum of 42 days and 7-day increments? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Do you have anybody else?
I do not have anybody else, Mr. Chair.
Nobody else here either. Okay. Well, we have heard from folks here in the House and also from on the virtual thing. And I think, Barry, we have two things to talk about. One, the state of emergency, which is what the issue is today about extending the state of emergency. The other is that we were going to have a discussion today about kind of direction on where to go with the mandates, the restrictions that we have in place through our ordinance.
Correct. So the first is on extending the state of emergency. Staff recommendation is to continue the state of emergency through April 23rd, which is the 7-day period that is authorized by law. The second is we have two ordinances, and as you know, those ordinances would require notification, a public notification, in order to be considered for you to be able to change them. Based upon the timing of the newspapers of general publication, the earliest date we would be able to do that is May 11th. So, you know, in talking about where we were at before and where we would like to be, that is an appropriate time to consider at that time the two mandates that we have, which is the mask mandate and you have to be seated to be served. There is one other provision which is under my authority, which is the safety plan requirements for large events. Unless I'm looking over to Joel just to get confirmation, those are the items. And staff is supportive of placing and doing the advertisement for consideration on May the 11th.
Commissioner Gerard.
I know we have a lot of people probably still standing in the other room, but I really need a break myself, and I would love to not talk about this until after we have a break.
Please. Okay, I don't want to take a regular half-hour, 45-minute break with people waiting around, so let's take a 15-minute break, and how's that sound? Quarter till?
I don't think that's enough time.
Well, that's my choice. I'd like to give you, if you want to grab a bite to eat, you got 15, almost 20 minutes.
I'm going to be hangry.
Excuse me? Well, if we take 15 to, at quarter to 2, we'll get started. You know, if you need to use the restroom, get a bite to eat, that's fine. Let's get started at quarter to 2. Thank you.
Bring this stuff in here.
Barry, I'd like to go back to where we, kind of dropped off before the meeting, before the break, and just maybe talk again about the state of emergency, and, aside from the two, the mask mandate and the city to be served item, the other rationale behind the state of emergency and why you're recommending that.
So the state of emergency covers a couple of different points. One, we established a state of emergency, and yes, we've tied the two ordinances to that. It also provides the ability to be reimbursed on an ongoing basis through FEMA for FEMA-eligible reimbursements. We're spending approximately $1.3 million per month on running vaccination sites and testing sites, and so that allows those dollars to be eligible for a 80-20 FEMA reimbursement.
And I'm assuming that the state of emergency is still going on at the state level. And,
Yes.
And is our state of emergency tied to that one at all, or is it independent of that?
Yours is separate.
Okay. So theirs is still in place. I don't know, I'm assuming some of the rationales, what you just said about the reimbursement pieces. I don't know what.
Well, it's reimbursement. Also gives you the ability to act. It gives me the ability to act. I acted, for instance, for having the large events, and I used the authority you provided under that to be able to say that you had to have a safety plan if you're going to have, 10,000 people at a community event. And so we certainly didn't stop those events, but we just put some requirements out that if you're going to have them, you got to do them in a safe manner. And so that's an example where it gave me the ability and the authority to act where we saw a significant issue.
And I've heard from a few cities that have actually gone through the process, and it was a good exercise and also a good working relationship with the county staff to get to the right place.
And we did that in conjunction with the city managers. We had many conversations with them. I had input from our chambers. I had input from others that, really wanted to be able to open it up like we are, but also, have a standard set of requirements. One of the other things that's important is when we're trying to address this uncertainty in time is to have things that flow across. So when we have safety plans, that it's consistent if you're in this city or an unincorporated. And so it allowed us to put some minimum standards out that people could incorporate.
Yeah. So I think that's the first thing that you're asking us to address. And the other was if we want to give you some policy direction for an upcoming meeting or whatever, with regards to the restrictions that are in place.
On the two ordinances you have in place, and if you recall back, the reason we developed it as an ordinance is because we wanted to take away it being a criminal issue. It was to have an ordinance like tall weeds and grass, and to where, and separate from, the actions of the governor, it was designed to be less restrictive. But what that does require is for you to remove that restriction, it either has to be a supermajority vote or it has to be advertised and a newspaper general publication, which would mean, as of today, the first date that we could have that on for your consideration is May 11th.
Jewel, could you weigh in on this topic again? Why the ordinance to begin with, which I think was a preferred method, your recommendation. I think this commission agreed with that, and what we were trying to do with that, and then where we are now.
Sure. Well, the administrator touched on one of the primary, at least legal reasons that we recommended it, that you consider adopting the face covering mandate as an ordinance, and that is that it allows for the civil ordinance violation citations, and your staff recommended that to you, really feeling like that, to the extent it was being enforced, that was a better vehicle, keeping in mind that the penalty provisions under the state statute that grants county emergency powers provides for a second-degree misdemeanor. So by adopting it as an ordinance, you gave law enforcement and other enforcing agencies out there the option to write a non-criminal civil citation. So that was a very important aspect, we believed at staff, to recommend to you. Another thing that was really a benefit of having this adopted by ordinance as opposed to an order adopted by your county administrator is we had a full public hearing on this ordinance. And I believe there was about 5 hours of testimony. I think there was over 100 people that did appear and were able to address the commission and give their thoughts on the issue, whereas had the county administrator taken that action, there would have been less opportunity for public input. As you recall, you all adopted this ordinance as an emergency measure back in June. And what state law allows is for you to waive the normal notice requirements if the board, if 4/5 of the board, and for you all that's 6 out of 7, finds, and I'm just going to read to you straight from the statute, that the immediate enactment of the ordinance is necessary. So this board determined back in June by a vote of 6-1 that immediate enactment of the ordinance was necessary. So if 6 of you determined that there was an immediacy to repeal the ordinance, you could make that legislative determination and proceed forward. Outside of that emergency process, which really is something to be used in exigent circumstances, there's a 10-day notice requirement. So, and I know we coordinate with board records when we try to place ads because we are confined by the 10-day notice period that is required by state law for county commissions to adopt an ordinance under the normal enactment procedure. Here, it would be a repeal, not necessarily an enactment. Same process, though. So we need 10 days. That's a little bit complicated by the fact that the Times only publishes now on Wednesdays and Sundays, so that constrains your time a little more, meaning it adds days to the process. So really we're looking at about 2 weeks or so of lead time to get something noticed, maybe a little bit more to actually get that ad placed. But that's what I can offer up on the ordinance. And really all the other restrictions, as the administrator referenced, we do have some regulations in place that apply to large-scale events, and that was adopted by order of the county administrator. So not pursuant to this process.
And then just one other question on the, what the governor's orders have allowed as far as, or not allowed as far as fining individuals or wiping the slate clean of past fines to businesses. And does that mean you can't fine businesses now, or it just meant it cleared the deck of the fines in the past year and you can still fine businesses now? How is that? I just want to make sure I know.
The governor took an action many months ago to basically say we couldn't fine individuals. So businesses were not included in that order. So in our opinion, businesses could still be fined. What happened more recently is the governor actually took action through his cabinet, sitting as basically the clemency board. And what they did was they remitted the fines. I will admit, I had to look that up in the Constitution, not having dealt with this before. But essentially what that means is acting as the clemency board, they cleared everyone's fines. So those fines have gone away as of the date of that order by the clemency board.
So it really doesn't affect going forward?
It does not affect things going forward, except for the fact that the order stating that individuals cannot be fined remains in effect. And one other thing I will add that the administrator touched on is that your local state of emergency is not dependent on there being a state of Florida state of emergency in effect. And again, in addition to some of the things the administrator referenced as far as that local state of emergency entitling us to request reimbursements from FEMA or other agencies, there's also some powers that local governments are granted under a state of emergency that we also have in place right now should we need to take advantage of those. Things like waiving your normal purchasing requirements so that we would be better positioned to make emergency purchases. Things dealing with your budgetary controls that allow you to more quickly move around money to pay for those emergency purchases. So there's a little bit more detail behind those emergency powers and some things that from your staff's perspective make it important that this emergency stay in effect.
Okay. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate what I think is your desire to bifurcate the two issues. And with that, I would make a motion that we extend the state of emergency through April 23rd.
Second from Commissioner Seal. Do you have any comments on that? Yeah, Commissioner Gerard.
I just had a question about that. So if the state does away with their state of emergency, we're still eligible for FEMA reimbursement based on a local state of emergency?
I believe we are, but I would want to double check on that.
Yeah, I'd have to
But
check that also.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I think something we might want to know, just in case they get rid of theirs. I mean, because we are spending a lot of money right now.
I'm having
I mean,
someone
I'm not
message me that
suggesting we
yes,
should do
we
anything
are.
with ours at all, but if it doesn't accomplish that, then I would want to make sure we had something in place.
Yeah, I'll have staff look at that while we're discussing.
And I do have staff sending me messages right now saying that yes, we remain eligible for reimbursement.
Thank you.
With only the state,
With
with
just the
only, I'm
local?
sorry, the local state of emergency in effect.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Any other questions on the motion and the second to continue the state of emergency through April 23rd? None? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, let's, back to the other item. Did you have anything else?
Well,
Any other questions?
a variety of questions or comments, I guess. One, Dr. Cho, I want to thank you for your service, and I want to apologize for what we choose to go into this line and take the what comes with that, and you didn't. So I just want to appreciate your service as you serve the state of Florida, not the Pinellas County Commission. If we do come back, or whenever we come back and talk about masks, I'd like us to get on the same page as far as numbers. And one of the things I keep hearing about is the suicide rate. And yet nationally, I read in publications that nationally the suicide rate has actually dropped in the last year from previous year. And our Pinellas suicide numbers from 2016 to 2020 have dropped from 19 to 20. So if we could have staff give us those numbers when we come back to talk about the auxiliary impacts of what's going on with COVID, I would appreciate that.
Anything else? Anybody else? Commissioner Gerard, did you?
Yeah, so are we not ready to talk about masks?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I thought that's what we were talking about.
We're just
Okay.
kind of going,
Well, I have to say, I first want to thank everyone for coming out today and for, you might not believe this, but for the hundreds of emails we've gotten and all the data, and you saved me a lot of time in research, actually, because y'all are really diligent. And I have to say, I asked for the information about comparing county to county, masks versus no masks, and the data surprised me. I didn't think it would turn out the way it did. That there doesn't seem to me to be a whole lot of difference. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, because I really hated those research classes in college. But I guess I'm keeping an open mind about where we are and where we need to go. 73% of the 65 and plus vaccinated, those were the people that we worried about for months and months and months and months. And a very high percentage of the deaths were in that age category. So I am inclined to be looking at this. I don't understand, and maybe, Jewel, you can clear this up, how it can be an emergency to repeal the ordinance. I understand the emergency to put it in place, but not to repeal it. That's kind of a stretch for me.
Well, I'm just trying to present options
Okay.
available, but that would be a determination for this board to make.
Okay, and I understand that what we got, the Tampa Searcast forecast from USF, I understand this is just a very compacted sort of report out. I'm sure there are 100 pages that go behind this, but I don't understand these predictions at all when you get farther in about when you can stop social measures and what happens to the rate of cases spiking way beyond anything we've ever had. I don't understand at all. So maybe I need to get the full report and take a look at that, but that makes no sense to me. Because, anyway, that's it. And especially when I look at the other counties, and I'm not even sure if this is statewide or if it's nationwide or what. Let's see. I am very concerned about what's going on in the community in terms of the nastiness directed at people that are either wearing masks or not wearing masks, and, you know, just the divisiveness of the whole issue. You know, unfortunately, I think that it has been politicized, period. There is nothing in politics, there's nothing in this whole thing that has anything to do with politics. And so I guess I despair that it's actually turned into that in a lot of cases. But I know for myself, when I go to the store and I'm wearing a mask and somebody else isn't, or I'm sitting in a meeting with somebody without our plastic barriers, and they have their mask pulled down to their chin, makes me nuts. I mean, so I understand, I really do. Because I just want to jump on that person and say, can't you wear that properly? In fact, I think I did the other day, Commissioner Long. So I mean, the data is all over the place. You're absolutely right. It's hard to come to a proper decision and have, now I have so much data, I don't know what's going on, you know, between what we have and what everybody's given us. I don't know, but I do think it's probably time to take a look at the ordinance, and I'm willing to put it on the agenda for May 11th.
Commissioner Flowers?
Before me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I wasn't here when the initial conversation occurred, so I've been trying to play catch up on, you know, the things that were stated at the meetings, and then, of course, several meetings where you all had a number of persons who came and spoke either in person, virtually, as it relates to wearing masks or not wearing masks. I just wanted to share a couple of things from my research and my observation, and I don't just look at individuals who I agree with. I look at the totality of information that's out there, and the reason that I'm doing that is because there were a number of people who heard different rationales to a number of different things, and I just wanted to make sure that if someone contacted me as an elected official, that I was giving them appropriate information and a place where they could go and find that same information. And we're still doing that even today, trying to dispel some of the rumors and the innuendo that's out there. First, yes, at the last meeting, I did say that I wanted to address information based on facts, not fiction, and I did speak of comorbidity, as a gentleman that spoke earlier. Comorbidity is the presence of one or more factors. Some people call it co-occurring. For me, it is of special concern because persons of color tend to have higher degrees of comorbidity concerns, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, chronic renal failure, you name it. And 16.71% of persons that did not have pre-existing conditions contracted the virus, while 80% plus of persons who had pre-existing conditions contracted the virus, and the majority of those persons were persons of color. So yes, comorbidity, to the gentleman that asked, is a concern to me, because a number of people who passed away early on when we didn't know very much about the virus, they were persons of color who were sharing or displaying one or more prior medical conditions. Second, I pulled up and read Pasco County's press release and update that they distributed to the community. And it did not say that they oppose masks. That's not what that document stated. It stated Pasco County government is recommending the continued use of face coverings, and their rationale for the order that they reversed was because at that time, Pasco County was showing lower COVID-19 rates, lower hospitalization rates, and because the vaccinations were now available. It was never an aversion to wearing masks as one of a three-part trio that could aid in reducing the infection rates. Someone else talked about not wearing masks in public, or it's not an issue or concern for people in public. And they noted Disney World, where a gentleman was escorted out of Disney World for not wearing a mask, even though he purported that he had spent over $15,000 for his vacation. He was escorted out. So there are larger arenas who are sticking to, whether there is a mask order in place or not, who are sticking to that as it relates to a layer of protection. The other thing I wanted to address was just 4 days ago, the CDC did reiterate that it recommends people wear face masks, especially when other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. When you're out and about, it is very difficult to maintain social distancing. People are going to walk up, walk by, you're getting out of your car at the grocery store, you're standing in line at the grocery store. I was at a store trying to buy something the other day, and even though there was the round thing that said, here's how far you should be standing, people got in line and got like right up to the next person. So that was just 4 days ago. That wasn't that long ago or a few weeks ago. When I served on the Pinellas County School Board, there were a number of people that came and spoke and stated at that time that they had read information that vitamin D actually would stop you or prevent you from getting the virus. And I spoke against that then, and I'm going to speak against it now, because vitamin D does not stop you from getting the virus. People with low vitamin D levels are more prone to respiratory infections. That's according to the CDC. Vitamin D has been found to try to help a person to boost their system, but it is not anything that stops the transmission of the COVID-19 virus. And the physician that cited the study, 2 recent clinical trials, is Dr. William Marshall from the Mayo Clinic. So it did not reduce the length of stay. It did not reduce the number of people that were actually contracted the virus. So I just wanted to share that because someone made that comment. I also wanted to state that the reason that YouTube took the video down that was presented, it wasn't because but he invited those that he wanted to invite, and they provided that information. And so, you know, when we're talking about safety of people, there are always, as elected officials, there are always going to be persons who do not agree with your specific or individual decision. They may not agree with a group of people, but just like we had people here today who were speaking against wearing masks, there are thousands of people who speak in support of wearing masks. So it's not just one individual group that determines. It should be a decision that's based on the totality of information that is provided to us, the best medical information that is provided to us, so that we are not doing like what the UK and others are doing. They release their restrictions, and then all of a sudden, you're looking at all of these restrictions being put back into place because their numbers of positivity rates continue to climb. So I'm going to hear what my other colleagues have to say in this discussion. But I just wanted to share some of those things because, again, I'm not basing my decision or my information on personal feelings or on emotions. If I did, I wouldn't even have to make a comment. I would just cast my vote because emotionally, I think that we have all been through a lot. Businesses, individuals, people have lost their jobs. Children have a reduction in learning. There have been issues related to mental states of mind because people have had their comings and goings restricted. But when you look at pandemics that we've had in the past, even when we didn't have the type of medications that we have, persons had to make decisions that were not popular. The last thing I want to say is I don't mind being an elected official and having people say things that I do not agree with. That is fine. What I do mind and what I would like to see is if you are going to request a certain decorum of elected officials, then I would anticipate that that same decorum is displayed here. We may not be in the chambers of the Pinellas County Commission chambers, but as far as I'm concerned, this is still a place of business. So to stand there and utilize sexual innuendo type placement things with the mask and calling my colleagues or anybody else out of their name, I think is totally uncalled for, absolutely unprofessional, distasteful, and disdained, in my opinion. Again, you don't have to like what I say. You know, it's the territory that comes with being an elected official. People are going to say things that may get underneath your skin. That is a part of the job. But some of the things that were stated here earlier, that goes above and beyond what the purpose of us coming together and being able to display. Your First Amendments carry you only so far. You can't run, you shouldn't yell fire in a crowded building. Why? Because it causes harm to other people. So standing there calling people names in this room is not going to still get you what you want. What it does is it continues to put up that fight. Rather than just hearing what's being said, it puts up that fight of, you know what, I'm just ignoring them now because of the things that they've said and done. So I would hope that we get a better handle on that, because I'm going to ask, every time somebody come and do that, I'm going to ask that we discontinue that comment, because that comment is no longer focused or directed on the reason that we're here and what we're supposed to be discussing at that time. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Yep. Commissioner Peters?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing I would like to ask is whenever we get the data, that you also include the natural antibodies that people are getting by getting the virus. They have the same antibodies that people are getting a virus. They're getting the vaccine to get the antibodies. So if they've already had it, I think those numbers should be included in the data. And so that probably puts us at 40%. If you add in the 75,000 to the 300, and however many we have, 300, and I'm sure it's more than what came out yesterday, so the 357,620, and we're doing how many a week, 10 or 20,000, Barry?
10,000 new.
So we're doing 10,000 new a week, and that doesn't include the Publix and the Walgreens and the CVS and the Walmarts and everybody else. So, so I think if you add the numbers that were positive cases, and I think we have to, even if they have a mild case, according to the CDC, once you have it, the chances of you getting it again are rare. And if you do get it, according to the last CDC report I read, that it is rare, very rare to get it a second time. And if you do, it's typically less severe than the first time. And there's no guarantee on a vaccine that you're not going to get it either, except it's less severe because you've had the vaccine. So I think it's right that those numbers should be included in the total. You can separate them out. The vaccine might make it, 36%, but the 75,000 is maybe another 3 or 4% of the total population, which then brings you up to 40%. And I just think it's worth keeping that included in our numbers, because we just haven't been talking about it, and I don't understand why we're not talking about it, because those are the people that their immune system has been protected against this virus. So I think that's important. Second, I want to make a comment about the suicides. Now, the suicide rates might not be up, but I assure you, other rates are very high. 539 people died from an overdose in 2020. 539 is a lot of people. A lot of people. Now, I don't know what the death toll was at the end, and right now our death toll for COVID is 1,500, but that includes 4 months into this year. And we've gone through millions and millions and millions of dollars in amazing efforts to prevent those deaths. And we've done very little to protect the other deaths. So please don't think that those risk factors out there are not serious, because they are. I can tell you the juvenile Baker Acts right now are skyrocketing. And if you don't think that this has not played into the emotional anxiety of our youth, I really think you're mistaken, and the Baker Acts can prove it. Because I do have those numbers and I'm happy to share with you. But the Baker Acts are skyrocketing. And all we hear now in the news is the mental health crisis and all the other things that are happening with the mental health issues. And so, yes, there are serious implications and things, results that have happened from this whole year. And so I do believe that definitely by May 11th we'll be at 50%, especially if you include the positive numbers. And I agree and want to second Pat Gerard's motion. If we're going to put that on the agenda, that's fine. I think people just want an end date. They've been asking for an end date. And we gave them a formula, but now the testing has changed, and people who are exposed aren't necessarily running to get tested. And so the numbers are different. It's fluid. It's changing. And so I think the end game, I think that's what they want. I think everybody came here and they said they want it. They want something. They want to know. And I think if we give them a date of May 11th that we're going to put on the agenda to be serious about talking about it, then that helps them get where they want to be. And I can tell you in the beginning of this, it was mostly our seniors we heard from, and they were really frightened because so many seniors were dying. But we're not getting the emails about keeping the masks anymore. And it was mostly our senior citizens, I believe, that were so serious about it. And that's what we were and we were worried about them mostly because they had the highest death rates. And at 73% of them have been vaccinated. That concern is not as great. I did check in with a couple of hospitals today. Their numbers are up, but they're not up like they were. Young people are coming in. There's no question young people are coming into the hospital. And we do have, 3 30-year-olds in the ICU, at least at one hospital. But I would really like to see a shift now into healthier behaviors, healthier attitudes. I would like to see us end this and end the restrictions that we have and really put a massive focus on continuing the vaccine, but really focusing on health and wellness and exercise and boosting your immune system and eating whole foods and that kind of stuff. Vitamin D may not be the end-all cure-all, will not stop it, no question about it. But if you do things to strengthen your immune system, you certainly can be much more prepared and much more resilient if perhaps you come across a virus or another kind of infection. So I definitely, if we haven't gotten a second, I would like to second Pat Gerard's motion to advertise this. And have a conversation. I think 50%, knowing that at least 25% in a survey said they will not take it, I think 50% is a safe bet on restricting. Once you've got that vaccine, after 2 weeks, you can go without a mask. And people want to go without a mask. Even our senior citizens are not wearing their masks because they've been vaccinated and they feel safe. And so I just would like to see us move in that direction and then shift it to much more focus on campaigning on not being obese, eliminating obesity, and eliminating the comorbidities that you're talking about, and really working on focusing on how to strengthen your immune system. And I think that's a much better way to go. But please know that these rise in juvenile Baker Acts, this is serious. It's serious. And so many of our kids aren't even in school, and yet our Baker Act numbers are rising ridiculously. So there's serious issues. We definitely know our overdoses are a real problem. Maybe our suicides aren't that high, and I'm sure our child abuse rate numbers are way down, but our children weren't going where mandatory reporters were. So of course it would be down. And so many people are suffering in silence, and it's time we get back to doing what we do. So I think the 50% number is a good number. I think if we give them a date that they know in May it would be over, I think you would have a lot of relief. I think the cooks in the kitchens and the restaurants would be really happy if they didn't have to wear those in the heat. I just think it's time to move on. So thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would really like to thank my colleague, Commissioner Flowers, for the very kind words that she offered this afternoon. I do not agree that we should advertise on May 11th. I continue to put my faith and my trust in our highly respected scientists. And from my own heart, I would like to apologize to Dr. Cho and Dr. Jameson for the remarks that have been made about our very respected staff and their very difficult jobs that they have, especially Dr. Cho. I think, I know him as a very genuine public servant and someone who has spent his entire life studying infectious disease and medicine. Same with Dr. Jameson. And I know them as husbands and as fathers of little kids. And, we're all human. I mean, I like to think that I am not bothered by the disrespectful and snarky remarks that are made in these public meetings. But I remember the day when people would come to a public meeting and be civil and respectful, and it's very difficult to listen to the disregard for civility and respect and not want to lash out. So if my remarks in previous meetings have offended or hurt anyone personally, for that I am very sorry. I have grandchildren and children, and I'm a wife and a grandmother, and now I'm a great-grandmother. And what I care is the examples that we leave for our kids and our grandchildren. And I would like to see them grow up in a much kinder, more respectful and civilized way. I do rely heavily on folks like Dr. Chow and Dr. Jameson and our universities because, none of us can know everything. And this morning, I was listening to some folks from the World Health Organization who reminded everyone listening, and myself included, that we are living in uncharted territory right now. No one has all the answers, and even as we find answers, it doesn't take very much time to go by before all of a sudden we realize that an error was made. So we're all human, and we are all doing the very best we can to do the best job that we can on behalf of all of our citizens, not just the loud and angry voices who choose to come to our meetings. And so I am not going to support advertising on May 11th. I don't think it's too much to ask that we err on the side of caution and give Dr. Cho and our scientists and the universities time to evaluate the effects of what is going on today. And I think May 25th, Mr. Burton, you indicated might possibly be a good time. Was that correct, or did I misunderstand?
I had said that we could discuss it on May 11th.
Okay, well, I'm
sorry.
happy to discuss it, but I'm not happy to start advertising on May 11th. That's my point.
Yeah, on that point, if we have a public hearing on May 11th to take input, and we take the public input and we decide to hold it and say, I'm just making something up, that to a date certain, we can do that as well, correct?
Yeah, you can insert into an ordinance an effective date that you choose. So in other words, if you, and I'm just going to make this up, if you held a public hearing and adopted an ordinance on May 11th, you could choose to make it effective, for instance, June 1st or July 1st or whatever date you pick.
Or you could carry it over to another date.
Okay. And just the other.
That was the question.
The other thing about May 25th, I think we just have to keep in the back of our minds, is we do have a public hearing for the tides that day, at that hearing, I believe. And I just want to make sure we are aware of that.
That's correct. It is set for May the 25th.
Okay. I would just not want to do too much in one day, but Commissioner Seal, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
I wasn't waving my hand wildly this time, but thank you to each and every one of you for your thoughtful comments. And it is unprecedented times, and I think it's been very difficult to try to make sound scientific health choices for our citizens. I mean, certainly, I think each one of us would agree that we didn't want to have to require our citizens to do anything. But and I also have read the scientific and the different studies that people have sent us, and I think one observation, Commissioner Gerard, that you made is that the counties that had masks versus the counties that didn't have masks, that the data was similar as far as infection rates. However, we don't have an exact count of how many people in the counties that didn't require a mask were actually wearing a mask. So you have no way, it's not a good data set, in my opinion. I think the other one that's probably better is where they studied at the schools where people were wearing masks versus not wearing masks, and found that those that were wearing masks had less infections. So I think that is probably more of a telling data set. I would agree with advertising it on May 11th. However, that doesn't mean that I may necessarily agree with allowing, doing away with the mask ordinance, or establishing a date at that point in time at which we would target for that. I'm quite interested in trying to get through close to the end of the school year so that we can keep our students protected. And I think also based on the USF study, it looks like even if we ramp up our vaccination rates 5 times over, it's going to take until July 1st before they think that we'll have the proper injections, number of people injected, and safety standards at that point. So with that, I'll keep my remarks fairly brief, but I'm certainly willing to hear, to discuss it, and I appreciate each person's perspective. And I respect different people's opinions, but I'm looking at the health of our citizens. And that's my bottom line. And I'm also looking at the science.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, just a couple of comments. First of all, I wanted to echo the comments about our staff and about the doctors and the types of people that they are and the work that they do. I think for the most part, even the majority of the folks that spoke this morning were very respectful. And I wouldn't even say the biggest majority. I would say almost everybody was respectful. And I apologize that I couldn't get the one person to stop her vitriol. I just don't think that, I agree with the comments were made. That does not have a place here. When residents pick a commissioner's prior comments and address that in a civil way, that's part of what we do here. But I think the lack of civility is why I called for it in the beginning of the meeting, trying to make sure that the things that we want are civility, that they should want the same thing. So that to me was extremely important. I made a couple comments. I think we're in a good place today on vaccine, on treatments, on hospital capacities, businesses recovering. The trajectory is better. The schools, there's higher attendance. I mean, it's all, we're getting to the right place. I wonder if science is ever going to be comfortable saying that it's behind us, because I do think that what we've learned in this past year, and I've heard it from a couple of the science folks, is that we've done all of this stuff in developing a vaccine out in the public. This normally happens back in the laboratories, and they're doing all this testing and all this stuff going on. They've been out in the public with all of this, and it's been changing. We've had different comments from CDC, from the World Health Organization, from doctors, and we certainly have difference of opinions all over the board. And so I just think that, we've got, there's just a lot of mixed messaging out there. And so I do think that I would agree that I think we do need to advertise it for May 11th. I think we need to start, and I think there was a couple of comments made, but we do need to start pivoting our conversation to being more encouraging about safety that we have in our community, and encouraging people to get out. I think the vaccines have been a big part of that. But this is not going to turn on a switch. If we said May 11th, it's over and we're done, that doesn't make everybody more comfortable all of a sudden. So I think we need to start pivoting the conversation to be about the positive things that are going on, and there are a lot of good things that are going on. Between now and May 11th, there's going to be a great change in the numbers. I think we said earlier that of people over 18, we're going to be hitting 50% vaccinated by May 12th. Well, I'm just thinking that's probably going to be on the low side, but that's the estimate that we have right now. And again, I'm not sure that we're going to get a whole lot higher than that. So I think we're going to, again, have to be careful of making sure that we focus a little bit more on the positives. Also, I think Commissioner Peters made the comment about the nutritional wellness and pivoting our conversation, which I think we've talked about. I know I have during the year. We've missed perhaps an opportunity to start talking about wellness from a physical standpoint, emotional and nutritional standpoint. And that is something that I think we really need, again, pivoting our conversation to that, as opposed to the conversation that seems to be ongoing about continuing to make people very reticent about getting out and being a part of the community. Again, everybody making their own choices, everybody feeling comfortable at the right time. Somebody said it today, they were talking about people feel comfortable with masks. This person said, I feel comfortable without a mask because of all of the different things that masks bring for my family, for health. Somebody mentioned a disease that they found out their family has, and the impacts on that. So I do think that I think it was Monday that we had the Pinellas County Behavioral Health meeting, and if you listen to that, they certainly were not talking about the mental health issues being on the downside. I mean, they were talking about how much this past year that they've attacked and accomplished and improved, but that the numbers were pretty high this past year. So again, I'm not going to get into the specific numbers, but there was certainly that, and I think Commissioner Justice asked for that information. I think that would be good information to have. I'd also like to learn a little bit more about this percent positive at the meeting, because I asked that question earlier, and I have questions about it. There were some issues brought up here about the PCR test and how that weighs in on the numbers, because that seems to be a number that we're continuing to hold on to as one of those decision-making pieces or parts of the model. So I want to make sure that that we have a real clear understanding of that as well. I think we talked about already the antibodies that people have developed from having COVID, and those numbers should be included. All the other numbers, Barry, that you've been trying to get as far as people that have gotten vaccinated, we need to have that conversation as well. So I think yes, Commissioner Gerard. Yeah, I'm finished for now.
I just wanted to say I don't think I made it in the form of a motion before, but I will make a motion to put it on the agenda for April 11th.
Yeah, I think Commissioner.
I'm sorry, May 11th.
I think, yeah, Commissioner Peters acknowledged that
she was
motion,
seconding
and she
my
was seconding your
motion that I didn't make.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just did.
Okay.
But I agree with Commissioner Seal that I think my effective date would want to be June 1st or 3rd or something. School's out on the 2nd. So just to make it easier on the school system, I think.
Yeah, and I think we can have that. I mean, that discussion will be a good one to have on May 11th. Exactly because we don't know what we're going to be, what situation, what numbers, the whole the whole landscape. That date may be significantly different than what we're anticipating. So I would hope that we would have that conversation then. Are there any other? Yeah, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's a lot of the stuff that's been brought through today, and I think to have that conversation, we should have the conversation of what the ordinance, and it won't matter because the folks here today, some of them, continue to perpetuate things that are not true. but the ordinance doesn't apply outdoors. Our ordinance doesn't apply to children. Our ordinance provides an exemption. And so they're still talking about lockdowns. You know, we haven't had a lockdown in Pinellas since the governor's orders early in those days. So I did watch, by the way, the governor's roundtable, if you want to call it that, yesterday online. And again, you can take a lot of these numbers. Florida's never had a statewide mask mandate, yet effectively 11 to 12 million people in Florida lived under a mandate by their local governments. And those in the other counties, we have orders at, if you want to go into a Walmart or a Target or some of those. So the numbers, you're never going to get a pure A to B numbers comparison. So our job is to take all the data that we do get and try and make the best decisions that we can. I do at some point, and I don't know if we need to do it for May 11th or where, but early during the mask discussion, I think it was Hillsborough County put in their ordinance that a business could not fire an employee for wearing a mask if they wanted to wear one and the business did not want to have that employee wear. Do we have any kind of protection like that, or would the commission be supportive of some sort of protection like that?
If you give me a moment to pull up your ordinance, I do believe that we included that in your face covering ordinance. Now, what we were looking at to draft was just a complete repealer. But I will point out there are some provisions in there that go beyond the mandatory face covering aspect. And I'll double check again, like I said, but I'm almost certain that we have that provision in our ordinance. So you could choose to maintain some things like that. We also have the provision in that ordinance that would require, for instance, someone to be seated to be served in a restaurant. So there are some other things that back at the time you adopted it, you believed to be appropriate that may not be today, but there are some things such as protecting employees that may be. And we can take a look and go through and kind of find some of those nuggets that are in there.
Thank you. And then the last thing, I know we're talking about the mental health issues, and no one would argue that this has been a trying year for everybody. And certainly our children have seen that. Even in the best of circumstances, they see what's going on in the world, and it is a frightening situation for them when they're still learning how to understand how it impacts us all. So absolutely. But we heard several speakers today say the suicide rates had jumped 100% or 500% or whatever, and attributing it to the stress from the mask. And the numbers just don't bear that out. So there's some things that we can find different stats on, but there's some things that are black and white stats that we should be all operating on the same page. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm hearing the messaging here is that when we come back to have that conversation on the 11th is to get the facts that are out there and trying to define the different types of studies. And I don't mean all the studies for crying out loud, but just the idea that there are, on certain issues, you know, we feel very strongly about this, or the predominance of people feel a certain way, the doctors, the scientists. But there is a group of people with solid, I mean, you know, we've seen that, we've read that, some solid groups that are out there that talk about different aspects of this, that I think it's fair when we're having the conversation that we talk about all of that to some degree. But I'm hearing enough people here, if we got a motion on the table and a second for the advertising and having the discussion about the ordinance on May 11th.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, just in response to Commissioner Justice, the question, your ordinance, the face covering ordinance, does include a paragraph that makes it a violation of the ordinance for any employer to prohibit any employee within Pinellas County from wearing a face covering as personal protective equipment. Now, we do go on to say that it wouldn't prohibit the employer from establishing like uniform guidelines or, you know, everybody has to wear a black mask or something along those lines. But we did include a protection for employees to not be terminated for wanting themselves to wear a face covering.
And I didn't hear, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but in the motion, are we just, what the specific motion, what will we be advertising, what will we be discussing on the 11th?
The repeal of the ordinance. Rescinding the ordinance, amending the ordinance, comma, comma, comma. I mean, I think we need to make sure that our bases are covered to be able to make a decision that day on the parts of the ordinance that we want, if not all of the ordinance, that we want to rescind, or a state specific.
Well, we do need to have some direction so that we can properly advertise the ordinance, because the advertisement should be placing citizens on notice as to the action you anticipate taking. And while we do place those advertisements in a manner that you all can react to the public input you get, which is of course the purpose of the public hearing, we need to not stray significantly from what's been advertised in order to keep up with what's been advertised. So what we have drafted is a complete repealer. So that would repeal your face covering requirement and the requirements within bars for social distancing and being seated to be served, things that were really put into the ordinance to try to maintain that social distancing. We could, if it's the will of the board and we get direction today, keep something that would protect employees that wish to protect themselves. We could certainly keep that in there.
But we can also talk about that we might repeal all, part of the ordinance. I mean, or amend the ordinance. I mean, the amending the ordinance, we have to be a little careful because you could go in 100 different directions. But I do think that there's enough language there that that attorneys can develop that give us a little bit of latitude on what that final amended ordinance or rescinded ordinance, rescinded ordinance, we know what that'll look like. But
We can certainly do that, and like I said, just in anticipation of you all potentially wanting to move quicker, we did draft just a straight-up repealer. We could certainly go back and include some statements of intent that you would like to see people voluntarily wear the masks. We could keep something in here that protects employees that wish to, and we could bring some of those things forward as options for you all to consider.
Well, I think I think from what I'm hearing, it seems to be a developing position that might change between now and May 11th. So I don't, to try to pin people down today, I think defeats the purpose of having a discussion on May 11th based on the state of the world, state of the landscape that we have at that point. So we have an ordinance in place that we're considering rescinding and or amending to some limited degree, amending to some limited degree. I mean, on the part that not allowing people to penalize employees for wearing a mask, we've also made it now that you don't have to wear a mask if you have a health issue.
That's always been part of the ordinance.
Right, I understand that. So this is to me, it's almost the counter to it. If somebody has a real strong reason or feeling to wear a mask, that they shouldn't be penalized for that either. So I mean, I know they're different, but yet you're kind of trying to protect folks from taking a position that's different than what an employee might allow for. Commissioner Gerard.
I wouldn't want people to have to tell you why they want to wear a mask or explain themselves at all. I think they should be able to wear a mask, period. But I'm wondering if you could, if we decide to rescind the whole ordinance, how we might maintain some of those things that are still valuable or that we still want to carry on for a bit longer. Can we do it by executive order? Can we do a whole different ordinance for those little things?
So you will still have the regulations in place that pertain to requirements for large-scale events. That is an executive order that was signed by the county administrator. And that governs, I believe the threshold is 1,000 people, events with 1,000 people or more. And it basically requires the event organizers to have a safety plan in place. And the order sets forth certain items that must be addressed within that safety plan. So that will remain in place. We can impose some requirements. Again, as I discussed earlier, part of the rationale for bringing this forward as an ordinance was for the lower penalty and to give people an opportunity for input. We could have done this by executive order initially, which is what they did in Pasco initially. So The county administrator would maintain that authority, obviously subject to input from you all here.
To that point, if you advertise it, though, to repeal all or part, then that gives you the ability to discuss it. If you want to keep a portion, you could keep it within the ordinance, or we could do it as an executive order and not have it as an ordinance.
Commissioner Peters?
Well, Barry just kind of said what I was going to say. The ordinance is on the books, and we certainly can do as he said, and just leave that as what's in the ordinance. I mean, you don't have to repeal the whole thing. You can make changes to it and take out whatever you want and leave whatever you want in, and it's still on the books. So I don't, the discussion is on the 11th, and on the 11th we figure out what we want to take out and what we want to leave in, if we want to make any changes at all. And as far as, is it rescind and/or amend, or just amend? It sounds like it's strictly amending, because I don't think anyone wants to put someone in the position of being discriminated against if they want to protect their health. And if they're sick, I hope they have a mask on, even if it's a cold. Actually, I'd rather they stayed home, but, so it sounds to me like we're talking about amending it more than rescinding it. Does that sound right?
Well, I think the words you use are rescinding all or part of.
Yeah.
I mean, is that because we have the ordinance in place, and so because it's in place, people know what's there and so we could rescind the whole thing or just parts of it? I mean, what's so difficult about advertising that?
What we need to do is advertise what you all intend to pass, or very close what you intend to pass. So we always provide that you all are going to hear public input at your hearings and may modify your ordinance in accordance with that public input. My point is, you can't stray dramatically from the ordinance in front of you based on what's been advertised. So really, everything that you have in this face covering ordinance, except for really the provision that would protect employees, is either requiring the face covering, setting forth the numerous exemptions to the face covering requirement, or requiring certain activities within restaurants. For instance, standing at a bar is prohibited. Tables must be spaced so that there's 6 feet in between. That's all that's in this ordinance. Face coverings required, social distancing required in public places. So it's really a repealer that you're looking at.
With the exception of what we just talked about, of this item that Commissioner Justice brought up, that protects folks from their employers.
And if we were to bring forward a complete repealer, in my opinion, adding that back in would not stray from what you've advertised.
Okay. So adding, and I don't know what else would be added. I think the real issue will be what date we want to make it certain, right? And we don't really need to advertise that.
What we do is we advertise the title of the ordinance, and what your title is going to say is providing for an effective date. Now, what the advertisement will also say is that citizens can contact board records to obtain a copy of the proposed ordinance. So, ideally we would like to put forth and advertise and make available to the public an ordinance that's close to what you're going to adopt. But again, we specifically put in your advertisements that you all are going to take public testimony and you may modify that ordinance.
I think that protects us a little bit from...
It absolutely does. The point is, you cannot stray dramatically from what gets advertised. But in my opinion, for instance, if we were to bring forward a complete repealer, and Commissioner Justice's point was one that this board wanted to keep in place, you could certainly do that within the confines of what would have been advertised.
or saying that the date wasn't the date that we were passing it, but it might be 2 weeks down the road.
Correct.
That's not straying dramatically.
Not in my opinion, no.
Just because those were some of the things that people had asked earlier. I want to make sure, because I was going to ask you for examples of straying, but I would really rather just stick to what people had brought up. I think those were some of the things people had brought up. So that would not be straying too far.
In my opinion, no, it would not.
Yes.
Just to try and clarify it one step further for me. If we wanted to, for example, repeal the public portion of the mask mandate, but maintain a portion of it. For example, and I know that we don't want to do that for communication efforts, but if we wanted to say we're going to maintain it for hospitals or pharmacies or things that we discussed about in the early days, any kind of filtration of the current ordinance would be still within germanity rules, correct?
I do believe so.
Okay.
And keep in mind, you also have the option of a county administrator that could do that by executive order at any point in the future.
Yeah, I don't want to give you this. And you don't want to do it. I think it should fall on us. Okay, so the motion was to do it on May 11th, and the motion is to put forward a rescission ordinance for May 11th.
And we will draft something up that I believe is consistent with what I'm hearing discussed today and place an appropriate ad.
Any other comments? What's that?
For discussion?
Yeah, yeah, that's what we're doing. I mean, whatever. I mean, it may be a discussion, maybe a decision. I don't know how the commission's going to, but at least by advertising it, we are saying we can make a decision.
Correct. We would be advertising a public hearing to be held for public comment. Of course, you could choose to take no action if that was the will of the board.
Understand. That's why I had brought up last Thursday the whole September or April 27th because of the time frames that you were talking about. So we're fine on time frames for May 11th. Okay. So I have a motion and a second for that. Do you have what you need? Okay. Any other comments, questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Okay, are we done? I'm kidding. That was a joke. All right, we're moving on to item 12, which is citizens to be heard. And let me make sure I have my other sheet here, just a second. Cat. Well, we do have some that are in the House, so I'll go to there and I'll look for my sheet here in a second. But under item 12, David Ballard Geddes Jr., Greg Pound, James Lewis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. In 2015, the Pinellas County Commission created the Lealman Community Redevelopment Area. As contrived, the Lealman Community Redevelopment Area invokes changes in existing land development regulations using orchestrated depredation, adverse environmental conditions, proactive inadequate street conditions, and failing sewer and water infrastructure. The conundrum created by the county is being used as a platform upon which to establish, offer, encourage, to invoke third-party incorporation into previously unincorporated property seen as a transfer of development right for the ultimate purpose of appropriating civilian-owned properties. The county, in effect, has fortified appropriation rights, selling off the heart of St. Petersburg in a long-standing infrastructure scheme using a recipe of deliberately blighted, run-down neighborhood conditions in its framework to incorporate subversive third-party development practices, incorporating a factious private political insurrection intent on laying claim to and levying the equity from civilian home ownership and the promulgation of form-based code development. The Lealman community is our county commission aiding and abetting an Israeli outpost imposted here in central St. Petersburg, representing Israel in its establishing of a third-party private police powers to impose boasts eminent domain development rights against civilian-owned homes. Israel, thereby wanting to expand its overall libertarianism in an armed invasion, as is, the county has aided and abetted in the fortification of an armed insurrection here in this country and is engaged in the implementation of actual warfare against the civilian population of this land. Israel has already gotten themselves in enough muddy water using this Constitution that we have currently before us today as a medium. Please do not encourage the poor behavior of Israel any further than what's been encouraged over the last 200 years in this country. Thank you.
Greg Pound, and then James Lewis, and Tom Rask, and Chris Fox. Is Greg Pound still here? No. James Lewis?
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is James E. Lewis. I am a Clearwater resident and a student in the Public Policy and Administration Bachelor of Science program at St. Petersburg College. I am completing a capstone project in this my final semester and am here to present my project to you. For this project, I have created a framework for a suicide prevention program for post-release inmates from the Pinellas County Jail. This issue is personal to me. On February 14th last year, 2020, my father committed suicide after being released from Vanderburgh County Jail in Indiana. He had struggled with his mental health and had been involved with the criminal justice system for the previous 6 years or more. In his case, I don't blame anyone for what happened, and Vanderburgh County is not Pinellas County. But my research has revealed that there is a gap between the health care that inmates receive while in the institution, the county jail, and the available mental health nonprofit organizations that are available to help them in the community. There's just a gap in between connecting them when they're released. So this gap is found not just here in Pinellas County and Florida, but nationwide. It seems to occur almost everywhere. Furthermore, U.S. congressional findings stated that 16% of incarcerated adults and 20% of juveniles suffered from a severe mental illness, and that 40% of adults with a mental illness will come into contact with the criminal justice system at some point in their lifetime. A study in contemporary clinical trials also shows that 10% of all suicides in the U.S. can be attributed to a recent legal stressor. I also conducted some of my own research with a survey in February that I performed by collecting survey responses from individuals along 49th Street that had previously been incarcerated in the county jail. I found that 67% of those respondents had no suicidal ideations before entering jail, but reported some frequency of such ideations after release. Also, 93% reported that they could afford no more than $0 per month for treatment. Finally, 57% did respond that they were offered mental health assistance after release. Of those 57%, though, 80% had indicated a strong likelihood of seeking help. Therefore, the nonprofit 501c3 that I am organizing, called SPAN, which stands for the Suicide Prevention Action Network, will offer 4 critical services. The first will be a dedicated suicide prevention hotline for post-release inmates, similar to 211, but specifically dedicated to this population. Second, a no-cost therapy and counseling program staffed by volunteer mental health clinicians. Third, a prescription medication cost assistance program. And finally, a peer-to-peer support network. This was not just another project to me. This is an organization that I am serious about, and I will continue working to establish and operate after graduation. And that is why I chose to present to you today. Funding will be important, and just wanted to plant a seed today. Hopefully look forward to seeing more from me in the future. I did bring one copy of my report. It's quite a lot of paper, so I only printed one, but I'll give it to you quick.
Thank you, Jamie. That's awesome work, and I know it obviously hit you personally, but appreciate your words and look forward to talking to you more.
Thank you very much for your time.
Go ahead, Commissioner Peters.
Jamie, that's awesome work. I'm really impressed, but I'll give you another stat that's frightening. More than 82% of every single person going in the Florida prison system, the number one service they need is mental health and addiction. So it's even higher than the numbers you're coming up with at the local jail. Thanks for your hard work.
Okay, Greg Pound, Tom Rask, Chris Fox.
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I'd like to read out of Psalms, chapter 8, verse 17. It says, "The wicked shall be turned into hell, and the nation that forgets God." So here we are in America. Now, I wanted to read this out of this book here, this statement that I found very, very profound. And it says, "The standard of our morality is not dictated by society, but by the Ten Commandments and the Constitution." So the Constitution is, the Ten Commandments is what we call the common law or common sense. Okay, we have number 5, honor your father and your mother. Number 6, thou shalt not kill. Number 7, thou shalt not commit adultery. That's the sanctity of marriage. Number 6 was the sanctity of life. Number 8, thou shalt not steal. Everyone has a right to own things. No one has a right to steal it from them. Number 9, thou shalt not lie. And number 10, thou shalt not covet. So what we have now, we have a situation where we have some massive problems in our government. Now, you guys talked when your little debate just a little bit ago. The people who came up here, Benjamin Franklin said, the guy on your $100 bill says, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God." Now, when I was hearing you discuss the issue of the mandate or the state emergency, your funding, you're getting, that funding is still, the minute you cut those masks off, you're going to lose some money. And so that's the key right there. When I was listening to you guys talk and go back and forth, it's like I do up in Tallahassee. By sitting up there in Tallahassee, I was able to learn that what it's about is money. And that's what the whole thing's about. And so that's what you're doing is you're selling out the people in Pinellas County for money. If you don't believe what carbon dioxide is doing to people, especially our children, when they're breathing that constantly, and the one lady who got up in the presentation on the mask, you listen to what she said. That's science. That's a medical fact. You just can't keep breathing that stuff. It's really not good. And so what it is that, and then this thing about, something's going to have to be done about the money situation. We were talking something like $72 million that you guys received for this COVID thing and where it's going. And I just, from dealing with government over the years, and I know it's all about money. And so it's like this statement the Bible says, the love of money is the root of all evil. And the other statement that's really well known is, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, okay? Like they say, knowledge is power. So what I would like to encourage you guys to do, you're going to have to start studying outside the box of your programming. I mean, because it's just not making us look good. As you guys are our leaders, you represent us, and if the people get upset, I mean, if you don't understand it, I mean, I don't know what you're going to have to do to get across to you, but the people aren't happy. You're waking up the giant.
Tom Rask and Chris Fox. Nope. Okay, that's all the citizens to be heard. We now have a consent agenda item. What?
You called the first name, but you didn't recall the second name.
Chris Fox?
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
Okay, you sure? Yeah. Okay. We have a consent agenda items 13 through 35. I try to mention the ones on here that are dollar sensitive. So under Public Works, an award of bid to Keystone Excavators for Crystal Beach paving and drainage for $1.434 million. Award for RJP Enterprises is item 27 for fiscal year 21 through 23 for sidewalk and under drain replacement projects for $3.115 million. That's an add-on to contract that we approved previously for $4.4 million. And then we had a joint funding with the United States Geological Survey, Department of Interior, and the county's contribution will be $204,174. We have 11 firms that we could utilize for requirements of professional engineering services pertaining to stormwater professional engineering. Total of 18 million over, that was 5 years, right, Barry? Yeah, 5-year term, 18.7 million, up to 1.7 million for each of the 11 over a 5-year period. So that's just a standing contract for services that we may need. And then finally, under utilities, they award a bid to Southern Underground Industries for the forced main air release valve for $1.246 million. Those items I just mentioned are all under the consent agenda along with other items. Is there anything that the commissioners want to pull? Commissioner Long on the motion to approve. Commissioner Gerard on the second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we will move on to our regular agenda. And Barry, we're going to talk about the airports.
Item number 36 is actually having the airport receive additional stimulus funds in the amount of $4.8 million.
Motion by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Long. Are there any questions, comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Under Economic Development, item 37.
This is a certification, the U.S. Department of Economic Development, basically saying that it's a statement that we did not use eminent domain for the procurement of the property for the Innovation Center.
Who was the second? I'm sorry. Renee, sorry. Commissioner Flowers on the second. Any comments or questions on this? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 38.
This is a resolution expressing support for a qualified applicant for ad valorem tax exemption for an existing medical manufacturing company. Mike Mydell is here. Should you have questions, you had a couple of questions regarding the number of jobs last Thursday.
Please. Yeah, Mike, you just talked a little bit about the company, what they do, what they're looking to do, and getting an exemption for, and speak to the 75% of the average annual, which is just a little bit lower than what we normally.
Yeah, no, the ad valorem tax exemption legislation is significantly different than the qualified target industry exemptions that you're used to in the past. The 75% only applies to areas within an approved brownfield zone, and the idea there the legislature put in place was to help encourage the redevelopment of areas that had prior or perceived prior contamination. And so that is the exception to the rule there, and typically would require at least 100% of the local average wage. Currently, though, 75% of local average wage is still $36,675, which is higher than the wage that is average for accommodations and food services, for retail, or for personal services. So it's still a higher wage than many people are receiving within the county, in excess of $17.50 an hour.
But it's the brownfield area that allows these.
Yes, it's only within the brownfields designated areas, and that is where they're located now.
Okay.
This company has been in Pinellas County for decades and has had significant growth here in the past. They have over 300 employees currently, and will be able to retain those employees, plus add 10 more with the result of this expansion on their site.
And the ad valorem tax exemption is for the new.
It's only for the increase in the value of their property as a result of this new capital investment. All of their current tax bill stays the same, so it'll be only what the property appraiser determines to be that increase in value due to the capital investment.
So they'll be building a new 116,000 square foot building and will be investing $1 million in equipment and $23 million in construction. That's the incremental increase.
Correct.
Do you know what the base value on those three items is?
No, I sure don't, but it would be at least triple that based on the square footage that we're
triple those numbers that I just read.
Yeah, I believe so. I would have to check and get back with you on that to be certain.
If you don't mind.
But I know the space they're currently occupy is larger than the space they're building.
You said triple.
I don't know for sure exactly. I'd have to get back to those numbers.
All right, well, I mean, that's a large increase, but I don't know what it's over, you know?
Yes, no,
So-
I understand. And when this is just the initial ordinance to allow them to proceed, before we do anything related to the actual incentive, it will come back to you. You will know the name of the company. You will know the actual tax increase as estimated by the property appraiser's office, and he'll also provide you with all previous ad valorem tax exemptions and all of that data at that time.
So we're just giving qualified applicant our support to apply, but not.
And they are taking the risk that, you know, because at the time we bring you the actual ordinance, we will determine whether it's, because the ordinance, the legislation allows up to 100% for up to 10 years. What we will bring you is what we feel is the appropriate amount for this particular project, and it will be up to you to determine what that amount is.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. That was where I was going, was whether this was the first reading or the second reading on this one. Because unlike the QTI, we would get the name and we would get all that data. So that makes me feel much better.
Oh, yeah. You know, you'll definitely know that at that time.
Commissioner Seal.
And happy anniversary. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. And I guess I just want to express my qualms a little bit about this, because to me, this was developed to attract new businesses, and we are growing only 10 new jobs. And this is a potential for 10 years, $1 million in lost tax revenue. So I'm not going to support this today. Or if we were going to lose this business, that would be another reason for me to support it, but I just can't support it.
I'm just having a hard time making the numbers work, too, on 116,000 square foot buildings and only 10 new jobs. I mean, so maybe they're replacing buildings, maybe they're, you know, because that, I mean, obviously 116,000 square feet, that's.
It does allow them to continue operations in their current form, so we can get some additional information for you at the ordinance.
At the ordinance time.
Meeting.
I share Commissioner Seal's concerns as well. Anybody else? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
No. Oh. Got 4. 4 noes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr.
3
Chair.
yeses. Did I get that? I want to make sure I get it right. No? No, no, and no. 4 noes. Excuse me. Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
One, Mr. Chair, before me, so was that you? Oh, okay, well, it was me. Question, because there were so many questions regarding just the exact number of jobs, the facility to be expanded, maybe I should have asked this earlier, would it be cognizant for Mr. Midell to maybe go back to this organization and have them rework whatever or provide additional information?
And bring more clarity, maybe that would help, and,
Yeah.
and you could bring it back to be reconsidered for that first reading again.
We'd be happy to do that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, and the only reason why I'm asking is because sometimes when it's this vague, it is an expansion of current workspace, not like new workspace. So that's why I was asking for that, if possible.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. So, yeah. Okay. We'll move on to item.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, for the record, for number 38, I didn't have the motion seconder and the objectors.
You want to know who objected?
And who did the motion and second
The
originally?
motion was, no? Who was the maker of the motion?
I didn't think we had a motion.
I didn't think there was a motion on the
Well, then
table,
don't
so.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
so
so sorry.
nice over there. You should have said, you just didn't make the motion. All right. Well, who wants to be the maker of the motion that's going to fail? You make the motion, and you'll second. Okay. Thank you for saving me on that one, you two. And do you have the 4 that voted against?
If we could just repeat them, I'm so
Yep,
sorry.
Commissioner Peters, myself, Commissioner Long, and Commissioner Seal.
Thank you.
Just reach out and grab me like, don't forget the important stuff. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate that. All right, item 39.
This is a grant award. This is a continuation grant from the Department of Health and Human Services. This provides almost $6 million in federal funds, along with county funds, to provide services through the mobile medical unit and the Bayside Clinic.
Move approval by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Seal. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 40.
This is a grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for shoreline protection. This is renourishment for Passagrille. This is for the state money.
Commissioner Peters on the motion, Commissioner Seal on the second. Are there any questions on this item? Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 41.
It's a change order number 1 to an agreement with TLC Diversified for the Force Main Air Release Valve Replacement in Highland Lakes. This is due to, increases in the term. This increases the term by 47 days and a contract amendment of $221,000.
Commissioner Peters on the motion, second by Commissioner Gerard. Any questions, comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, item 42.
This is a subsequent designation of the local workforce area and continued charter with Ordinance Pinellas, a career source. And this, just that.
Commissioner Gerard on the motion, Commissioner Peters on the second. You got it? Okay, any questions? Did you have any comments? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Seaver.
Perhaps for another day, but we haven't had a discussion for a long time. If we have any federal or state liability. And so you may not even have the answer to that, but at some point, I'd like to know. Not today.
Okay, we can follow up on that.
Still pending.
Because, yes.
Pending. Still
I haven't heard anything, so.
It's getting smaller, but it's still pending.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 43.
This is a budget amendment number 2. This is realigning appropriations from general fund cost center to the supervisor elections. This is for $372,000 to procure an automatic tabulating system to be used when you have a recount, and makes it a lot easier.
Commissioner Peters, who's second? Commissioner Flowers on the second. Are there any questions, comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. County Attorney, you have 3 items.
Under item number 44, this is an action, a case that we have filed with the chair's approval on an item that had some urgency related to an animal cruelty case. So I am asking today for the full board to ratify that action.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. Are there any comments, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 44.
On 45,
45,
we
sorry.
no longer need the board to take action on this item, so you do not need to take any action on item 45.
No action needed at all.
Under 46, this again is a placeholder that we put here so that you all could have a discussion should you choose to do so on redistricting. The update I will give you is that we have nearly finalized contracts with a consultant for purposes of analyzing the data and facilitating meetings of the redistricting board, as well as outside counsel to provide legal counsel to that board. The proposed meetings that we have been discussing with the consultant, of course, trying to get things cleared on his schedule because these consultants are in high demand this year. We're looking at meetings in October. So the redistricting board would be completing their work during October, and then this board would need to complete their work by the end of December. So it will be an ambitious time frame, but nothing different than what we've already talked about.
Commissioner Peters?
I thought the data wasn't coming out until November 1st.
We have the consultant that we're retaining does believe, and he has done this in the past, that there is a lot of work that could be done with data that is currently available, and that is consistent with what the Census Bureau is putting out, that they have data that they can make available so that, those of us that need to do redistricting can get started. And then what the consultant has indicated is that when the 2020 census data comes out, that he would go through that and basically true it up at that time.
So that committee only has 1 month to work on this?
That's what we're looking at, yes.
And when are we going back to, have we got a solid committee? We don't have a solid committee yet.
We have not yet appointed the committee, and that was due to some of the delays. So that's something that we will be bringing back to this board. I know that you all had some discussions about perhaps having the aides, or I'm not sure who, reach out to the folks that had applied to make sure that they were aware, the citizen appointees, or the potential citizen appointees, that they were aware of the delay that we're experiencing because of the delay in the data. So I know that that was something that we had talked about really the last time we had a full discussion on this. But we are going to need to obviously bring back those appointments for you all to make, because that has not been done yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Kim just said that the folks that had been approached about being on the board have written back and saying they're still interested, even though it's going to be delayed. We haven't had anybody that's backed out yet.
And what we'll do, we'll coordinate with Kim and the others that have been really kind of, shepherding this process, and bring it back to this board so that you all can take action in the not too distant future to make those appointments to the redistricting board.
Okay.
And unless there's anything else, that's all I have.
Okay. All right. County Administrator.
Just a couple of points. One, Kelly Levy sent me a note earlier just talking about over the next 3 days, they're going to be monitoring the plume from Piney Point, and to remind you that the investment you made from the Restore Act funds in the modeling is exactly what they're using, not only for red tide, but for this case also. And so it was a big thank you to the commission for making that investment. As we continue down talking about the pandemic, I've continued to have conversations with chambers of commerce, local businesses, and our city partners. So we'll continue to do that and update them as we go along. I've talked to each of you about kind of getting a sense from how we do economic development here in the county and opportunities for change. Mike has announced his retirement later this year. Anytime we've talked about regional economic development and opportunities, so we're seeking input from others. So you may hear from your peers, mayors, city managers, and others. So we're taking some ideas. I have a consultant on board that actually did the review for Tampa Bay partnership in terms of what they thought on regional economic development, and kind of on applying that, and then he'll offer suggestions back to me regarding maybe ideas and thoughts for us. I'll bring that forward to the commission later this spring or summer, and so we can have more discussion in terms of thoughts about where do we go with economic development, if anything. But it's a good opportunity to kind of have a fresh look at that as we see a leadership change. I've done this before and other things, and if nothing else, it kind of gives you a blueprint for the next director, and so that's something that's ongoing. And finally, I've talked to each of you about an RFP for the raise for looking at getting some financial structures. We've seen the team, and we've seen the mayor and others talk about whether a stadium is possible and what that would look like, and now it's a split season and things like that. Well, we haven't had someone on board that has been in negotiations on multiple stadiums, looking at creative ideas, hearing the team out, hearing us out, looking at the economic impacts. So the city of St. Petersburg, the mayor and his executive staff, and us jointly looked and interviewed three different firms. We looked at several. We narrowed it down to 3, selected one. We're going through that contracting piece right now. I'll bring that back to you. More information to come, but looking forward to seeing if we can make progress, at least putting facts and figures down and talking specifics rather than in generalities, and seeing to try to make progress in terms of a direction. So
St. Pete Council, I think, is having a meeting on Thursday to talk about, I think they've asked the Rays to come in and talk through some of this, and they've asked me to be in attendance
Yes.
as chair of the commission, so I'm going to be down there and listening to what's going on. I'm doing a lot of listening to what the Rays have to say, what their concerns are. I think it's really about slowing down and about this approach that you're talking about, which is getting
Yeah, there's
some-
two specific issues, obviously. There's the issue about the redevelopment of the Trop site, which has a baseball component with and without. But then there's also about just the financial structure of a stadium deal, where the dollars would come from and how would we get that done. We've been talking about that for a long time, and so, you know, we're trying to see if we can make progress. Having someone that's been through working with cities and counties all over the United States, and with teams and ownership, to see if they can come up with ways of bridging some of that gap and at least putting eyes on the table that we can discuss, that are concrete, that are financial, that have economic impact analysis and things like that. So again, looking forward to kind of getting that process started. But they're both kind of going on simultaneously, and so they're going to be easy to get confused. But hopefully they can feed off of each other.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the county administrator? Okay, moving on to item 48, reappointments to the Suncoast Health Council. Looks like there are 3, we have to choose 3 out of 3. That should be pretty good.
Yes, that's
Pretty
correct. It's 3
straightforward.
out of 3, so you could probably place both.
Tina Ambrose, Nadine Nickerson, and Eric Smith are the 3 that have applied. Yes. I'm sorry. Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any comments, questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, under item 49, you see that looking to appoint somebody to the Agency on Bay Management. So I asked Commissioner Justice if he would be willing to serve, and he said yes. So I want to make sure that you guys are okay with that, and good? Yeah, and if you're not, you know, just hold on to that and let us get through the meeting, and then you can talk to me. But thank you, Commissioner Justice, for doing that. Really appreciate it. And then for the canvassing board on as an alternate on the August and November 2021 elections, I'm appointing Commissioner Peters as my backup for those 2 elections. So I think that was, just want to let you all know that as well. So any comments or questions? Again, let me know afterwards if you feel so inclined. I just had one thing, but I'll go to you all first. Do you all have anything that you'd like to bring up? Commissioner Peters?
I do. My youth have been incredibly busy, regardless of pandemic. The Youth Advisory Board is going really great and strong. So on the government side, because they haven't been able to do tours like they normally do, we brought in speakers. So the sheriff has spoken with them, the supervisor of elections, and she came before the election, so it was really good timing. The Dream Center went to talk to them because they're very interested in the topics of what you're doing. They spoke with Representative Chris Latvala. They spoke with School Board member Laura Hine. Congressman Charlie Chris will speak with them next week. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so they have lined up speakers for every single week on the different topics of mental health, just like they did last year. I'm excited they're going to try and get Judge Steve Leifman to come and speak. I think they would love hearing from him. He's so amazing. But they have people in various topics, like last year they did LGBTQ, they did substance abuse, they did numerous. So they're doing as many, I think even more than last year. And they also did a beach cleanup, and it is the first time Keep Pinellas Beautiful had someone find a loaded gun on a beach cleanup. So one of our young men found a loaded gun on Gandy Beach, and he was a Boy Scout, so he knew exactly not to put it in the bag so it wouldn't go off and hit him in the leg. So we called the sheriff, and they came and confiscated the gun. But so there's one for the books for Keep Pinellas Beautiful. They have 2 more beach cleanups yet to be scheduled to do. They have been very aggressive on their programming. Instead of meeting monthly, they're meeting twice a month, once to do kind of the business and the other for planning. So they have taken this, this committee on really strong, and they're just doing amazing, amazing, amazing work. So I'm really proud of them, and when they come and present again, I know you'll be very impressed.
Thank you, Commissioner Peters. Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a couple of things that I wanted to report on. As it relates to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, we heard a fascinating new study from a variety of sources yesterday about the new data as it relates to the heat index and how it is projected to impact our governments, our physical and mental well-being, our economic development and infrastructure, tourism, our agricultural communities, our beach residents, and the folks that like to go to the beach. It was just fascinating. I urge you to get your hands on that. Secondly, Brad Miller from PSTA and myself have been selected to represent the American Public Transit Association nationally with talking to the newly elected congressional people from Florida to educate them about our needs, not only within our region, but throughout the state as it relates to transportation and transportation infrastructure. I don't know if Commissioner Seal or Commissioner Gerard will talk about, I forgot, I don't think you're on that waterborne transportation committee? No. Okay, well, our next meeting for that is tomorrow. We are moving forward with some pretty incredible and innovative things for our region, and I look forward to keeping you up to date on all of this. We continue to have discussions with Secretary Buttigieg and his office about the statewide listening tour the first week in May, and we are working closely with the Florida Association of Counties as well as the League of Cities to ensure that they're all tuned in and able to participate if they want to. I also want to let you know that the FAC annual conference is scheduled for June 29th through July 2nd, and it's going to be very similar to the legislative conference that they held up in Jacksonville. I know Commissioner Flowers and I think Commissioner Justice, you both attended a little bit of it, and we're going to be able to go personally and or via Zoom. And it's going to be back where we've normally had it in Orlando at the Hyatt. We are planning, I forgot to share this, in January, God willing, late January, to have our two-day climate, sea level rise, sustainability, and resiliency summit to follow up on the work that we did almost 2 years ago now. And I'm very pleased to tell you that we continue to have very robust folks who want to attend and sponsor it, not only from around the United States, but from the Netherlands and from Canada. We had a great interest from the Canadian folks. Doyle and I had a fabulous conversation with the lady from the United Nations who's been in charge of reconstructing the Paris Climate Accord and the COP annual conferences that they've had every year, and the next one is going to be in Glasgow, Scotland, and they're very anxious to work with us as a model coastal county who's done great work on this issue, and I look forward to having ongoing discussions with Hank to make sure he is all clued in. There's lots more going on as it relates to the Maroney Legacy Foundation and the work that's been ongoing thanks to the great partnership with our Sheriff Gualtieri and other folks as well. But since it's getting late, I'll save that report for our next meeting, and I'll let Commissioner Eggers talk to you about the Mayor's Council update from April 7th. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Seal.
The last Forward Pinellas meeting was primarily talking about the Raytheon property for most of the meeting, so we delayed other action items to this week, to tomorrow, and then the School Transportation Safety Committee, those of you on PSTA are probably already familiar with this, but I had not heard about this issue for a long time, and how we always had wanted students to be able to ride the school buses, the PSTA buses. So there is a universal pass, which allows government employers, schools, and universities to pay an annual rate for unlimited use of public transit for their employees or students. And it is available, and they are doing a pilot program where they're assigning students to PSTA routes. And I just remember that being a very contentious, like, why can't we do this matter? So it was nice to hear that that's moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that, if I can ask a question, is that for high school only or all grade levels, or do you know?
My notes don't say, but I certainly can find out from you. I'm sure it's probably just high school students.
Yeah, and when I've ridden the bus, the route that I take, there's a large contingency of one particular high school that uses it. So for the right audience, it's the right thing. I just wanted a couple things, Mr. Chairman. While we were meeting, the governor and his staff were at Piney Point, and he's directed DEP to come up with a plan to permanently close Piney Point. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank Kelly and here and our entire staff, but also Ed Sherwood and the estuary program staff. All weekend long through the initial phases, we're monitoring, observing, reporting, and a lot of good information. At the end, it's still 237 million gallons of wastewater that flowed into Tampa Bay from Piney Point, so still is a very serious issue. On a much more upbeat, it was mentioned in passing today, but I want to offer our official commission congratulations to the Long family on the expansion with their beautiful baby, grandbaby, great-grandbaby.
Great-grandbaby, yeah. That's great. Anything else?
That's it.
Anybody else? I just had a couple things real quickly. I wanted to first of all thank Della and staff for lunch. Appreciate that on short and quick notice, and then getting it to us fast. And then I want to thank Barbara and Aralis and Kat for helping us through that long meeting in terms of working with our residents and getting everybody heard and making sure everybody got a chance to speak this morning and this afternoon. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for mentioning Kelly and the staff about keeping us updated on what was going over on Piney Point, and then also working closely with Tampa Bay Water, because there were some issues that could have come up there but didn't. Everything was fine. So and then I just real quickly, I probably didn't send any, I don't think I sent anything out, but at the risk of repeating myself if I did, at the FAST meeting, I got a chance to, you know how we do at FAST meetings, and they spoke about keeping all of our funding to 80% and under, and I wouldn't agree to it until they conferenced, and they came back and said to prioritize 80% and under, and I said, well, that's what we're doing. We're prioritizing that, but there may be some that fall above that a little bit, so we want to make sure we keep that open. So I just want to make sure that I let you know what I told them. And then just real quickly, I'm not going to get into all the mayor's council stuff, but Mayor Penny was elected president, Mayor Seidel vice president and treasurer, and Mayor Brown as secretary. And then, again, just a reminder, next Thursday is our workshop, and it's a long one. And I know we'll be having lunch brought in for that as well. Just try your best if you can to stay around for the entire thing. We've got a lot of issues to cover, and I know we'll get through it as quickly as possible, but bear with us as we tackle each and every one of them. Anything else finally for the good of the order? Okay, we are adjourned.